Chapter 1344. Giving it to you. Chapter 1344. Giving it to you. Did you guys hear? The Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the word. They're going to launch a new kind of medicinal pill called what again? Essence Cultivating Pill. Right. It's Essence Cultivating Pill. Goodness gracious, it's remarkable. I heard that this Essence Cultivating Pill's medicinal effects are double that of the Essence Increasing Pill. You believe that too? Do you think that it's selling cabbages at the market? Do you know what kind of concept double is? Makes sense. I reckon that it's the Myriad Treasure Tower can't sustain anymore, deliberately coming up with this gimmick to attract customers. Honestly speaking, our Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower is indeed a little weak. But in order to compete with the Myriad Treasure Tower, the W.A.N.G. family benefited us, these bottom-level martial artists. Whether or not the Myriad Treasure Tower can stir up any wave, we'll just wait and see. The word that the Myriad Treasure Tower let out continued brewing in Jewel Hill City. But the majority of the people were not optimistic about the Myriad Treasure Tower. Essence Cultivating Pill, this medicinal pill, and, Body had heard of it before at all. At least, within the entire Wu-Meng capital city's area, no one had heard of such a heaven-defying medicinal pill before. Even when Yang Rui heard Yi Yuan's words, he had a look of disbelief, let alone these ordinary martial artists. At the W.A.N.G. family's residence, numerous high-level members were all scoffing at this matter. Elder Xian, in your opinion, how great are the chances of the Myriad Treasure Tower being able to bring out this Essence Cultivating Pill? W.A.N.G. Su asked. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng stroked his beard and smiled, saying disdainfully, "In my view, not even 10%. The Essence Increasing Pill's formula has been circulated in the heaven-span world for no less than 100 million years. It had long been developed to the limits already. How can a medicinal pill, even stronger than it possibly appears, take 10,000 steps back? Even if that kid really has the ability to defy the heavens and improve the pill formula, increasing 5% on top of the current foundation is already reaching the acme of perfection. Double the medicinal efficacy, nonsense." Hearing W.A.N.G. Xuanfeng's words, the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts also dissipated into nothing. "Since that's the case, then it's the Myriad Treasure Tower that's at the end of its ropes?" W.A.N.G. Yuxiang said. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng smiled and said, "I think they should be failing already. All these years, they have probably reached the limit already." W.A.N.G. Xuanfeng's words made everyone heave a long sigh of relief. This fierce battle that had lasted for close to 30 years could finally end. Finally, it still ended with the Myriad Treasure Tower's defeat. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang said joyfully, squeezing away the Myriad Treasure Tower, "It was all thanks to Sir Su and Elder Xian. Once the Myriad Treasure Tower leaves, Sir Su and Elder Xian's cultivation resources will be fully covered by Jewel Hill City's branch family." "Hoo-hoo! Elder Yuxiang, don't need to be courteous. Jewel Hill City's branch family and Brightrace City's main family are of the same breath and branch, bound together for good or ill," W.A.N.G. Su said with a laugh. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang was slightly fearful in his heart, secretly alarmed by this W.A.N.G. Su's experience and cunningness. These words sounded like it was refusing and also like accepting, leaving you scratching your head. It was equivalent to not saying anything, but not saying was equivalent to saying it. Brightrace City's main family's young generation, the Compet. 1. Taiyan was very fierce too. For W.A.N.G. Su to want to charge out of the heavy encirclement, it inevitably could not dispense with the support of resources from all around. Therefore, saying these words were actually equivalent to accepting Jewel Hill City's branch families drawing closer. W.A.N.G. Yuxiang was a figure who became shrewd with age as well. He naturally would not fail to discern the meaning of W.A.N.G. Su's words. Sir Su, Elder Xian, once the myriad treasure tower falls, our Jewel Hill City branch family's grudge can be avenged. A glimmer of cold light flashed across in W.A.N.G. Yuxiang's eyes. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng smiled and said, "That is, of course. That kid is merely a guest alchemist. With the two of us around, Yang Rui won't dare to be impudent too." Once the myriad treasure tower withdrew, Yi Yuan would be a rootless duckweed. How he was to be needed, wasn't it still up to others? The W.A.N.G. family had two mighty heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Wasn't dealing with a Yi Yuan capturing with ease? Half a month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. When Yang Rui saw Yi Yuan, he could not help jumping in fright, an expression like having seen a ghost. How did you break through? Half a month ago, Yi Yuan was clearly still a long way off from middle stage Grotto Profound. Half a month later, he broke through? This kind of speed was also a little too fast, right? Ordinary martial artists cultivating from initial stage Grotto Profound to middle stage Grotto Profound. It needed several thousand years no matter what. Even geniuses with exceedingly good talent, extremely powerful cultivation methods, under the ACCU, mulation of large quant. 1. Ties of medicinal pills, it also needed to expend several hundred years' time. Before leaving seclusion the last time, Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was not so astonies. Plussing yet. But this time it was truly a bit too fast. Breaking through in 15 days, could it be that there was no bottleneck? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Had some enlightenment during the previous close seclusion. The close seclusion this time broke through the bottleneck in one shot. Tower Lord knows it. Not only do I have divine-grade divine essence pills on me, but also there are even divine-grade essence cultivating pills." Yang Rui trembled all over, and he said in surprise, "You really refined the essence cultivating pill?" Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Could it be that Tower Lord really thought that I was joking with you? You look." A small medicinal bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Upon opening, medicinal fragrance overflowed. Such plentiful medicinal strength! Yang Rui received the medicinal pill with pleasant surprise and examined it carefully. When laying eyes on this essence cultivating pill for the first time, Yang Rui was incomparably certain in his heart that the myriad treasure tower would survive, even though it was impossible to judge the strength of the medicinal strength from the appearance. That abundant medicinal strength filled him with confidence. "Younger brother, can I try it?" Yang Rui asked with some agitation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course you can." Yang Rui sent the medicinal pill into his mouth with a slight flu. Once the medicinal entered the mouth, a surge of majestic medicinal strength instantly filled the whole body. He clearly felt his divine essence that had not moved for a long time actually have a slight trace of increase. This discovery made Yang Rui incomparably shocked. Logically speaking, with his realm, this level of medicinal pill was already completely useless to him. Even if Yi Yuan claimed that this medicinal pill's medicinal efficacy was double of the essence increasing pill. But that sort of feeling absolutely would not be wrong. His divine essence really had a slight trace of increase. When the Su Linpu by the side saw that the expression on Yang Rui's face was extremely fascinating, he could not resist asking, "How is it, Tower Lord?" Yang Rui ignored him, but turned towards Yi Yuan with a look of wild ecstasy and said, "Younger brother Yi, you're really exceptional. I can be sure that as soon as this medicinal pill is rolled out, probably the entire Heavenspan world will go crazy because of it. This essence cultivating pill truly brings benefits to the entire Heavenspan world's bottom-level martial artists." Su Linpu's expression changed, sighing with amazement. The weight of Yang Rui's words were too heavy, benefiting the entire Heavenspan world, It could be seen that this medicinal pill was absolutely heaven-defying to the max. This evaluation was too high. But Yi Yuan smiled and fished out a jade slip, saying with a smile, "This is the essence cultivating pills pill formula. I'll give it to Tower Lord. These few years, this Yi received the myriad treasure tower's great grace. I have nothing to repay it with. I'll use this essence cultivating pills pill formula as payment." Yang Rui's entire body trembled, using an extremely skeptical gaze to look at Yi Yuan, and said, "Younger brother Yi, you aren't joking, right? Do you really not know what this essence cultivating pill means?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's precisely because I know it. Hence, that's why I'm giving it to Tower Lord." Chapter 1345. Sold out? Chapter 1345. Sold out. Yang Rui gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and found that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a smile. He was startled inwardly and understood very quickly why Yi Yuan did it. This boy has such meticulous thoughts. Gifting pill formula. This move is simply beautiful to the extreme. Yang Rui praised Yi Yuan in his heart. Even Yang Rui could discern the significance of this pill formula. So how could the others not perceive it? Once this essence cultivating pill spread out, it would definitely be like a plague spreading throughout the entire heaven-span world. That way, the essence cultivating pill was not only not a good thing to Yi Yuan, but it also became a hot potato instead. So much so that it would invite a fatal disaster. But if the myriad treasure tower possessed the essence cultivating pills pill formula, it was completely different. The myriad treasure tower was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. People who dared to have ideas on his business were really not many. Even those true powerhouses would not find trouble with Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure because of a measly little tier 1 middle grade pill formula either. This first point was Yi Yuan's wise and discreet, self-preserving move. The second point, just as Yi Yuan said himself, it was in order to repay the kindness. It was just that this big gift was a little too heavy. Once the essence cultivating pill is released, the myriad treasure tower would definitely be able to sweep across Jewel Hill City like Cruise. Plussing dead leaves. And Yang Rui, contributing the pill formula to the myriad treasure tower, would definitely obtain the upper echelon's substantial rewards. This favor could not be said to not be big. Of course, Yang Rui understood that if it was in order to keep discreetly out of harm's way, Yi Yuan could completely not take this pill formula out. As long as he did not take it out, everything had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. This way, it was sufficient to see that Yi Yuan was someone who valued relations. PS greatly. He only took out such a bomb. In order to save the myriad treasure tower. Yang Rui sucked in a deep breath and said, "Younger brother Yi, I understand. In the future, we'll address each other as brothers. This favor, elder brother, I received it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll be haughty and call Brother Yang. Brother Yang, this essence cultivating pill's refinement is rather difficult. If Elder Song has any areas he doesn't understand, you can have him come find me." Yang Rui nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." Elder Song was the new 1-star Alchemy G.O.D. that upstairs sent. It was just that after he came, it did not change the myriad treasure tower's predicament at all. CKME came late again. You bunch of animals, it's also too early, right? The myriad treasure tower is going to release another batch of essence cultivating pill today. Not coming earlier, can't even drink a mouthful of soup. D.A.M. And I'll give you 50 divine essence stones. You give your place to me. How's that? Screw off. Want to buy my place with just 50 divine essence stones? 500, not a single piece fewer. Furthermore, after you buy the essence cultivating pill, you must share with me one. I'll buy at the original price. Go to HELLU. As soon as the essence cultivating pill rolled out, it was immediately like a tornado, instantly sweeping across the entire Jewel Hill City. The Myriad Treasure Tower's door was almost burst open. Yi Yuan made use of that half a month's time and refined a large batch of essence cultivating pills. The rest he did not care. In operations, Yang Rui and Su Linpu were clearly much more experienced than him. The two people formulated a series of promotion tricks, recruiting 3 groups of martial artists outside to test the pill for free. In the first batch, quite a number of people harbored doubtful attitudes. Those who really came to test the pill were not many. But it was precisely after this first batch of people tested the pill, the essence cultivating pill's reputation blew up in one go. The essence cultivating pill was a brand new kind of medicinal pill. Consuming this medicinal pill the first time, the effects were the most apparent. Even though everyone doubted the essence cultivating pill's medicinal effects, the people who paid attention were a lot. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower already let out the big talk. But after the few people testing the pill consumed the essence cultivating pill, the results were immediate, their auras surging immensely on the spot. This kind of effect was absolutely what the essence increasing pill could not attain. The people who tested the pills were like having picked up a treasure, all incomparably excited. With this, it stirred up everyone's appetite. Hence, the slots for the second batch and third batch of pill testing, everyone went crazy. Someone auctioned it off at a high price when they obtained the slot to test the pills. It was said that the highest price was auctioned at 10,000 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. After 3 batches of pill testing, the Myriad Treasure Tower sales immediately became explosive to the max. A never-before explosive. Same price, but medicinal effect was double of the essence increasing pill, who would still go and buy the essence increasing pill. Hence, not just the W.A.N.G. family inside the Liu family and Lin family shops. It virtually became completely deserted overnight. W.A.N.G. family, everyone all became ants on a hot pan, all going in circles anxiously. Elder Xian, didn't you say that it was absolutely impossible for the essence cultivating pill to exist? Now we don't have any response measures at all, and are very passive. W.A.N.G. Su grumbled. W.A.N.G. Xuanfeng's face was also very ugly. Of course, even more it was an embarrassment, he said with certainty previously, declaring that it was absolutely impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower to refine whatever essence cultivating pill. Now this face was smacked resoundingly loud. In reality, W.A.N.G. Su knew that even if the W.A.N.G. family responded in advance, facing the essence cultivating pill's powerful offensive, they were still at a complete loss as to what to do. This can't blame me either. Do you all know what this essence cultivating pill's appearance means? W.A.N.G. Xianfeng said. It means that our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't hold on any more, W.A.N.G. Su said crossly these few decades. In order to challenge the Myriad Treasure Tower, the W.A.N.G. family's expenditures were tremendous too. They were originally planning on dominating Jewel Hill City after exhausting the Myriad Treasure Tower to death. But they did not expect that they did not exhaust the Myriad Treasure Tower to death, but instead let the Myriad Treasure Tower deal a head-on blow. This blow was too vicious. It might directly smack them to death. W.A.N.G. Xianfeng smiled coldly and said, Felice. H. plus W.A.N.G. Su. Your horizons are too shallow. How can you take on major responsibilities in the future? In my view, this essence cultivating pill's appearance is going to affect the entire heaven-span world. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure will make use of this medicinal pill to AMA's countless riches. W.A.N.G. Su smiled coldly and said, Elder Su, do you think I haven't considered this point? It's just, do you feel that that boy named Yi Yuan will hand over the pill formula? This pill formula's value simply can't be estimated. Facing such huge profits, who would easily spit it out? W.A.N.G. N. Ji Xianfeng froze. He did not think of this layer. W. A. N. Jisoo looked at W. A. N. Ji Xianfeng and continued. Therefore, this kid is digging his own grave. Don't look at how they are rejoicing right now. Before long, that boy and the myriad treasure tower will definitely lose all decorum. When the time comes, haha. Hearing W. A. N. Jisoo's A. N. A. Lysis made W. A. N. Ji Xianfeng and the rest kindle hope once more. W.A. and Ji Yuxiang said. Then Sir Su's meaning is, we continue to hold until they fall out. W.A. and Jisoo nodded his head and said, that's right, W.A. and Ji Yuxiang's expression was ugly as he said, but our Jewel Hill City's branch family can't compete with the myriad treasure tower's vast wealth after all. These few years we've already depleted all of our resources. Continuing to stall, I'm afraid that the myriad treasure tower hasn't fallen and our W.A.N.G. family will collapse first. W.A. and Jisoo had stayed in Jewel Hill City for several decades and naturally had an understanding of the W.A.N.G. family's financial resources. He thought about it and said, these 2 days I'll ask for help from the main family. Have them support Jewel Hill City's branch family. The war is already fought until now. Just see who can last longer. Chapter 1346. A Lucky Chance. Chapter 1346. A lucky chance, Elder Feng, how is it? You refined it? The one asking was Wu Meng Capital City's Myriad Treasure Tower's Han Tian. The old man opposite him was the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist, 3-star alchemy master, Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng shook his head and said with a bitter smile, this old man has cultivated alchemy, Tao, for tens of thousands of years. I've never thought that I actually can't even refine a tier 1 middle-grade divine pill. Han Tian's shock was by no means insignificant, and he said, failed? This isn't possible, right? A mere tier 1 middle-grade divine pill. Even you, this peak 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D actually can't refine it? Half a month ago, Han Tian received the essence cultivating pills pill formula that Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower transported over through back channels. After receiving Yang Rui's intel, Han Tian immediately realized a huge business opportunity. Hence, he started mobilizing Wu Meng Capital City's Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemists and started refining the essence, cultivating pill according to the pill formula. But he discovered very quickly that he was too naive. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was short on manpower, there were still some 2-star alchemy GODS. But among these 2-star alchemy GODS, there was actually not a single person capable of refining the essence, cultivating pill. In amazement, Han Tian found a 3-star alchemy GOD to refine. The result was still the same. In the end, Han Tian, who was out of options, finally engaged 3-star alchemy GOD Xiao Feng. But what astonished him was that even Xiao Feng actually failed. Was this essence cultivating pill so hard to refine? Xiao Feng let out a sigh and said, this pill formula seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. If without extremely deep comprehensions toward alchemy Tao, it's impossible to refine one. This old man is still lacking some level of attainment. Actually, he was already very close to success. It was just too bad that no matter what, he could not break through that final checkpoint. When Han Tian heard these words, he could not help losing heart. When he just obtained the essence cultivating pill's pill formula, he even thought that he picked up a treasure. But looking at it now, it was purely of little value. If it could not be refined, what could be done even if this pill formula was any more impressive? I didn't expect that it was actually drawing water with a sieve. Sigh, Han Tian said helplessly. Xiao Feng thought about it and said, Tower Lord, I have an idea. Han Tian said listlessly, what idea Elder Feng has, feel free to say. Xiao Feng said, I wish to make a trip to Jewel Hill City. Han Tian froze and hurriedly shook his head and said, this isn't appropriate, right? Elder Feng, your status is exalted. How can you condescend your exalted self to that kind of secular place? You want to meet that guest alchemist called Yi Yuan, right? If you wish to meet, I'll just send people to fetch him here. To them, Jewel Hill City, this sort of place was not worth them heading there at all. But Xiao Feng shook his head and said, "That's not right, Tower Lord. As it goes, those who reached first can teach. Since that Yi Yuan already refined the essence cultivating pill, it indicates that his understanding of alchemy must be deeper than mine. At least on the refinement of Tier 1 divine pills, I'm inferior to him. This kind of figure is bound to Serpa. This old man in the future. We should give him adequate courtesy. Such a genius, once employed by our Myriad Treasure Tower. He'll definitely be a pillar of the Myriad Treasure Tower in the future." Han Tian thought about it and said with a nod, "Elder Feng's words make sense. Then, I'll have to trouble Elder Feng to make a trip. If possible, you must bring him to Wumeng capital city." Xiao Feng said, "Hoo, not a trouble at all. I have a feeling that perhaps this trip is a lucky chance for me." Half a year's time said in a twinkle since the Myriad Treasure Tower launched the essence cultivating pill. In this half a year's time, the shops of W.A.N., G family, Lin family, and Lu family were all completely devoid of people. The launch of the essence cultivating pill was a virtually catastrophic blow to them. The Lin family and Lu family were still a little better, but the W.A.N. G family was already spending more than they earned. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Yi Yuan split that W.A.N. Jisoo said with certainty. They kept failing to see it. This half a year's time, Yi Yuan spent it very cozily. Apart from refining a batch of essence cultivating pill every day, it was cultivating inside the world suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. comprehending concepts. This half a year also made Yang Rue crazy with delight. The Myriad Treasure Tower could be described with the saying bringing in bushels of gold daily. Every day, Yang Rue was immersed in the midst of shock. He had a score in his heart. The divine essence stones that the Myriad Treasure Tower earned in this half a year could virtually be placed in the same category as Brightree City, that kind of large county. Finally, the W.A.N. G family could not sit still anymore. At this time, W.A.N. Jisoo was currently at Jewel Hill City's Lord Manor. Hoo, younger brother W.A.N. Jisoo, how have you been? I heard that your brother W.A.N. Jisong already broke through to late-stage heaven glimpse, right? City Lord Chin Yongyan said with a laugh. W.A.N. Jisoo smiled and said, "Brother Chen's intel is very up-to-date. His breakthrough was also a thing of last year." Chen Yongyan said with an envious look, W.A.N. Jisong's talent is exceedingly high and also has the W.A.N. G family as a backer. Unlike us impoverished people, we have got to be busy with secular affairs every day. W.A.N. Jisoo smiled and said, "Brother Chin, you're the lord of a city, wielding great power in your hands. Other people are all too envious." Chun Yongyin chuckled and said, "Younger brother W.A.N. Jisoo coming this time, it's not for no reason, right?" W.A.N. Jisoo silently cursed this sly old fox, but he still had a smile on his face as he said, "That is, of course, but the matter of cultivation, Brother Chin doesn't have to worry either. As long as Jewel Hill City's W.A.N. G family pulls through this crisis, Brother Chen's cultivation will be covered by Elder Yuxiang. Don't you agree?" W.A.N. G Yuxiang by the side hurriedly said, "That is, of course. In the past, it was our W.A.N. G family who couldn't do it. We hope that City Lord, Your Excellency, is magnanimous enough to forgive us. This time, our W.A.N. G family prepared a slight gift. Just take it as an apology." W.A.N. G Yuxiang's heart was dripping blood. Even if the W.A.N. G family tides over this disaster, the largest share of their income in the future would probably have to be used to pay tributes. W.A.N. and Ji Su W. A. and Ji Xianfeng, and now, throwing in another Yin. This expenditure was too great. Grotto Profound Deity, Realm Martial Artists were still a little better. But W. A. and Ji Xianfeng and Chen Yongyan were both Heaven Glimpse Deity, Realm Martial Artists. Their expenditure to the W. A. and G family, the pressure was still huge. But compared to the W. A. and G family collapsing entirely, clearly this result he could still accept. All of this was brought by Yi Yuan, that punk. W. A. and Ji Yuxiang had long hated Yi Yuan to the bones in his heart. This Chen Yongyan was Wu Meng Academy's same-year students with W. A. and Ji Su's elder brother, W. A. and Ji Song. Wu Meng Academy was Wu Meng Capital City's government-managed school. The students that graduated from here were mostly dukes or princes of a region, representing the various major counties managed by Wu Meng Capital City. After the two people came out of Wu Meng Academy, one came to the remote Jewel Hill City to be city lord, while the other became deputy city lord at Bright Ray City. Although one was head and one was deputy, because the cities were different, their statuses were naturally different too. W. A. and Ji Song, this deputy city lord, had a higher position and more authority compared to Qin Yongyan, this city lord. Furthermore, W. A. and Ji Song broke through to the late stage Heaven Glimpse first. Later on, he might even be placed in an important position in Wu Meng Capital City. To talk about this Chen Yongyan, he was also an extremely shrewd and wily old fox. The myriad treasure tower and W. A. and G family struggle, he naturally took it into his sights, but bade his time all along, waiting for the W. A. and G family to come and find him. Now the W. A. and G family indeed could not hold on anymore. Even though he was the city lord, the various major families' taxes, he had to turn it over to higher authorities. The city lord manor still had enormous expenditures. What he could have from the leftover was naturally not much. Hence, that was why he would use this kind of method to make the W. A. and G family take the initiative to pay tributes to him. These were filling his own pockets. Hoo-hoo, Elder Yuxiang is too courteous. You all coming to find this city lord this time. Is it because of the myriad treasure towers matters? Only now did Qin Yongyan lay his cards on the table. Chapter 1347. You don't say, how would I know? Chapter 1347. You don't say, how would I know? A banquet with hidden dangers. Yi Yuan, this banquet, you mustn't go. Yang Rui said solemnly. At this time, Yang Rui and Yi Yuan both received an invitation in their hands. These two invitations were issued by City Lord Manor. The four families fought for so long. City Lord Manor had always remained silent. This time, they were finally making a move. It was just that Yi Yuan received an invitation too. This made Yang Rui very uneasy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just go. Why shouldn't I go? They are aiming at the essence, cultivating pill. If I don't go, this matter will probably never end. Yang Rui naturally knew that they were aiming at the essence, cultivating pill. But if Yi Yuan went, he felt uneasy. Those going this time were all experts. He could not protect Yi Yuan by himself. I know, but I'm afraid that this invitation will be detrimental to you. Yang Rui said, no way, right? This time, it's the city lord coming forward personally. No matter how courageous their few families are, they also don't dare to act wildly in front of the city lord, right? Yi Yuan said puzzledly. Yang Rui sighed and said, you don't know this. That W. A. and Ji Su, who came from the W. A. and G family's main family, his elder brother came out of Wu Meng Academy with City Lord Chen Yongyan. Before you exited seclusion, the City Lord Manor actually suppressed us directly and indirectly. The intentions are already very obvious. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said, You're saying that they are acting in collusion, all targeting us. Yang Rui nodded and said, If barring no accidents, it should be so. Hence, for the sake of your safety, you'd better not go. The complexity of Jewel Hill City's situation exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. However, this could not scare him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Since they are already riding on top of our heads, we can't avoid it no matter what. Not going today, they will always have a way to come and find trouble again. Rather than that, might as well take this opportunity. Everybody lay it out on the table, that's better. Yang Rui said anxiously, Goodness, why are you so obstinate? That city, Lord Chunyongyan, is a middle-stage, heaven-glimpse powerhouse. Once he steals his heart to deal with you, I can't stop him. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Tower Lord is overly concerned. Even if they have that layer of relations. I plus P. I think the City Lord won't make a move without careful consideration too. After all, his ident. 1. Tie is placed there. Unable to persuade Yi Yuan, Yang Rui still brought him over. He could only place his hopes that Chan Yongyan could have misgivings about the myriad treasure tower's prestige and not dare to make a move against Yi Yuan. The city, Lord Manor's main hall, was very large. The banquet was very sumptuous too. That young city, Lord on the seat of honor, also wore a broad smile. He looked like he had a good relations. I plus P with everyone. It was only after 3 rounds of drinking had said did Chan Yongyan bring up the topic. Thank you all for giving this city, Lord this face, to be able to come to the city Lord Manor and get together. Everyone, all present here are my Jewel Hill City's pillars of strength. Everyone says that if enmity is not settled amicably, there's no end to it. Doesn't everyone agree? Chun Yongyan's gaze swept over everyone's faces one by one. Everyone immediately felt immense pressure. Even Yang Rui felt tremendous pressure too. City Lord, Your Excellency is right. Lu family's old head said with a smile, That's right, that's right. Everyone says that amiability brings wealth, haha. Lin family's old head also concurred. But W.A. and Ji Su smiled faintly and said, What Brother Chen says is right. Jewel Hill City is everybody's, not one family's. It's not good to be overbearing. Chun Yongyan looked towards Yang Rui and said with a smile, Tower Lord Yang, what say you? Yang Rui's expression was rather ugly, as he smiled slightly awkwardly and said, This, he was very reluctant. When the Myriad Treasure Tower was about to go out of business back then, why didn't you, Chin Yongyan, say so? Now that the W.A. and G family was collapsing, you came forward to posture? Except the pressure that Chan Yongyan gave him was too great. He had no choice but to lower his head. Strength was one aspect. More importantly, what Chan Yongyan represented was Wu Meng capital city. Yang Rui's words reached the tip of his tongue, but he was interrupted by Yi Yuan. Delicious. Too delicious. TSK. City Lord Manor is indeed not an ordinary place. The taste of this dish is excellent. Yi Yuan smacked his lips, enjoying it greatly. In this situation, the Lin family's family head, Lin Zaitian, Lu family's Lu Jinghao, as well as W.A. and Ji Lingbo, could only stand at one side. But Yi Yuan was sitting carelessly to Yang Rui's right, eating and drinking to his heart's content. Chun Yongyan's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan directly ignored him and only cared about his eating. Chun Yongyan felt his fist land on cotton, feeling very uncomfortable. Even the initial stage heaven glimpse Yang Rui yielded. This punk actually deliberately came out to cause trouble. Yi Yuan, could it be that you have objections towards this city, Lord's words? Chun Yongyan said with a frown. It was only after hearing his name being called did Yi Yuan raise his head. He looked towards Chun Yongyan, saying with a blank look, City Lord, Your Excellency, did you say something just now? Your dishes are too delicious. I didn't hear. Pretend. Carry on feigning. When he spoke just now, the entire main hall could hear. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not hear it. But, got to say, Yi Yuan was a very crucial figure today. Otherwise, he would not specially give him a seat either. Chun Yongnian reined in his temper and said, "This city, Lord said earlier, everyone is in the same city and meet frequently. If enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Don't you say so?" Yi Yuan was thrilled the moment he heard and said with a smile, "Enemy? Who's the enemy?" "My enemy, Sup, 1/Sup, is Drunken Wind in's Little Red." Could it be that city lord knows this, ye likes this, and called her here too? Drunken Wind in was Jewel Hill City's largest brothel. This Yi Yuan still knew. But Little Red was him talking nonsense. Chun Yongnian was nearly angered until he had internal injuries. This guy was clearly inserting dialogue for comic relief on purpose. Yang Rui sweated profusely as he listened by the side, while Wang Su and the rest had gloating faces. Offending the city, Lord in Jewel Hill City, was not some wise move. Chan Yongnian gave a cold snort, but said to Yang Rui, "Tower Lord Yang, this city lord only hosted this banquet on account of everybody's contributions to Jewel Hill City for many years, and let everyone bury the hatchet. Is this your myriad treasure tower's attitude?" This cold snort, Chin Yongnian used the aura of middle stage heaven glimpse. The impetus was very shocking. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he was just about to speak, but was intercepted by Yi Yuan, who said, "Ha! Turns out what city lord is talking about is this. Say it earlier. You don't say, how would I know? Bearing the hatchet is good. I wonder what brilliant idea, city lord, your excellency has." Chun Yongnian was just about to suppress Yang Rui with ruthless means and force him to submit. But having Yi Yuan cause a disturbance like this, he almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan brought him around a roundabout and circled back again. Wasn't this messing with him? However, Chun Yongnian did not wish to make things too unpleasant either. It was true that he was targeting the Myriad Treasure Tower today, but he would try his best not to make a move to the best of his ability. To actually employing martial strength was a problem too. After all, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not to be trifled with as well. This was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse's business. Chun Yongnian endured his anger, snorted coldly, and slowly said, "I have an idea. Everyone, we discuss it a bit, see if it works or not. Tower Lord, if there's money to make, everybody should earn them together. Don't you think so? Your Myriad Treasure Tower's essence cultivating pill is too tyrannical. This way, everybody doesn't have means of subsistence anymore. Why not you all take out the essence cultivating pills selling rights and share some with the W.A.N., Jilin, and Lu, 3 families." Chapter 1348, The Greatest Benevolence. Chapter 1348, The Greatest Benevolence, Bullying People Too Far. The moment Chan Yongnian's voice faded, Yang Rui quickly stood up, with a look of unrestrained rage. This request was seriously too much. Today, this was clearly a treacherous plot. Chun Yongnian brought the 3 great families to force an abdication. "Tower Lord Yang, don't get agitated. Sit down and talk. Seeing Yang Rui did not sit down, a surge of powerful aura released from Chun Yongnian's body, oppressing Yang Rui. In an instant, Yang Rui felt immense pressure. The strength of middle stage Heaven Glimpse was much stronger than initial stage Heaven Glimpse. Yang Rui did not have any leeway to resist in front of him at all. Just as Yang Rui could not bear the pressure and was about to plop his bottom down, Yi Yuan slowly stood up. A wave of faintly discernible aura slowly rose. Chun Yongnian's face changed, his gaze looking towards Yi Yuan with astonishment. This aura of Yi Yuan's was not cultivation realm suppression, but contained a kind of Tao concept. Under Yi Yuan's surge of aura, Chun Yongnian's aura actually had a feeling of imminent collapse. Chun Yongnian was greatly astonished. If the standoff continued, his Tao heart would collapse. Chun Yongnian withdrew his aura. The pressure on Yang Rui's body suddenly eased up, but his gaze turned toward Yi Yuan in astonishment. City Lord, Your Excellency, things can be talked through. Overwhelming people with power like this isn't good, right? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with a solemn look. A middle stage grotto, profound, actually made a middle stage, heaven glimpses, aura, give a wide berth. This was truly too outrageous to hear. Yi Yuan's aura originated from the lesser heavenspan mountain. It also originated from the chaos heavenspan canon. Yi Yuan's cultivation method was a terrifying existence that triggered the entire heavenspan world's abnormal activity. Using cultivation realm pressure in front of him, wasn't it looking for a pummeling? This city, Lord making him sit down. Isn't it in order to discuss properly? It was Tower Lord Yang who got agitated on his own. This city, Lord convened everyone together in order to discuss a good countermeasure. Chun Yongnian found a way out for himself. However, this could not conceal his inner shock. Only then did he know that this middle-stage grotto profound boy in front of him seemed to be even more troublesome than Yang Rui. Yi Yuan gave Yang Rui a look, motioning for him to sit down. He then smiled and said, City Lord, Your Excellency, don't blame this Yi for saying unpleasant things. It's truly that you're demanding an exorbitant price. The profits of the essence cultivating pill, everybody is aware. Their 3 families don't need to do anything and want to have a piece of the pie. How can there be such a good thing in the world? We also didn't say do nothing. What conditions there are, you all feel free to state them. Otherwise, if you really press the 3 of our families, the Myriad Treasure Towers business can also forget about operating any further. W.A.N.G. Su said coolly. These words were rather shameless. Use one's B, U, T to think, and the person would also know that what W.A.N.G. Su was referring to was definitely some despicable methods. The meaning was, if I have a hard time, you all can also forget about having a good time. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, That's more like it. Since you want to negotiate, you naturally have to bring out sufficient sincerity. As long as you all are willing to offer enough price, it's also not like this essence cultivating pill can't be given you all. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's eyes light up. Of course, apart from Yang Rui. Yi Yuan, Yang Rui said anxiously. The reason why the Myriad Treasure Tower could run a monopoly was because of the essence cultivating pill's advantage. If they gave the selling rights to the other 3 families, their advantage would be all gone. Unless it was a last resort, he absolutely would not agree. Yi Yuan gave him a look, indicating for him to hold his horses. W.A.N.G. Su forcefully suppressed the wild elation in his heart and said calmly, What conditions there are, feel free to list them. As long as it's not too overboard, I believe everyone won't refuse. Everyone is all in Jewel Hill City. Mutual benefits and coordinate development is the right path. Half a year pa-s, said the essence cultivating pill's reputation already gradually spread to other places. Right now, many other cities' martial artists would also rush to Jewel Hill City without paying heed to the distance, in order to buy the essence cultivating pill. At present, the essence cultivating pill's price rose again and again, but the people coming to buy the medicinal pill were still going after it like a flock of ducks. This medicinal pill's profits were too great. How could W.A.N.G. Su not be delighted? Not just him. The other 2 families' old heads also revealed expressions of wild ecstasy on their faces. They never thought that Yi Yuan actually agreed so easily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, My condition isn't overboard at all. To you all, it's merely a matter of lifting a finger. Hearing these words, the 3 families' hearts eased up. It seemed like the Myriad Treasure Tower was still afraid of the city Lord Manor in the end. Yi Yuan paused for a bit, but his gaze looked toward W.A.N.G. Lingbo and said indifferently his life exchange for the essence, cultivating pills, selling rights. How is it? It's a good deal, right? The rest were still okay, but the W, A, N, G family's people's faces all changed drastically. W, A, N, G Lingbo even pointed at Yi Yuan angrily and said, "Brat, what do you mean?" W, A, N, G Su's face fell and he said, "Are you making a fool out of our three families?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said smilingly, "This is already my greatest sincerity." At the Yin Den, the W, A, N, G family's three great elders hunted Luo Jian and me down. Don't tell me that this wasn't your idea. Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. It's already my greatest benevolence to not let the W, A, N, G family be buried in death. Previously, Yi Yuan was afraid of breaking Jewel Hill City's balance and made things difficult for the Myriad Treasure Tower. That was why he would spare W, A, N, G Lingbo's life, with his temper directly exterminating the W, A, N, G family back then was also not impossible. But now these few families were already riding on top of his head. How could Yi Yuan possibly show mercy to him? Ha! Make my W, A, N, G family be buried in death. Your esteemed self has such high-sounding sentiments. With just the likes of you, a middle-stage grotto profound? W, A, N, G Yuxiang said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan, everyone said that if enmity is not settled amicably, there is no end to it. Even though the W, A, N, G family sent people to hunt you down back then, you're safe and sound right now, while their elders are all dead. This is also considered evening up. Give this city Lord face and drop this matter at that, all right? Chun Yongyin finally spoke up. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "The essence cultivating pills profits. There's no need for me to say no more. I just have this one condition. Agree. Everything can be discussed. Disagree. Then there's no need to discuss anymore." Yi Yuan's casual sentence sealed off all of the retreat paths. The atmosphere instantly fell to a freezing point, becoming peculiar. Yang Rui was expressionless, but in his heart he prostrated in admiration toward Yi Yuan. This move was played too beautifully, directly kicking the ball back to the other party. W, A, N, G Lingbo's weight was not light nor heavy, just nice. If it were W, A, N, G Yuxiang, then it would appear too insincere. W, A, N, G Lingbo was merely a grotto, profound realm martial artist and did not count as much. But he was also the W, A, N, G family's present family head, his status being extraordinary. At this time, all of the focal points were gathered onto W, A, and G Lingbo, especially Lu and Lin, two families' old heads. Their gazes faintly looked towards him. What was even more D, A, M, Nabal was that W, A, N, G Su's gaze also wittingly or unwittingly flitted over. Clearly he was very conflicted. Who was W, A, N, G Lingbo? How could he not perceive the current situation? W, A, N, G Su, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're going to kill your own clansmen because of this boy's one sentence? W, A, N, G Lingbo's expression changed and asked him. Chapter 1349. Everyone kicks a man who is down. Chapter 1349. Everyone kicks a man who is down, cough, cough. Elder brother has misunderstood. How can this W, A, N, G have this kind of idea? W, A, N, G Su said rather awkwardly. One had to admit that Yi Yuan's suggestion indeed made him tempted. W, A, N, G Lingbo, this level of martial artist, could easily be found among people in the main family. Losing one to exchange for the essence, cultivating pills, selling rights, was still very worth it. But this sort of words could not be said no matter what. Those who accomplished great things did not bother with the trifles. He was already weighing it over in his heart. whether or not to dispose of W.A.N. Ji Lingbo in secret, and then find Yi Yuan for peace talks. W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang's expression was also very ugly. That faintly imperceptible look of W.A.N. Ji Su's just now, how could he not tell? Making him use his son's life to go exchange for the essence cultivating pills selling rights. He was not willing, even if beaten to death. He would rather fight it out with the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan's condition made the banquet's atmosphere become delicate. W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, we came with sincerity. Can you also show your sincerity? Sincerity? Where's the sincerity? Hoo-hoo! Pardon this Ye's eyes for being blind, but I don't see it. You all don't have sincerity, but this Yi came with the greatest sincerity. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo took action against me back then. He should have today's reckoning, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo was angered until he gnashed his teeth in hatred by the side. He knew that right now, apart from his father, probably everyone wanted him dead. City Lord, Your Excellency, Yi Yuan is clearly borrowing a knife to kill people. Don't accept his provocation. Even if we really kill my son, what if their myriad treasure tower reneges? What to do? W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang said solemnly. Chun Yongyin fell silent. His attitude made W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang's and W.A.N. Ji Lingbo's hearts sink to rock bottom. With this city lord around, I believe the myriad treasure tower won't go back on their word, right? Chun Yongyin looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze and said. Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word, but did not answer. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, City Lord, what do you mean? Chun Yongyin said coolly, What do I mean? Everybody is doing business in Jewel Hill City, each relying on their own ability. But you sent people to hunt down the other party. It already overstepped the boundary. The moment Old Man Lin heard these words, he immediately concurred. Yeah, everyone is clear about the cause of this matter. Wasn't this all caused by that shameless younger sister of yours? It was your W.A.N. G family's wrongdoing to begin with. And then you guys still wanted to exterminate everyone. It's too much. Old Man Lu also said, the martial path has the martial path's rules, while business has business rules. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo, you doing this has greatly ruined the rules of business. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo's expression turned deathly pale. He finally knew what was called everyone kicks a man who is down. You all shameless. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo was angered until he could not even speak. Before coming today, he was still very excited. But he never dreamed that this play today would actually ring the funeral bell for him. Now, this situation, everyone already wanted to kill and be done with it. Even the fellow clan member, W.A.N. Ji Su, was also sharpening his knife. W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang was extremely furious too and rebuked. You two old fogies, shut up for me. You all are really shameless to the extreme. Chun Yongyin said coolly, what they said is right too. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo, since you did something wrong, you have to bear the consequences. Are you doing it yourself? Or do you want the city lord to take action? Chun Yongyin seemed to be talking about a very dull matter, his voice not carrying a trace of emotion. W.A.N. Ji Lingbo trembled all over, his gaze revealing a look of despair. It seemed like he could not escape his doom today. His gaze suddenly looked towards W.A.N. Ji Su, seemingly grasping the last strand of life-saving straw, saying urgently, Sir Su, we're close relatives of the same clan. Could it be that you're also going to be subjected to the sowing of dissension by these despicable villains? He knew W.A.N. Ji Su's status. If W.A.N. Ji Su opened his mouth, Chen Yongnian might not be unscrupulous and brazen. Ji Su looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to give him a glance at all. The matter already developed to this kind of extent. He already had no need to protect and Ji Lingbo anymore. Elder brother, it's not that and Jisoo isn't saving you. It's truly a situation where the evil we bring onto ourselves are the hardest to bear, Jisoo said emotionally. Jisoo's words became the final straw that brought down the camel, shattering all of Ji Lingbo's fantasies. Suddenly, and Ji Lingbo's figure moved, speeding outside of the main hall. Humph! Courting death. Chun Yongnian gave a cold snort, directly reaching a claw out. And Ji Lingbo's figure abruptly stopped. But right at this time, and Ji Yuxiang also made a move. There was no way he could watch his son be killed unfeelingly. Chun Yongnian's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Overestimating your own ability." While talking, Chun Yongnian turned his claw into a palm. A surge of immense force emerged in full force. Bang! Just one palm, and Ji Yuxiang's body was like a kite with a broken string, flying out backward. In front of Chun Yongnian, and Ji Yuxiang was weak until he did not have any strength to retaliate. Following that, Chun Yongnian turned his palm into a claw once more. And Ji Lingbo's figure was actually directly burst open by a powerful essence energy, while from start to end, Chun Yongnian just sat still, with a wave of a hand, one dead and one injured. The aura that looked down upon the world was displayed in its entirety. At this time, and Ji Yuxiang was still lying on the ground, vomiting blood in large mouthfuls. His gaze, when looking at Chun Yongnian, was filled with killing intent. The pupils of Lu and Lin, two families' old heads, also shrunk, looking at Chun Yongnian with incredible shock. They also did not expect that Chun Yongnian was actually powerful to this kind of extent already. It seemed like he was also merely a step away from late-stage Heaven Glimpse. Chun Yongnian killing and Ji Lingbo with ruthless means and bringing down and Ji Yuxiang also had the intention of establishing plussing prestige. He already had not displayed his strength in front of the public for many years. Now, let them take a look that he, this city lord, was not someone to be provoked. Of course, the most important was still shocking Yi Yuan, making him realize his promise. The young Rue by the side was long dumbstruck with amazement already. Before coming, he never thought that Yi Yuan's casual few sentences would make the alliance of the three great families and city, Lord Manor, to fall apart. Now and Ji Lingbo was dead and and Ji Yuxiang severely wounded. The and Ji family was virtually crippled already. Not only was this youth's talent extremely high, these means and resourcefulness were also exceedingly formidable, truly terrifying. Except after witnessing Chun Yongnian's means, Yang Rue no longer had thoughts of getting lucky. Looks like Yi Yuan also knew that the essence cultivating pill could not be protected anymore. Hence, that was why he would maximize the role of the essence cultivating pill, using it to knock dead the and Ji family father and son. Clearly he succeeded. Yi Yuan observed all of this from the sidelines the whole time. These people all posed as people of high morals, but they disowned all relatives and friends in front of benefits. Truly laughable. Putting it bluntly, they were a bunch of despicable people who only sought profits. Finished doing all these, Chun Yongnian used an indifferent gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said, and Lingbo broke Jewel Hill City's business world order. Even death cannot atone for his crimes. Tower, Lord Yang. Yi Yuan, what to do next will depend on you all. Depend on us? Depend on us what? Yi Yuan switched to a smiling face and asked with a smile. His words made everyone's faces changed. Could it be that this boy was going to go back on his word? Chun Yongyan's face fell, and he said, "The condition that you raised, I've already promised you on behalf of their 3 families. Now, it's time for you to realize your promise." Yi Yuan's smile was very radiant as he said, "Promise? Did I say anything? Did City Lord, Your Excellency, hear wrongly?" Chapter 1350. You all can't dictate anything. Chapter 1350. You all can't dictate anything. Haha, what a joke. Truly laughable. Far away came W.A. and Ji Yuxiang's mocking and dispirited laughter. At this point, how could the rest still not know that they were tricked by Yi Yuan? From the very beginning, Yi Yuan never planned on giving them the selling rights of the essence cultivating pill. It was just in order to let them fight in the nest. Their group of people was despicable villains in vain, unexpectedly letting Yi Yuan watch a good show on one side. W.A.N. Ji Su's face was grim as he said, "Yi Yuan, you dare to go back on your word and toy with us?" Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Keeping one's words is reserved for gentlemen. You all, a bunch of despicable people. What integrity is there to speak of? Giving you all the sales rights today, you all will come and annex the Myriad Treasure Tower in the future. But this play just now was still really exciting, letting this Yi see the faces of you all, this group of people, clearly. Haha." Yi Yuan's words were like the Emperor's new clothes, tearing off their disguise without any mercy. Their performance previously was like a clown fooling around. Good, very good. Boy, you're using your life to provoke this city lord. Since you did so, then you should have some awareness, right? Chun Yongyan said with an incredibly grim look. Yang Rui suddenly stood up, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. "What do you all want to do?" "Chun Yongyan, I'm warning you. Yi Yuan is the Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. If you dare to touch him, that's going against the Myriad Treasure Tower." Yang Rui said solemnly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be so straightforward, playing this move with the other party. Now, satisfying was satisfying, but it also incurred public wrath. None of these guys were good people. It was impossible for them to let Yi Yuan go so easily. Chun Yongyan sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "Yang Rui, are you scaring me? This place is in Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasures territory. It's no use for you to pull out this tiger skin. As long as this city, Lord, doesn't kill you, I don't believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower can do anything to me." Yang Rui's expression changed, and he said, "If it were before, there's naturally nothing if you killed him." But he handed the essence cultivating pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower now. "Do you think that upstairs will still sit by idly and remain indifferent?" Yang Rui's words made Chun Yongyan and the rest greatly shocked. They all thought that right now the Myriad Treasure Tower was relying on Yi Yuan, and that the essence cultivating pill formula was still in Yi Yuan's hands. But they never thought that Yi Yuan actually handed over the pill formula. Like this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. Even though this place was not Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's domain, the Myriad Treasure Tower's power absolutely could not be overlooked. Otherwise, Chun Yongyan also would not be so apprehensive and not dare to kill Yang Rui. "Brother Chin, today, this punk has to be killed no matter what. Things have already come to this point. If we let him swagger his way out of the city, Lord Manor, what face does our 3 families and the city, Lord Manor, still have to carry on living in this Jewel Hill city? Since he isn't willing to hand over the essence cultivating pill, that's the outcome of fighting to the death, and, body can benefit." W.A. and Jisoo said solemnly right at this time. Chun Yongyan thought about it and felt that what W.A. and Jisoo made a lot of sense. Today this city lord's face was considered utterly lost. If he did not kill Yi Yuan, how would he still rule Jewel Hill City in the future? He nodded his head and said, "What you said is right. Even if really killed, it's also not myriad treasure towers' turn to come and punish this city lord. Humph, Yi Yuan, today you're dead for sure. Not just Chan Yongyan. The Lu and Lin, two families' old heads, also went forward to surround unknowingly, enclosing Yi Yuan duo in the center. This move of Yi Yuan had offended everyone present. W.A. and Ji Su smiled coldly and said, "Boy, do you think that by handing over the pill formula everything will be fine? This place is Jewel Hill City, it's Brother Chen's territory. You can't overturn the heavens." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "You guys think too highly of yourselves. Don't think that you can dictate anything. In reality, you all can't dictate anything." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and walked over toward the front door. Humph! Blind, reckless fool. Chun Yongyan gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly shooting out, speeding over towards Yi Yuan. When killing W.A. and Ji Lingbo and wounding W.A. and Ji Yuxiang, Chun Yongyan did not get serious. But against Yi Yuan he was really enraged. This opening move was a lightning-quick blow. Yang Rui's face revealed a look of astonishment, feeling like a great mountain was Cruz. H.I. plussing over towards him. At virtually the same time, another surge of powerful aura billowed to the sky. Russ. H.I. plussing over toward Yi Yuan. W.A. and Ji Yuxiang. "Brat, not killing you today. I'm less than human," W.A. and Ji Yuxian roared. Two great experts teaming up for a pincer attack. Even if Yang Rui had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not stop it either. Just as he was going to risk it all, a gust of piercing cold wind suddenly started howling inside the main hall. An additional figure appeared beside Yi Yuan at no idea when. The moment this figure appeared, it gave people a feeling akin to falling into an ice cellar. Who could this figure be other than Gue Yin? It was only to see him flicked his sleeves. A gust of bone-piercingly cold wind howled toward W.A. and Ji Yuxiang, following which he pointed a finger out, meeting this palm of Chun Yongyan's. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Everyone did not react on time. W.A. and Ji Yuxiang was seriously injured to begin with. This attack was completely hanging on with one breath. This flick of Gue Yun's W.A. and Ji Yuxiang's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, his figure abruptly stopping, already unable to move when it brushed past halfway. This force wind froze all the blood in his body. When looking again, he was actually completely lifeless already. While Chen Yongyan this side had a frontal exchange with Gue Yin. Boom! An explosion sounded out, powerful wind spilling over. Chun Yongyan's figure retreated explosively, even faster than when he came, all the way until his body hit a stone pillar. Did he barely manage to hold steady? Chun Yongyan's expression was ugly to the extreme. He felt like his whole body was petrified, unable to move a muscle at all. This shock was by no means insignificant. He hurriedly revolved divine essence before purging this frozen feeling. 2-star, evil spirit. Chun Yongyan's gaze turned intent. His gaze, when looking at Gue Yin, was full of dread. That blow just now, the superiority was immediately established. Very clearly he was not Gue Yun's match. These few years, Gue Yun's strength advanced by leaps and bounds under Dustless's guidance. The Ghost Dao 100 runes. He already thoroughly grasped the first 2 runes. Although he had not broken through realm yet, his strength could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. Chun Yongyan was not worth mentioning in front of him at all. Gue Yun's opening move was similarly 1 death and 1 injured, thoroughly stunning everyone. Turns out that this was Yi Yuan's trump card. This evil spirit's strength made all of them feel appalled. Master, want to kill them or not? Gue Yin gave a bow toward Yi Yuan, respectfully, seeking his opinion. This sentence made a chill run down everyone's spine. They did not doubt in the slightest that Gui Yun had this strength. Messing around for a long time, this group of people, were merely clowns jumping around. Right from the beginning, Yi Yuan did not place them in his sights at all. Yi Yuan's confidence was never some essence-cultivating pill. But this middle-stage 2-star evil spirit, Yi Yuan's gaze, swept over everyone, finally landing on Qin Yongyan. He said with a faint smile, "City Lord, today's banquet was pretty good. Putting aside the delicacies, there was even a good show. Now this Yi is going to leave. I wonder if you still have any objections?" Chapter 1351. Ruthlessness is the mark of a great man. Chapter 1351. Ruthlessness is the mark of a great man. Bang. In his rage, Chun Yongyan's one palm smashed the few case files in front of him into fine powder. The humiliation that Yi Yuan brought to him today was something that he had never experienced before. "Brother Qin, this Yi Yuan is really too much. You're the exalted city lord. He actually didn't give you any face at all." Ji Su fanned the fire by the side. Truthfully speaking, he also felt an immense threat of death just now. He clearly saw Yi Yuan's gaze sweep over toward him imperceptibly. That look seemingly saw through everything. However, Yi Yuan still did not attack in the end. Maybe he was wary of the W.A.N.G. family behind him. The W.A.N.G. family was a second-to-none great family clan in Brightrace City, the experts in the clan as abundant as clouds. His elder brother, W.A.N.G. Song, was even Brightrace City's deputy city lord. Thinking up to here, W.A.N.G. Su felt proud of himself in his heart. One shouldn't look at how that punk had an appearance of fearing nothing and no one. He was still somewhat apprehensive in the end. Humph! Not avenging this grudge. I, Chun Yongyan, am less than human. Chun Yongyan said with a livid expression. W.A.N.G. Su had an appearance of wanting to speak, but swallowing the words back by the side. Chun Yongyan immediately understood and said to the Lu and Lin, two family heads, "Today's matter, I hope that only the few of us know. I don't wish for it to spread to other people's ears." Lu and Lin, the two family heads, were startled and hurriedly said, "City Lord, rest assured. Even if you lend us several galls, we wouldn't dare either." Chun Yongyan waved his hand impatiently. The Lu and Lin, two family heads, hastily took their leave. They knew that Chun Yongyan and W.A.N.G. Su were probably going to plot to harm Yi Yuan, but they did not have any objections towards this. After all, their faces were also utterly lost today. They originally thought that they could reap a huge deal. They did not expect to almost lose their old lives here. After the four people left, W.A.N.G. Su said, "Brother Qin, that punk has a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit guarding. Wanting to kill him in Jewel Hill City probably won't be easy anymore." Although Chun Yongyan had unwillingness in his heart when he heard that, he also knew that what W.A.N.G. Su said was the truth. "What brilliant ideas do younger brother you have? If this boy doesn't die, this Qin will probably be unable to cultivate in peace anymore." Chun Yongyan said and gnashed his teeth in hatred. The corners of W.A.N.G. Su's mouth revealed a trace of a strange smile and said, "This boy has a great sense of propriety when doing things." He had a good pretext for killing W.A.N.G. Lingbo and W.A.N.G. Yuxiang. We really can't do anything to him. But W.A.N.G. Su whispered a few words in Chun Yongyan's ear. Chun Yongyan similarly revealed an odd smile. "Ha! Younger brother, you're indeed a resourceful person. It's just that this way is truly a bit too vicious, right?" Chun Yongyan said, "A small mind makes not a gentleman. Ruthlessness is the mark of a great man. As long as we can kill this boy, what does this count as?" W.A.N.G. Su said without a care. Now even the W.A.N.G. and G family was declining. The Liang family had naturally lost its former glory. These few days, and G Pianran brought her daughter, Liang Wanrong, back to her parents' home for a distraction. Suddenly, she received a message sent on by a servant, saying that the main family Sir Su invited her to make a trip over. And G Pianran came to the and G family's main hall without knowing the inside story, but she discovered that inside the main hall was long packed full of people already. Dividing the crowd, and G Pianran saw a piece of shroud placed on the ground. Below the white cloth, it was uncertain who was dead. And Ji Su said on the seat of honor, his expression grim. And Ji Pianran was not a dumb person. Her heart thumped, immediately sensing something off. Sir Su, this? What's going on here? And Ji Pianran could not resist asking. When and Ji Su saw her, he slowly stood up and said with a sorrowful look, "Everyone is here. Now and Ji Su has something to tell everybody." Finished talking, he bowed deeply towards everyone and said, and Ji Su is incompetent and failed to protect the family head and elder Yuxiang. While talking, he pulled away the shroud. That frozen corpse of and Ji Yuxiang's appeared before everyone's eyes. Dad. That shrill voice of and Ji Pianran's instantly spread throughout the entire and G family. Dad, why have you gone? Who struck this vicious blow? You tell Pianran. Pianran will definitely wreak vengeance and redress hatred for you. And Ji Pianran shrieked and howled, but she was also pouring out her true sentiments. All along, she was a missus, being spoiled by her father and big brother. Now, her backing had collapsed. How could she not be mournful? When the rest of the clan members saw the and G family's biggest backer died, just like this, all of their faces were grief-stricken. Sir Su, my father was still fine in the morning. Why did he pass us away? Where is my big brother? After a bout of bitter crying, and Ji Pianran pulled and Ji Su and asked this question. And Ji Su was disgusted with this fat sow, but at this moment it was inconvenient for him to have a fallout with her. At once he said mournfully, "Elder brother, he suffered a vicious blow too, his corpse no more." And Ji Pianran's entire body trembled. Nearly sing out. "Sir Su, who is it? Just who in the world was it? I'm going to kill him." At this time and Ji Pianran's entire person was only left with rage. And Ji Su said with a sorrowful face, "It was the myriad treasure tower." And Ji Pianran's gaze revealed an extremely vicious look as she gnashed her teeth in hatred and said, "Myriad treasure tower! Yi Yuan, you all just wait. I'll definitely make you all die a horrible death." Seeing and Ji Pianran's fury, a hint of an imperceptible faint smile flashed across and Ji Su's face. "Yi Yuan, you offended all of Jewel Hill City's major forces this time." Yang Rui sighed and said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Why? Does Tower Lord blame me for being meddlesome?" Yang Rui was stupefied and scolding laughingly. "You punk, checkmating me, is it? If it's done, it's done. Would I, Yang Rui, be that kind of person who fears to get involved? Today was originally they all going overboard. You doing so was naturally a great satisfaction. It's just that Chan Yongyan and and Ji Su are both not people to mess with. I'm afraid that they will be detrimental to you." But Yi Yuan said without care, "Ha! It's fine if they don't come and provoke me. Come and provoke me again. It wouldn't end carelessly like this today." Yi Yuan's careless killing intent faintly exuded out, giving Yang Rui a shock. He had always thought that Yi Yuan was just an alchemist harmless to man and beast, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan still had such decisiveness in going for the kill side. Furthermore, I already can't stay for much longer in this Jewel Hill city. If they want to find me to take revenge, they also got to be able to find me. Yi Yuan suddenly said with a smile. Yang Rui was first stunned. Following that, his expression changed, and he said, You're leaving? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Jewel Hill City is too small after all. If I want to become strong, I must walk out. Hoo, Brother Yang Rest A.S. Shured, I believe your Myriad Treasure Tower's high-level alchemy God is already on the way. When I teach him how to refine the essence cultivating pill, there naturally won't need to worry about a situation where the essence cultivating pill lacks continuation. Yang Rui was stunned again and said, High-level alchemy God? Coming to Jewel Hill City? This isn't possible, right? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Do you think that this essence-cultivating pill is really what anyone can refine? I reckon that your Myriad Treasure Tower has to send a 3-star alchemy God over at the minimum. Yang Rui drew a cold breath when he heard that. All along they only cared about selling essence-cultivating pills and really did not know how great the refining difficulty of this medicinal pill was. But hearing Yi Yuan say so, it was also overly exaggerating things to raise the alarm, right? Refining a Tier 1 middle-grade divine pill needed a 3-star alchemy God to come and learn? Chapter 1352, Wu Meng Academy. Chapter 1352, Wu Meng Academy. Yi Yuan, if you want to become strong, why not officially join the Myriad Treasure Tower? You're also aware the Myriad Treasure Tower is Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's business. He is the wealthiest among all of the Heavenly Emperors. As long as you join the Myriad Treasure Tower, there definitely won't be any issues with cultivation resources. Yang Rui said, Many thanks for Brother Yang's good intentions, but Yi already has his own plans. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yang Rui could not help being disappointed. With Yi Yuan's alchemy talent, he was bound to be able to be put in an important position in the Myriad Treasure Tower. However, Yi Yuan had his own plans. He could mobilize the Myriad Treasure Tower's spirit medicines. Firstly, Yang Rui was open-minded. Secondly, it was because what he mobilized were all Tier 1 spirit medicines. Even the Immortal Grove region in the Divine Dao era. Tier 1 divine rank spirit medicines were not to say they were everywhere, but at the very least they were not lacking. But the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan's pill refinement required in the future, Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower could not afford it. The Myriad Treasure Tower upstairs probably would not give in to his endless demands either. Yi Yuan did not believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower was a monolithic block. Where there were people, there would be the Jianghu. In the future, if somebody tripped him up, the Myriad Treasure Tower's Tai would be a burden instead. Just in this Jewel Hill City, didn't Feng Ping appear? Yang Rui's eyes suddenly lit up and said, Since younger brother, you're not willing to join the Myriad Treasure Tower, why not go to the Wu Meng Academy? Wu Meng Academy. Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly, That's right. Wu Meng Academy is Wu Meng Capital City's official academy. Chun Yongyan and W.A.N. Ji Su's elder brother, W.A.N. Ji Song, were from Wu Meng Academy. That place has over half of the young geniuses within Wu Meng Capital City's boundary. Furthermore, there are cultivation methods capable of cultivating to grand completion origin deity. Yang Rui said. Hearing Yang Rui's words, Yi Yuan understood very quickly. Wu Meng Academy was equivalent to Wu Meng Capital City's talent reserves. The various major county city lords probably all came from the Wu Meng Academy. This way, Wu Meng Capital City's control over those counties below would be very secure. As for cultivation methods, Yi Yuan did not really care. He already made up his mind to walk his own path. Ordinary cultivation methods he naturally held in contempt. Rather, over half of the young geniuses gathered here. This made Yi Yuan very moved. The rise of a powerhouse could not dispense with sparing with other powerhouses. Shutting oneself in a room to make a cart made it difficult to take its place in higher circles. Oh, then, how does one join this Wu Meng Academy? Yi Yuan asked. Yang Rui said, Wu Meng Academy recruits a batch of students every 100 years. As long as the martial artist's strength reached Grotto profound deity realm, a skeletal age under 200 years old, they all can join the entrance test. As long as one SES the test, they will be able to become Wu Meng Academy's outer court disciple. 3 years later, it's just nice the period for Wu Meng Academy to recruit students. Yi Yuan said in surprise when he heard that there are no less than 1,000 counties under Wu Meng capital city. How many people are going to partake? 1. 8 in the entrance test? Grotto profound deity realm martial artists could be said to everywhere in the heaven-span world. Even if one county just produced 100 people, that was 100,000 people too. In reality, even Jewel Hill City, this kind of small city, the Grotto profound martial artists under 200 years old were far from 100 people too. Let alone those large counties. Yang Rui smiled and said, Indeed, each time Wu Meng Academy recruits students, there are no less than 500,000 taking part. However, those able to pass the first round of assessments are only less than 10%. Those able to pass through all 3 rounds of assessments are also merely around 100 people. Among these, the vast majority are all late-stage Grotto profound martial artists. There is even a small portion that is grand completion Grotto profound realm. Yi Yuan said in surprise, So difficult? Yang Rui nodded and said, Hence, those able to pass through the test are all geniuses among geniuses. In the past, at its lowest number, it was just over 30 people passing the assessment. Hearing Yang Rui's words, Yi Yuan also felt immense pressure. Of course, even more it was antic. 1. Asian. Truly, as Yang Rui said, this Wu Meng Academy he had to go. Without comparing with other geniuses, he would forever not know where his shortcomings lay. Being able to cultivate to late-stage Grotto profound before 200 years old, even grand completion, it could be said that everyone was exceedingly talented. Yi Yuan crushed everyone when at the Immortal Grove world. But in the Heaven-span world, he really did not have this confidence. Yi Yuan's skeletal age was merely over 100 years old, but he cultivated for several hundred years' time in the world suppressing steel's SPAC. Just on this aspect, he already lost to many of Wu Meng capital city's young generation. Furthermore, this was even just in the Wu Meng capital city's territory. In the Heaven-span world, capital cities like Wu Meng capital city were goodness knows how many. Among them, there was probably no lack of some heaven-defying to the extreme genius martial artists. Hearing Brother Yang says so, I'm really looking forward to this Wu Meng Academy very much. Yi Yuan's gaze revealed thick fighting intent. Clearly he was very interested, but Yang Rui smiled and said, Younger brother, this brother has a presumptuous request. I hope that you will agree. What is it? Brother Yang, feel free to say. Yi Yuan said, If you're unable to pass the test, how about joining our myriad treasure tower? How's that? Yang Rui asked profoundly. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he laughed and said, Hoo, it turns out Brother Yang is waiting for me here. Done, this is not an issue. The two people exchanged a glance and started chortling with laughter. Not that Yang Rui was pessimistic about Yi Yuan, but wanting to pass the Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination, the difficulty was indeed very high. The two people were currently chatting fervently when suddenly, outside the myriad treasure tower fell into chaos. Coming out to take a look, they discovered that the fat-headed and large-eared Pianran actually came to shout abuses in the streets again. But this time, she and all of the and G family's people wore mourning dresses and came to hurl abuses. W. A. and Ji Yuxiang's corpse was placed in front of the Myriad Treasure Tower's front door. It was just that all of them had doleful looks, an expression like their parents died. It indeed made people's countenance change visibly. By the side, quite a number of people were whispering, "The Myriad Treasure Tower is also too much." Currently, they already crushed the W, A, and G family until like this, they actually still want to drop a rock down the well, killing W, A, and Ji Yuxiang father and son. Yeah, didn't expect that the Myriad Treasure Tower actually dared to be so brazen. Why doesn't the city, Lord Manor, come out and manage it? I didn't expect that the once glorious W, A, and G family actually fell into such a plight. W, A, and G Pianran was a venomous woman. The words she cussed were very nasty. All in all, it was splaws. H, I, plus ing dirty water on the Myriad Treasure Tower. When Yang Rui said this scene, he was angered until he was livid with rage. The Myriad Treasure Tower had always cheated neither the old nor the young. But how could they stand such slandering from W, A, and G Pianran? There's really not a good thing among the W, A, and G family's people. This ability to turn black to white is really first-rate. I'll go and chase them away. Yang Rui said furiously. He was just about to move, but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Brother Yang, calm your anger. W, A, and G Pianran is merely a puppet. The more you chase them away, the more this matter can't be explained clearly. If they want to scold, just let them scold to their heart's content. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yang Rui's expression changed, and he said, "But at this rate, how will the Myriad Treasure Tower's business still carry on?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Yang, rest assured, calculating the time, it should be about time." Chapter 1353. Falling into a pit of one's own digging. Chapter 1353. Falling into a pit of one's own digging 10,000 miles away from Jewel Hill City. Two figures were riding two flying dragon colts, currently speeding in the direction of Brightrace City like the wind. W, A, and Jisoo, it isn't good for you to be like this, right? No matter what, Jewel Hill City's branch family is also a branch of the W, A, and G family, members of the same clan. W, A, and Ji Xianfeng said, "Jewel Hill City's branch family is already crippled. So just treat it as a cripple and make use of it. Not doing so, on what basis do we get the main family to send people over to eliminate that punk?" W, A, and Jisoo said without a care. W, A, and Ji Xianfeng heaved a sigh and said, "But this method is also a bit too vicious." W, A, and Jisoo said nonchalantly, "Those who accomplish great things don't bother with trifles. How can someone with the benevolence of a woman make it in the world of martial artists? Enough talk, better hurry on the way." W, A, and Ji Xianfeng gave him a glance, but did not say any more. The two people were currently H, I, plussing on with their journey when suddenly a gust of sinister wind howled past. The two people only felt a blur before their eyes. There was actually an additional figure ahead. W, A, and Jisoo's pupils constricted. His expression changed drastically as he said, stammeringly, Why would you show up here?" That profile ahead was none other than precisely Gue Yin. Gue Yin said coolly, "Master ordered me to follow you all. As long as you all leave Jewel Hill City, I'll stop you guys. Now follow me back." W, A, and Jisoo's face was ashen pale, a look of despair. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so cautious, sending this evil spirit over to follow them. "Yang Rui, Yuan, if you all don't give me an explanation today, it's not over between us. If you have the capability, kill me, W, A, N, G, P, and Ran. Either way, you guys have already killed my big brother and my father. I want to see who else will buy your Myriad Treasure Towers things in the future. W, A, N, G. Pianran shrieked at the top of her voice, drawing more and more people over. Seeing the scene, Yang Rui became more anxious. At this rate, the Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation would be utterly ruined. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "Brother Yang, hold your horses. Since they are taking the road to ruin themselves, that's also up to them." Yang Rui said in puzzlement, "Do you know some things?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't know, merely just took some extra precaution. Fighting with this bunch of despicable villains. How can one not pay a little more attention?" With Yi Yuan saying so, Yang Rui did not have confidence in his heart anymore. Right then, a gust of Yin wind suddenly held the Myriad Treasure Tower. Everyone all could not resist shuddering. Thud! 2 figures were thrown into the crowd by no idea whom, falling heavily onto the ground. Yi Yuan looked at the W, A and Ji Su struggling to get up and said with a faint smile, "W.A. and Ji Su, didn't expect that we'd meet again so soon. But isn't it somewhat unfair for you to leave without bidding farewell?" At this time W.A.N. Ji Su and W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng, the 2 people's divine essence, they were sealed by Gui Yin. They could not even kill people even if they wanted to. Seeing Yi Yuan, W.A.N. Ji Su's expression became incomparably ugly. "Yi Yuan, what do you mean? It's not enough that you killed Jewel Hill City's W.A.N. G family's W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang father and son now. You even want to provoke our Bright Ray City's main family?" W.A.N. Ji Su said with a cold snort. Being framed by W.A.N. Ji Su, Yi Yuan was not worried either, saying with a faint smile, "If people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, I'll definitely won't spare them. It was you all who provoked me time and again. So how did it become me provoking you all? Ha ha! This ability to confound black and white. You guys are truly invincible under the heavens." Seeing that look of Yi Yuan that saw through everything, W.A.N. Ji Su's heart involuntarily felt somewhat nervous. But upon thinking of his item, Tai, he calmed down a little again. With the W.A.N. G family strength, what did a mere middle-stage, 2-star, evil spirit count as? If he dared to touch him, he was dead for sure. His thought arriving here, W.A.N. Ji Su involuntarily plucked up his courage again. Confounding black and white? You guys don't dare to admit it after doing it. W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang's corpse is placed here. Could it be that you dare say that he wasn't killed by you? W.A.N. Ji Su said with a cold smile. That's right, W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang was indeed killed by me. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said nonchalantly. W.A.N. Ji Su was stunned. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would deny it outright and had long thought of his choice of words already. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually admitted it very shamelessly. This made the words that he thought of become useless all at once. Not just W.A.N. Ji Su. Everyone present was in an uproar. They did not think that the Myriad Treasure Tower really used shady means and killed the W.A.N. G family's head elder, W.A.N. Ji Yuxiang. Since you admitted it, then everything can naturally be discussed. I want to see how you'll give an account to the W.A.N. G family, how you explain to Jewel Hill City's martial artists. W.A.N. Ji Su said with righteous indignation. Yi Yuan looked at him with pity and said coolly, Explain? Explain what? Want to give an account. It's also you who gives it. What happened in the City Lord Manor? You're aware of it yourself. W.A.N. Ji Su said with a cold smile. Of course I'm aware. You plotted with Yang Rui, killing the W.A.N. G family father and son with a venomous scheme. Does this matter still need to be explained? The Myriad Treasure Tower is so insidious and vicious. Everyone, make sure not to buy things here anymore in the future. Otherwise, you might die without even knowing how you died. W.A.N. N. Ji Su fanned the fire there, immediately obtaining many onlookers' response. After all, Yi Yuan himself admitted it, this matter was equivalent to being set in stone. Yi Yuan, I'll fight it out with you. You caused my family to be ruined, its members dead. Even if I die today, I'll drag you to be buried in death too. By the side, W.A.N. Ji Pianran already could not hold back long ago, finally erupting, pouncing toward Yi Yuan with a body full of excessive flesh. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with her, kicking a foot over, sending the body of fatty flesh flying out. Such a tyrannical Yi Yuan made everyone give a sidelong glance, even more. For a moment, the myriad treasure tower's image fell to rock bottom in everyone's mind. Seeing this kind of situation, W.A.N. Ji Su was incomparably thrilled in his heart. What he wanted was this effect. Yi Yuan looked at W.A.N. Ji family with a smile that was not a smile, walked over towards him, and said while walking, "Are you secretly taking delight in your heart? Do you feel that with the W.A.N. Ji family as backing, I won't dare to do anything to you? Do you think that I need to borrow your mouth to explain anything to everyone?" W.A.N. Ji Su had Guseb. You. MPS breakout being stared at by Yi Yuan's gaze, his figure involuntarily falling back. You. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, my big brother is Brightrace City's deputy city lord. You, this be, you, kin, definitely don't know how powerful the W.A.N. G family strength is. You. If you dare to touch me, you'll die without a burial ground. W.A.N. Ji Su said as his face turned pale while backing away. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, W.A.N. Ji Su, I really pity you. You think that you're smart, thinking that everyone fears the W.A.N. G family strength. Very sorry, I don't care. Since you aren't willing to say the truth, then there's no need to say it anymore either. While talking, Yi Yuan suddenly attacked, destroying all of W.A.N. Ji Su's vitality with one palm. W.A.N. Ji Su did not even get to scream and died until he could not die anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more dumbstruck with amazement. The current Yi Yuan was simply a murderous demon king in their eyes, killing people with a word of disagreement. The young Rue by the side was also startled inwardly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so decisive in going for the kill, and actually really killed W.A.N. Ji Su. With this, the matter was somewhat troublesome. You dared to kill W.A.N. Ji Su. W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng was also stunned by this scene. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan was such a lunatic without any sense of judgment, to really dare to make a move and kill people. Yi Yuan looked at him, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Now it's your turn. Are you saying it or not? It's fine if you don't say anything. I can go and get the Lu family and Lin family, those two old fellows, here to tell it." Chapter 1354. Utterly devoid of conscience. Chapter 1354. Utterly devoid of conscience. Bean-sized sweat beads seeped out on W.A.N. Ji Xuanfeng's forehead. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's words in the slightest. Originally, their understanding of Yi Yuan was an alchemist harmless to men and beasts. Now, that gentle image of Yi Yuan's had long collapsed with a loud bang already. A smile of his currently gave people a feeling of terror. Everyone knew the terror of Brightrace City's W.A.N. Ji family, but Yi Yuan killed W.A.N. Ji Su without the slightest hesitation. This guy was too crazy. I'll say, W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng could not withstand Yi Yuan's oppression, finally loosening his mouth. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Remember to swear a heavenly Tao oath." W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng nodded his head helplessly, the last trace of hope leaving with it too. Swearing a heavenly Tao oath. W.A.N. and Ji Xianfeng said everything that happened in the city Lord Manor, making everyone fear-stricken. The reality was totally opposite of what W.A. and Jisoo said. The city Lord Manor allied with the three great families to coerce the myriad treasure tower and sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor. Simply shameless to the extreme. It was just that they did not expect Yi Yuan actually had such strength and did not fear their coercion at all. Only at this time did people know why Yi Yuan was so calm and collected, not doing things that went against one's conscience. One did not fear ghosts knocking at the door. The W.A. and G family courting death themselves. So how could others be blamed? Moreover, the W.A. and G family even sent 3 great elders to hunt Yi Yuan down previously. This enmity was long sowed already. Yi Yuan taking revenge was perfectly justified, and nobody dared to say anything. Rather, when that W.A. and G Pianran heard finish these, her entire person stood, transfixed there. She completely did not dare to believe that the truth of the matter was actually like this. Disregarding that W.A. and Jisoo joined hands with Chun Yongyin to kill her father, they even wanted to instigate her group of people to come and frame the myriad treasure tower. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said to W.A. and Ji Xianfeng, "Is that all?" W.A. and Ji Pianran, "This fat woman coming here, it's probably not just splaws. H.I. plussing dirty water, so simple, right?" W.A. and Ji Xuanfeng's entire body trembled. He deliberately left a segment unsaid just now, out of fear of inciting public wrath. The heavenly Tao oath he swore was also very clever, only saying that events that happened at the city Lord Manor on that day. He even thought that he could hide from Yi Yuan, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually detected it keenly, and no more. The stammering W.A. and Ji Xianfeng immediately aroused everybody's suspicions. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Really no more? Since there's no more, then you have no value in being alive anymore as well. I'll send you on your way here." Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, staring at W.A. and Ji Xianfeng sternly. W.A. and Ji Xianfeng trembled, and he said stammeringly, Still have. W.A. and Jisoo and Chun Yongyin came to an agreement to send people to exterminate the entire W.A. and G family tonight, then count this score on Yi Yuan's head. This way, Brightray City's main family will have sufficient excuse to send a punitive expedition and forcefully kill Yi Yuan. W.A. and Ji Xuanfeng's words were even more bone-piercingly cold than that gust of Yin wind Gui Yin brought just now. This W.A. and Jisoo was simply utterly devoid of conscience, to actually want to exterminate his branch family. It was not too much for this kind of person to die 100 times. When Yi Yuan killed people just now, they still felt that Yi Yuan killed people without batting an eyelid. Looking at it now, well done. Liberating. W.A. and Ji Pianran was quivering at one side, afraid, but even more so it was anger. Not only did this W.A. and Jisoo deceive them and make use of them, he even wanted to exterminate every last one of them. Her father requesting help from their main family was simply inviting a wolf into the house. W.A. and Jisoo's actions made her have a feeling akin to falling into an ice cellar. I said all that I know, so can let me go? W.A. and Ji Xianfeng asked weakly. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Since you've restored my innocence, you can naturally go." W.A. and Ji Xianfeng felt akin to being granted amnesty and was just about to leave, but had the exit blocked by the W.A. and G family's people. The W.A. and G family's people all wore mourning attires, glaring at W.A. and Ji Xianfeng. The W.A. and G family's people were long burning with rage already. They were sold by W.A. and Jisoo and even had to help him count the money. This feeling of being cheated, this sense of humiliation, already made them lose their reason. Unfortunately, W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng had his divine C sealed currently, unable to utilize divine essence at all. W.A.N. Ji Xuanfeng's expression changed, falling back several steps, but discovered that the path to the rear was already blocked by people. What are you guys trying to do? Every injustice had its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. All of this was done by W.A.N. Jisoo. It had nothing to do with me. If you all let me leave, I'll tell the main family and let them come and assist you. W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng said with a fearful look. Humph. Let you leave, then bring a group of people to come and eradicate our Jewel Hill City's branch family? Even if this thing was done by W.A.N. Jisoo, you're an insider. You didn't stop him from doing so as well. It's tantamount to acquiescence. You're a member of W.A.N. G family too. Pa-s. Sively watching members of the same clan killing each other, your conscience is eaten by dogs. The W.A.N. G family's people were all furious to the extreme. Wisconsin H.I. Plussing to swallow W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng whole. W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng was a lamb awaiting slaughter at this time. He shouted to Yi Yuan in despair. Yi Yuan, I already said everything I know. You promised to let me go. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I already let you go. Right now, it's the W.A.N. G family not letting you go. It has nothing to do with me. W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng howled in despair. Yi Yuan, you're despicable. Yi Yuan said coolly, compared to you all, this bit of so-called despicable is really child's play. All right, today's farce is over. Everybody all scatter. Just as the W.A.N. G family's people said, even if W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng did not take part in the planning, he was an insider at the very least. He could completely stop W.A.N. Jisoo, but he did not. This kind of utterly devoid of conscience person, Yi Yuan did not plan on letting him go at all. Finally, the W.A.N. G family's people directly hauled W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng away. When they left, they even did not forget to bring along W.A.N. Jisoo's corpse. As for how to deal with W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng in the end, that was the W.A.N. G family's business. Presumably, he did not have any good ending too. It was night. A series of heart-wrenching cries came from the W.A.N. G family's manor, lasting a whole night before ceasing. The second day, quite a number of people circled around the W.A.N. G family's manor curiously, but discovered that the W.A.N. G family's front door was wide open, inside long devoid of people already. The bold ones entered to take a look and directly vomited out stomach acid. W.A.N. Ji Xuanfeng's death state need not be said. Even W.A.N. Jisoo, this dead person, was also rendered without a human form. The W.A.N. G family's members' wrath could be imagined. But what made people surprised was that the W.A.N. G family seemed to have disappeared into thin air, thoroughly vanished. H.I. Plussing from Jewel Hill City. Yi Yuan, you were too reckless. You killed W.A.N. Jisoo, buried W.A.N. Ji Xianfeng alive. Bright Ray City's W.A.N. G family definitely won't let this matter go. I heard that W.A.N. Ji-song isn't to be trifled with. Yang Rui said to Yi Yuan in earnest. But Yi Yuan said without a care, the grudge is long sowed already. You saw it too. Even if I don't kill him, he won't let me go either. This kind of person will never know to be grateful. Yang Rui sighed and said, makes sense. But this time the W.A.N. G family is considered to have thoroughly stumbled. Really didn't expect that they actually had such courage, mobilizing the entire clan. It's just I can't figure it out. The W, A, N, G family's formidable people are all dead, who presided over this exodus leaving the city. One has to know that they did not even startle the city, Lord Manor. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I didn't guess wrongly, it's probably that fat woman." Yang Rui said in surprise, "W-A-N-G Pianran? How is that possible? Hoo-hoo, people will grow up. That woman isn't stupid. In the past, there were W-A-N-G Yuxiang and W-A-N-G Lingbo protecting her. She could act arbitrarily and recklessly. But yesterday, outside the Myriad Treasure Tower's door, I noticed that the expression in her eyes changed." Yi Yuan said with a smile, Chapter 1355. WANG Song arrives. Chapter 1355. WANG Song arrives. Bang! The teacup in WANG Song's hands was directly crushed into fine powder by him. Yi Yuan? Good. Very good. There's actually really someone who dares to climb on top of my head. I'll let you know what's called blood debts will be paid in blood. WANG Song gnashed his teeth in hatred, his two eyes virtually spitting fire. If rage could kill, the Yi Yuan 10,000 miles away would have long been burned to death by him, countless already. He had just received intel from Jewel Hill City's city, Lord Manor, that his younger brother, WANG Su, and the WANG family's two-star alchemist, WANG Xianfeng, both died at the hands of a boy called Yi Yuan at Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower. This news made WANG Song tremble with rage. WANG Song was much older than WANG Su. To him, it could be said to be like a brother and father. The two brothers had very deep feelings. Over 30 years ago, the family received Jewel Hill City's WANG family's request for help. It was even him who suggested to the family to let WANG Su bring WANG Xianfeng over to assist. This kind of small matter, he felt that letting WANG Su go and temper himself, it was to take over the position of family head in the future. He did not expect that it claimed his brother's little life. As for him, his ambition did not lie in Bright Ray City. A tiny little WANG family could not trap him, this dragon hiding in deep waters. "Come, men!" WANG Song roared furiously. "My lord!" A manservant entered and answered carefully. "Prepared a flying dragon divine colt for me, right now." Immediately, at once, the manservant's expression changed, and he repeatedly voiced his assent. The flying dragon divine colt was a divine beast. Its speed several dozen times faster than the flying dragon colt, incomparably precious. Even in the entire Bright Ray City, there were only less than 5. 3 of them belonged to the city, Lord Manor. WANG Song asked for the flying dragon, divine, colt straight away. It could be seen how furious he was at this moment. Before long, a person and a mount galloped, akin to a sharp sword, Russ. Plussing out of Bright Ray City. After the WANG family disappeared from Jewel Hill City, Jewel Hill City entered a strangely peaceful period. City Lord Manor was abnormally low-key until it was as if it did not exist. Regarding the matter of WANG Su being killed, they did not even let out a fart. Of course, they did not have the face to let it out either. As for Yi Yuan, he entered a state of close seclusion once more. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan was currently assaulting late-stage grotto profound in full force. In a blink, it was half a year's time. However, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that this was not an easy matter. The essence-cultivating pills were not enough for him to consume at all. The essence-cultivating pills consumed by his cultivation alone could virtually be put on par with the essence-cultivating pills sold by the Myriad Treasure Tower. The spirit medicines to refine the essence cultivating pill were naturally much more expensive than the divine essence pill. Even if backed by the Myriad Treasure Tower, this kind of major faction, it was also not possible to supply Yi Yuan's limitless consumption. In desperation, Yi Yuan could only rely on absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy to cultivate. It was just that this way, the progress was undoubtedly much slower. Just what kind of cultivation method did I create? This is simply a bottomless hole. No matter how many divine essence stones, it also can't afford this kind of expenditure. After cultivating, Yi Yuan said to Dustless with a bitter smile. Dustless was Longnam already, and said coolly, "Stop showing off your cleverness after coming off cheap. Once this cultivation method of yours circulates out, the entire heaven-span world is bound to be shocked. It can't dispense with a bout of sanguinary slaughter. Right now, even if you absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy to cultivate, the speed is also 10 times faster than others." Yi Yuan said, "Although it's like that, this consumption is truly too costly as well. It looks like the majority of my effort in the future will still have to be placed on earning divine essence stones." Dustless nodded and said, "That's true. As long as there are sufficient resources. Your cultivation speed is simply outrageous to hear. The things that other people use 1,000 years to be able to accomplish, you only need 100 years, and it's enough." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Looks like you have to go to Wumeng capital city as soon as possible. Jewel Hill City is too small. Even if one has divine essence stones, they can't buy so many resources either." Dustless also said, "It's time to leave. However, that Liang family's little S. How do you plan on handling this?" Yi Yuan froze, thought about it, and said, "Bring along then. I've offended all of Jewel Hill City's major factions. I can't rest easy leaving her behind here. With Chun Yongyan's personality, he might vent the anger on her." Dustless said, "May as well. That La S's looks are pretty good. If you like, taking her in works too. Us cultivators, what does a few more Tao companions count as?" Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said, "Not saving Ling Xue, this you won't marry for life. Senior, don't say this kind of words anymore." But Dustless said with a smile that was not a smile, "Then if come one day you really bring that girl back." Yi Yuan could not help choking when he heard that, falling silent. This question, he had never considered it before. Perhaps he was unwilling to consider. Boom! Myriad Treasure Tower's front door was blasted by someone with one punch. Have Yi Yuan scram outside for the city lord. Otherwise, IWANG Song will tear this Myriad Treasure Tower down today. Half a year already Pa S said. WANG Song finally rushed to the Myriad Treasure Tower. His actions immediately drew countless people to surround and watch. WANG Song's aura billowed to the sky, the strength of late-stage heaven glimpse erupting without a doubt. He was so simple and crude. He did not need any reason at all. He was here to kill people. Blood for blood. Who is this person? What powerful strength? Yeah, this person is late-stage heaven glimpse realm. Even stronger than City Lord, His Excellency. When did the Myriad Treasure Tower provoke such a powerful existence again? Ah, I remember. WANG Song. Isn't he that WANG Sue's elder brother? He's here to take revenge. WANG Song did not hide anything. Very soon, someone guessed his ident. One, Tai and was extremely shocked. Brightrace City's deputy city lord actually rushed straight to Jewel Hill City. Brightrace City and Jewel Hill City were extremely far away. Even riding a flying dragon colt, one trip also needed 2 to 3 years' time. Now, just half a year Pa S, said WANG Song actually rushed over already. WANG Song stirring up such a huge commotion. It naturally alarmed the myriad treasure tower's people. Very soon, Yang Rui appeared. His brows furrowed, and he said solemnly, W.A.N.G. Song, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you think my myriad treasure tower is easy to bully? W.A.N.G. Song said coolly, the myriad treasure tower isn't easy to bully, but Jewel Hill City's myriad treasure tower is very easy to bully. You're Jewel Hill City's myriad treasure tower's tower lord, right? Hand over Yi Yuan. Otherwise, this W.A.N.G. will demolish your lousy tower today. W.A.N.G. Song's aura was threatening, not putting Yang Rui in his sights at all. Yang Rui's bit of strength was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. Yang Rui was livid with rage and said grimly, if I don't hand over the person… W.A.N.G. Song's eyes narrowed. A cold light flashed past. Raising his hand, it was a palm. Yang Rui did not expect W.A.N.G. Song to attack at once. Caught unprepared, he only felt a surge of power that toppled mountains and overturned the seas crush over towards him. Bang! Virtually without the least bit of strength to retaliate, Yang Rui was smashed flying. W.A.N.G. Song was BRIMMING with killing intent as he said solemnly, this palm is considered a lesson. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. In front of me, you're no different from an ant. Even if I really kill you, what can the myriad treasure tower do to me? W.A.N.G. Song was incomparably overbearing, not putting the myriad treasure tower in his eyes at all. Indeed, with his ident one Tai, he did not need to fear the myriad treasure tower at all. Chapter 1356, Gui Yun's Strength. Chapter 1356, Gui Yun's Strength. W.A.N.G. Song was still somewhat fearful of Yang Rui's ident one Tai in the end. That was why he did not deal a killing blow. Except he was backed by the W.A.N.G. family, his talent and strength outstanding. He could really not take Yang Rui seriously. His overbearingness made everyone give a sidelong glance. Yang Rui struggled to his feet and glared at W.A.N.G. Song as he said, if you have the capability, kill me. W.A.N.G. Song did not expect that Yang Rui was so steadfast. But Yang Rui's steadfastness triggered W.A.N.G. Song's killing intent even more. Hey, Gutsy, are you challenging my bottom line? Then, as you Wisconsin H. Plus W.A.N.G. Song took one step at a time, walking into the myriad treasure tower. The powerful aura simply made people unable to look right at him. Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out, blocking at the entrance. W.A.N.G. Song's brows furrowed, and he said disdainfully, a middle-stage grotto profound also dares to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot? Scram for the city lord. A single scram sounded like a great bell cruise. H.I. plussing over towards Yi Yuan. A hint of a mocking faint smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, accepting this sound wave attack very calmly. What a joke! Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon G. Oh, D was G. Oh, D knows how many times more profound than this. For a mere sound wave to want to make Yi Yuan avoid it, it was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Seeing Yi Yuan's cool and collected appearance, W.A.N.G. Song finally looked squarely at this middle-stage grotto profound in front of him. Who are you? Those who bar me die. W.A.N.G. Song said coldly. Yi Yuan said coolly, aren't you here to kill me? I'm already standing in front of you, and you don't recognize me? W.A.N.G. Song's expression changed. Rage instantly filled his chest. You're Yi Yuan? Indeed have some skill, but you're too weak. W.A.N.G. Song said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, your opponent isn't me. While talking, a gust of Yin wind howled past. Gui Yun's figure appeared at Yi Yuan's side. W.A.N.G. and Ji-song's pupils constricted but did not reveal a look of surprise. Chun Yongyin already told him in the message that Yi Yuan had a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit by his side, his strength uncommon. A mere middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Do you think that this city, Lord, can't do anything to you? Today you're dead for sure. W.A.N. Ji-song said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan shot a glance at Yang Rui, who was not far away. His voice gradually became cold as he said, the W.A.N. Ji family's people are indeed all unreasonable when doing things. However, Brother Yang's enmity, this ye will note it down today. There will come a day where you'll pay the price. W.A.N. Ji-song chortled with laughter and said, Ha ha ha, that will also have to wait until you have this day. Do you think that you can still survive past today? Amidst the laughter, W.A.N. Ji-song's aura suddenly erupted. The divine essence of middle stage, heaven glimpse, instantly surged between heaven and earth. Tai, true dipper fist. Die for me. W.A.N. Ji-song roared SMAs. H.I. plussing a fist towards Guiyin. It's actually the Tai, true dipper fist. This is one of Wu Meng Academy's 6 supreme skills. It's power boundless. This W.A.N. Ji-song is indeed not what that incompetent young brother of his can compare to. Those able to cultivate the Tai True Dipper Fist are all elites of Wu Meng Academy. Late stage heaven glimpse versus a middle stage 2-star evil spirit, even using such a powerful martial technique. This simply has no suspense. The moment W.A.N. Ji-song's Tai True Dipper Fist was unleashed, it immediately aroused a wave of exclamations in the crowd. As Wu Meng capital city's highest academy, Wu Meng Academy naturally had countless cultivation methods and martial techniques, but there were 6 great skills that were the most famous among them. This Tai True Dipper Fist was one of them. This was not some secret within the Wu Meng Academy's jurisdiction. Many geniuses entered the Wu Meng Academy aiming for these 6 supreme techniques. But even if they enter the Wu Meng Academy, those able to learn these 6 great techniques were also just the minority. However, W.A.N. Ji-song actually learned the Tai True Dipper Fist. His status in the Wu Meng Academy could be imagined. This fist of W.A.N. Ji-song harbored the intention of directly cruise H.I. plussing Guiyin. Hence, he went all out. That power was simply dreadful. When had Jewel Hill City's martial artists seen such a powerful martial technique before? All dumbstruck with amazement, Guiyin's gaze turned intent. Flipping his hand, there was an additional soul-beckoning streamer. It was precisely the Myriad Soul Flag. Ever since Yi Yuan obtained the Myriad Soul Flag, he basically never really used it. He did not lack divine artifacts. This Myriad Soul Flag was not too suitable for him as well. Hence, he saved it all along. All the way until he met Guiyin did he hand him this profound divine artifact. With Guiyin's strength, using this Myriad Soul Flag was just nice. Through a bout of refining, the Myriad Soul Flag already recovered to its peak period strength. Facing this powerful strike, Guiyin's expression turned solemn, directly bringing out the Myriad Soul Flag. Ghost Dao 100 runes. Night parade of 100 ghosts. Immediately, whimpering sounds echoed out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. The screams of countless ferocious ghosts sounded out. Countless ghostly silhouettes dashed out from inside the Myriad Soul Flag, meeting this punch of W.A.N.G. songs. Boom! The fierce punch directly scattered these ferocious ghosts, shocking Guiyin back several steps. But Guiyin was perfectly unscathed. The powerful Tai True Dipper Fist was actually stopped by Guiyin. W.A.N.G. Song's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Profound divine artifact." This result made everyone incomparably astounded. Actually blocked it. How is this possible? How can this middle stage 2-star evil spirit's strength be so powerful? Looking at this appearance, if other late-stage heaven glimpse martial artists came, they might not even be that evil spirit's match. No wonder Yi Yuan had no fear. Other people provoking the W.A.N.G. family, this existence would have long run. But he kept on waiting here for them to visit. Late-stage heaven glimpse versus a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. This was virtually an overwhelming strength. Furthermore, what W.A.N.G. Song used was even the Tai True Dipper Fist, this kind of powerful martial technique. Even so, he still failed to take Gui Yin down. This scene was even more astonies. H.I. plussing than W.A.N.G. Song using the Tai True Dipper Fist. How could these people know the Ghost Dao 100 Runes prowess? That was a Ghost Dao pinnacle cultivation method containing the maxim of Great Dao. Even though Gui Yin only comprehended one ghost rune, borrowing the power of a profound divine artifact, he could already forcefully clash with W.A.N.G. Song, this kind of powerhouse. Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan sit here and wait to die? W.A.N.G. Song's face was livid. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan's 2-star evil spirit strength was actually so strong. Just now, he still pledged in all solemnness to make Yi Yuan die. But now he discovered that he was thinking too much. Gui Yin, this hurdle was not easy to clear. This city lord doesn't believe that a mere middle-stage 2-star evil spirit can really block my Tai True Dipper Fist. I want to see how many fists of mine you can block. W.A.N.G. Song's face fell, mustering up the Tai True Dipper Fist once more. Cruise. H.I. plussing over towards Gui Yin. Gui Yin's expression changed. The myriad soul flag attacked once more. Halt! Right at this time, an even more appalling aura suddenly intercepted in the middle, directly sending W.A.N.G. Song and Gui Yin flying. Who is it to dare ruin this city lord's good thing? W.A.N.G. Song got up and said angrily. An old man parted the crowd and slowly came between W.A.N.G. Song and Gui Yin. Everyone used a surprised gaze to look at the old man, to be able to flick Gui Yin and W.A.N.G. Song flying so casually. How terrifying was this old man's strength? Seeing the arrival, W.A.N.G. Song's expression involuntarily changed, and he exclaimed, "Teacher, why are you here?" Chapter 1357, Kicking a Metal Plate. Chapter 1357. Kicking a metal plate, the old man furrowed his brows, clearly not recognizing W.A.N.G. Song for a moment. "You're a student of Wu Meng Academy," said the old man in puzzlement. W.A.N.G. family went forward to bow and said, "Student W.A.N.G. Song, Brightrace City's W.A.N.G. family's disciple, an inner court Earth Camp student. I was fortunate to have attended teacher Zhao's alchemy lesson before." The old man came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is. Looking at your appearance, you should be carrying out a mission outside, right? Why did you get into a conflict with the Myriad Treasure Tower?" W.A.N.G. Song could not help being alarmed when he heard and hurriedly pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "Teacher, don't misunderstand it. I didn't get into a clash with the Myriad Treasure Tower, but that punk killed my younger brother. I came to find him to take revenge. He's Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist, and not considered a member of the Myriad Treasure Tower. He knew that this one in front of him was Wu Meng Capital City's Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist. This old man was precisely Xiao Feng, who came from afar. He ran to the Myriad Treasure Tower to kill people, and just happened to get caught by him in the act. How could he not explain clearly? This one's status in Wu Meng Capital City was too high. Even Wu Meng Academy hired him to be a guest teacher. Him dealing with the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was fine if his teacher did not encounter him. However, the latter happened to come across him. W.A.N.G. Ang Song was currently talking and discovered that Xiao Feng's expression became very ugly, and even though that his teacher was outraged on his behalf, he could not help feeling pleased with himself inwardly. He believed that his teacher would stand on his side. After all, Yi Yuan was not considered the myriad treasure tower's people, while he was considered as Xiao Feng's student. Is his name Yi Yuan? Xiao Feng asked with a solemn face. Ang Song was currently talking. Suddenly being cut off by Xiao Feng, he could not help choking up and said with a nod, "That's right. He's called Yi Yuan." Xiao Feng's expression changed, and no longer bothered with Ang Song. He hurriedly came before Yi Yuan and said joyfully, "You're Yi Yuan, little brother Yi?" Everyone was collectively petrified. An origin deity, realm powerhouse called Yi Yuan as little brother Yi? The most shocked was none other than Ang Song. Other people did not recognize Xiao Feng, but Ang Song knew his status in Wumeng capital city. Even the city, Lord Manor, had to look to him for help. In Wumeng capital city, origin deity realm powerhouses were not easily found, but there were still always some around. But peak 3-star alchemy DS could be counted on one's fingers. Even Ang Song himself held this teacher in esteem too. But now his teacher actually addressed Yi Yuan as his brother. This was too subverting. In that tone, it even carried a trace of respect. That was right. It was respect. Yi Yuan did not know Xiao Feng and could not see through his depths either. He just said coolly, "You're the 3-star alchemy that the myriad treasure tower sent." Xiao Feng froze and said, "You knew that I was coming?" This old man is Xiao Feng, the myriad treasure tower's chief alchemist. I'm also Wumeng Academy's guest teacher. Seeing Yi Yuan's gaze swept toward Ang Song, Xiao Feng supplemented a sentence. He was very astonished. When Yi Yuan saw him, there was no surprise in his gaze at all, as if everything was within expectation. A 3-star alchemy even an ordinary 3-star alchemy also rarely condescended to capitulate their standing and come to Jewel Hill City, this kind of place. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "Are you carrying healing medicinal pills on you?" Xiao Feng froze again, but seeing the heavily injured Yang Rui, he understood very quickly. He fished out a medicinal pill, handing it to Yi Yuan. If the medicinal strength of 3-star divine pills, he definitely can't withstand it. I only have this 2-star high-grade divine healing pill on me. The medicinal strength might be quite strong, so let him take half, Xiao Feng said, rather embarrassed. Sedley, Xiao Feng as a peak 3-star alchemy why would he carry that many 2-star medicinal pills on him? That was also too deigning. A 2-star divine healing pill was already the lousiest medicinal pill on him. Yi Yuan received that divine healing pill and broke the medicinal pill into 2 halves for Yang Rui to consume before saying, "Thank you very much, Master Xiao Feng." This scene made everyone endlessly envious. That was a 2-star high-grade divine pill. Even if one had money, they could not buy it in this Jewel Hill City too. What background does this Yi Yuan have? That old man is the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist. Such a major figure is actually so courteous toward a junior. Speaking of which, this Yi Yuan is really incomparably mysterious. A puny little middle-stage grotto profound actually subdued a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Yeah, there's even the essence cultivating pill. Do you guys think this old man wouldn't be here for the essence cultivating pill, right? Very likely. This medicinal pill is too incredible. It's impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower to not be moved. Ha ha! The and G family's people were arrogant and domineering. With this, they kicked a metal plate. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, guessing close to the mark as well. It was just that they never would have dreamed that Xiao Feng coming to find Yi Yuan was actually to learn how to refine the essence cultivating pill from him. A peak 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D finding a 1-star alchemy G. Oh, D to learn pill refinement. No one would believe it, even if it was spread out. The expression of W, A, and G Song by the side was incomparably ugly. He knew that Yi Yuan could not be killed today, but Xiao Feng being here, he did not dare to leave either. It was truly unbelievably awkward. What was laughable was that he still said that he wanted to demolish the Myriad Treasure Tower previously and kill Yi Yuan. Now the big talk was utterly too big and could not be taken back. The medicinal pill that Xiao Feng refined was indeed powerful. The injuries on Yang Rui's body took a turn for the better very soon. He struggled to get up, and then he respectfully gave a deep bow toward Xiao Feng, saying, "Jewel Hill City's Tower Lord, Yang Rui, pays respects to Elder Xiao." He was similarly incomparably shocked in his heart. He was previously still half dubious, half believing of Yi Yuan's words. He did not think that upstairs actually sent Xiao Feng this big shot here. Yang Rui knew that Xiao Feng was Wu Meng capital city's Myriad Treasure Tower's pillar. He was still secretly speculating in his herd. It wouldn't be that even Elder Xiao could not refine the essence cultivating pill either, right? It was very likely. If Elder Xiao could refine it, upstairs probably would not send people over. The more he thought, the more astounded Yang Rui got. And it's been hard on Tower Lord Yang. Toward Yang Rui, Xiao Feng just nodded his head, nonchalantly. This was still looking on account of Yi Yuan's face. Normally, Yang Rui did not have the qualifications to meet him at all. Xiao Feng turned to Yi Yuan again and asked, "Little brother Yi, I wonder what's with this incident here today." One was his student, one was the Myriad Treasure Tower. He naturally had to figure things out properly and not deal with it casually. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The right and wrong, the entire Jewel Hill City is all very clear. His younger brother's death is body's fault, but his own. Can't blame others." Finished talking, Yi Yuan briefly recounted the matter of the W.A.N.G. family, making Xiao Feng frown heavily. Xiao Feng shot W.A.N.G. Song a glance and said, furrowed brows, W.A.N.G. Song, I wonder if you have anything to say? W.A.N.G. Song's expression was very ugly. Chun Yongyan did not say, so detailed in the message. He just said how cruel Yi Yuan was, killing his younger brother. Anger rushed to his head, and he immediately rushed over. But he did not expect the whole story of the incident was actually like this. However, in his heart he did not feel that W.A.N.G. Su did anything wrong. His younger brother wanted to kill. You should stick your head out and let him kill. But at this moment he had no choice but to lower his head too. He knew that this one in front of him could not be offended. As for Yi Yuan, he could only give the matter further thought. It was this student who didn't figure out the whole story. When I heard that my younger brother was killed, I was unbelievably resentful and indignant in my heart. I directly rushed over. W.A.N.G. Song said unwillingly, since it's your fault, then apologize to little brother Yi and let this matter drop. Xiao Feng said coolly, Chapter 1358, Suddenly Enlightened. Chapter 1358, Suddenly Enlightened. This W.A.N.G. family's person is really funny, coming to kill people without forethought. In the end, he even had to extend a formal apology. Whether it's really don't know or feigning ignorance, only he himself is clear in his heart, right? Either way, the W.A.N.G. family doesn't have anyone good. With a younger brother like that, there is bound to be an older brother like that too. The younger brother is so utterly devoid of conscience, and this elder brother probably isn't any better. The current W.A.N.G. Song was pressed to the extreme, making him apologize to the enemy who killed his younger brother. This was simply unprecedented humiliation to him. In his eyes, Xiao Feng was too obviously biased towards Yi Yuan. This made him indignant in his heart. Except Xiaofeng's status in Wumeng capital city is extremely revered. Forget about him. Even the entire W, A, and G family could not afford to offend N. Seeing W, A, and G Song waveringly hesitantly, Xiaofeng clearly became somewhat impatient. W, A, and G Song's entire body trembled, and he said unwillingly, "This little brother was I who was reckless beforehand. Hope that little brother forgives." Whether an apology was sincere or not, Yi Yuan could naturally discern with one glance. This kind of arrogant at heart and haughty in manner person would only feel that it was all other people's fault. How could he feel that it was his fault? Immediately, Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "I Deputy City Lord W. A. N. G. This brother, this Yi is unworthy to become friends with. In the future, if you want to find this Yi to take revenge again, this Yi will take it all." Xiaofeng was rather surprised. This Yi Yuan was so domineering. Brightrace City's W, A, and G family's power, he was naturally aware. Ordinary people really could not afford to offend such a major family. Yi Yuan's words were equivalent to declaring war on the entire W, A, and G family. Could it be that this Yi Yuan was a fox A.S., summing the majesty of a tiger, borrowing his strength to make the other party lower his head? Thinking of this, he could not help spurning Yi Yuan slightly. But this young man's alchemy strength was indeed remarkable. If he could have him join the myriad treasure tower because of this, there was no harm either. W, A, and G Song had an embarrass. S said, "Look," as he said, "Not at all, not at all. Why would I?" "Teacher, if there's nothing, W, A, and G Song will take my leave here." "Go on," Xiaofeng said coolly. Getting Xiaofeng's approval, W, A, and Ji Song was akin to being granted amnesty, fleeing like flying. This place he could not stay for a moment longer. With that farce ending, Yang Rui welcomed Xiaofeng into the myriad treasure tower. Yang Rui never dreamed that Elder Xiao would actually personally descend upon Jewel Hill City, and failed to welcome. Hope that Elder Xiao doesn't blame this Yang Rui. Yang Rui said politely again. Yang Rui was very perplexed. Why would the likes of Xiaofeng easily come to Jewel Hill City, this kind of place? If it was just in order to learn the essence, cultivating pill, it was truly making a big fuss over nothing. Xiaofeng smiled and said, "I believe that you also know I came for little brother Yi. This essence cultivating pill is extraordinary." Yi Yuan said, "This Yi is very surprised too. With master status, you actually came to Jewel Hill City personally. This essence cultivating pill, an initial stage 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D should already be able to comprehend it." These words coming out of a 1-star alchemy G. Oh, D's mouth appeared very ridiculous. Except, regardless of whether it was Xiaofeng or Yang Rui, they both felt that these words had nothing wrong. Xiaofeng was a peak 3-star alchemy G.O.D., a tier 1 divine pill that, even he could not refine, it could be seen how incredible this medicinal pill was. Actually, Yuan did not know how impressive 3-star alchemy G.O.D.s were. This standard was also dustless explaining to him to hear. It was just that when he saw the divine healing pill, Yuan knew that this one in front of him absolutely could not be underestimated. Everyone has their shortcomings and merits. Little brother Yi, why not? Let's start. Xiaofeng said with a smile. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of being long-winded either, directly saying, "Elder Xiao, please." W. A. N. Ji-song did not leave Jewel Hill City, but he directly entered the city, Lord Manor. Seeing Chen Yongyan W. A. N. Ji-song naturally could not dispense with a bout of grumbling. "Dear me, my brother W. A. N. G. How would I know that Teacher Xiao will appear in Jewel Hill City? Looks like the essence cultivating pill has already alarmed the myriad treasure tower's upper echelons. But could it be that even Teacher Xiao, this kind of alchemy master, can't refine the essence cultivating pill too?" Thinking up to this point, Chen Yongyan and W. A. and Ji Song exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment from the other party's eyes. A mere middle-grade Tier 1 divine pill actually startled a peak 3-star alchemy god. This was simply too inconceivable. They only knew that the essence-cultivating pill was good stuff, but did not know how difficult it was to refine the essence-cultivating pill. Now, with Xiaofeng as a reference, they finally had a clear understanding. Is this essence-cultivating pill really so amazing? Ji Song frowned and said, more than amazing. Before this, I'd once taken a superior grade essence cultivating pill, and can you guess the result? Chun Yongyin said, What? Ji Song had his curiosity stirred by Chun Yongyin and could not resist asking. Not hiding from you. Before consuming the essence cultivating pill, my realm already hasn't moved in 10 years. Ji Song's gaze turned intent, revealing a dumbfounded look. A middle-grade Tier 1 divine pill actually had an effect on middle-grade, Heaven Glimpse middle grade. This was simply inconceivable. At this moment, he finally knew why Xiaofeng came to Jewel Hill City from very far away. Yi Yuan's value was too great. Ji Song's expression became very ugly. If it was really like this, it would not be so easy for him to want to deal with Yi Yuan. The matter is somewhat troublesome. With teacher Xiao as his backer, my younger brother's enmity will probably never be avenged. Ji Song gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said this. Chun Yongyin felt his head swell too. He was also put in a wretched state by Yi Yuan. Now, he was already without prestige in Jewel Hill City. Not killing Yi Yuan, it was hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. Suddenly, Chun Yongyin's mind stirred and he said, Brother Wang, since the Myriad Treasure Tower already obtained the essence cultivating pill formula, why not, let's report this matter to the capital city? Ji Song's eyes lit up, but they dimmed down again very quickly. He said, No doubt the capital city can't possibly sit by idly and remain indifferent. But if that punk hides in the Myriad Treasure Tower and not come out, we can't do anything to him either. Chun Yongyin heaved a sigh and said, At this point, we can only take things one step at a time. With this, another half a year's time passed. Even Xiaofeng himself also did not expect that he actually used an entire half a year's time to break through this essence, cultivating pill's last layer. Only upon hearing Yi Yuan expound on the essence, cultivating pill's principles, did Xiaofeng discover that turned out his understanding of Tier 1 divine pills was not as deep as he imagined. On the contrary, along with the passing of time, he discovered his ignorance more and more. It turned out that Tier 1 divine pills actually still had so many profound truths. In a trance, he seemed to have touched some incredible existence. I profited more from a conversation with you than 10 years of studying books. Little brother Yi, this half a year, really let this old man see the light. Xiaofeng said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too modest. Many of your views had tremendous benefits to this Yi as well. This was not Yi Yuan currying favor. Xiaofeng's peak 3-star alchemy God status was absolutely not an undeserved reputation. His understanding of alchemy Dao was clearly much deeper than Yi Yuan. Many things he could operate from a strategically advantageous position, entering remotely, making Yi Yuan similarly be enlightened all of a sudden. Actually, this half a year was a mutual teaching process. Talking about this, Xiaofeng was even more amazed. Yi Yuan's comprehension ability toward alchemy Dao was too strong. Some originally very obscure things he could often draw inferences and draw logis. He finally knew why Yi Yuan could refine the essence cultivating pill, while he could not. Chapter 1359. A Person with Stories. Chapter 1359. A Person with Stories. Yi Yuan, your alchemy talent is Astonies. Plussing. Why not officially join my myriad treasure tower. Xiao Feng officially extended an invitation to Yi Yuan. He knew that Yi Yuan would definitely not refuse. Without the myriad treasure tower's protection, Yi Yuan was not enough to fill the crevices between the W.A.D. family's teeth at all. He believed that Yi Yuan was a clever person and knew how to choose. Who knew that Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Senior's appreciation, but this Yi already has a place to go." Yi Yuan's reply made Xiao Feng stupefied. Clearly, this answer caught him somewhat off guard. Yi Yuan, that W.A.N.G. Families Jr. only apologized to you due to my pressure. It's just that this way, he probably harbors even more grudge towards you. You probably don't understand Bright Rays City's W.A.N.G. family's strength yet, right? Xiao Feng advised Yi Yuan, thinking that the latter could not figure out the situation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This Yi is naturally clear about this, but I have my own plans. But Senior rest assured, we still have a teacher-student relations. HI+P. Xiao Feng's brows furrowed, not quite understanding Yi Yuan's words. But very soon he understood and said in surprise, "You're going to enter the Wu Meng Academy?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Yes. Geniuses gather at Wu Meng Academy. This Yi looks forward to it very much." Xiao Feng felt rather fluid teared and urged, "Yi Yuan, your alchemy talent is a stonies. Plussing, even this old man sighs at my own inferiority. You can enjoy immense resources at the Myriad Treasure Tower and don't have to go compete with the other juniors." Wu Meng Academy also placed emphasis on the nurturing of alchemists. But the most important thing was still martial arts. Going to Wu Meng Academy to be an ordinary student, the resources obtained were very limited. One even had to crack their heads to compete for resources with other students. In the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yi Yuan could dive into researching alchemy Dao. With his talent, his future accomplishments would be limitless. In Xiao Feng's view, Yi Yuan was attending to the superficials and neglecting the essentials here. Yi Yuan just smiled and said nothing when he heard that. Clearly, he had already made up his mind. When Xiao Feng saw this, he just sighed and said, forget it. Since that's the case, it's up to you. You giving this essence cultivating pills pill formula to the Myriad Treasure Tower. The Myriad Treasure Tower owes you a great favor. This is a bronze Myriad Treasure token. Holding this token, you enjoy a 30% discount when purchasing goods at all Myriad Treasure Towers. Additionally, there are 10 million low-grade divine essence stones inside here. It's not much, but just take it as the price of buying out the essence cultivating pill. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. He received the token and thanked. Many thanks, Senior. Laughing out, Xiao Feng scolded him. You brat, insisting on doing this kind of thing where you reject what's near and seek that is far. If you were willing to join the Myriad Treasure Tower, why would you care about this discount? Xiao Feng really had the heart of loving a talent stirred. That was why he was like that. Living together for half a year, the two people could not help developing a sense of appreciation for one another. Unknowingly, Xiao Feng and Yi Yuan became friends despite a great difference in age, just like that. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Actually, it's all the same. Entering the Wu Meng Academy, I can similarly go and listen to Senior's lecture on Dao. Xiao Feng shook his head and said, You probably don't have this opportunity anymore. This half a year, this old man gleaned considerable gains. After going back this time, I'll probably be in close seclusion for a very long time. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Could Senior be going to break through that layer of windowpane paper? Xiao Feng chortled with laughter and said, Maybe I can, perhaps I can't. But if I can, you'll claim half the credit. This favor, this old man has received it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, It's Senior's heavy ACCU. Mulation of comprehension erupting. So what's it got to do with me? However, Yi Yuan will congratulate Senior here first. Xiao Feng was already grand completion origin deity realm, advancing another step that was divine lord realm. How many powerhouses were blocked in front of this great realm? Those able to take this step were dukes and princes of a region. If Xiao Feng was really able to break through, it would naturally be a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring to the sky in one move. Xiao Feng laughed loudly and said, "You brat, nothing tangible is in sight yet, and you're already full of nonsense. This step is as hard as ascending to heaven, so how can it be that easy to break through? All right, not talking about this anymore. Since you want to go to Wu Meng capital city, why not just go together with this old man?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Couldn't ask for more." Dustless knowledge was unparalleled, but he was not a genuine alchemy G. Oh, D after all. Xiao Feng's insights in alchemy Dao was rather deep and gave Yi Yuan tremendous inspiration. Along the way, he could sit and debate on Dao with him. These few years, Liang Wanru lost a lot of weight. Gradually becoming thinner and pining away was roughly like this. "Miss Wanru." That dream-haunting voice sounded out behind her, making her entire body tremble. "Sir Yi, you finally came to see Wanru." Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Liang Wanru's tears could not help trickling down her cheeks. These few years, Yi Yuan constantly avoided her and virtually never came to see her before. Although she learned of Yi Yuan's feelings from Hong Yin there, she could not forget Yi Yuan no matter what. That moment when Yi Yuan rescued her from the Liang family's dungeon, her heart could not hold anyone else anymore. Later on, Yi Yuan broke into the W.A. and G family and refined a divine pill. In Liang Wanru's view, it was like a legend. Liang Wanru seemingly looking haggard. How could Yi Yuan not see it? He let out a sigh and said, "Miss Wanru, why must you be like this?" Liang Wanru rushed into Yi Yuan's embrace all at once and said, "Wanru doesn't care. Really don't care. Wanru already has nothing in the world. If even you don't want me to, I can only die." She was not scaring Yi Yuan. After she came out of the dungeon, Yi Yuan was already her sole conviction to live on. Yi Yuan lightly caressed her back and said with a bitter smile, "Miss Wanru, is this Ye's savior? How can this Yi possibly not want you? It's just that this Yi is really unable to accept your feelings." Yi Yuan sighed with melancholy, his words full of helplessness and pain. When Mu Lingxue sacrificed her divine soul to trigger ice sealing 10,000 miles, it also froze Yi Yuan's heart. Even Yu Mingli, who shared life and death with him, was also unable to melt this ice heart. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's pain, Liang Wanru raised her head and looked at Yi Yuan, and involuntarily trembled. She discovered that the corners of Yi Yuan's eyes actually had tears falling. Back then, when Yi Yuan was heavily injured on the verge of death, he never made a single groan either. In Liang Wanru's heart, Yi Yuan was a man of indomitable spirit, but such a man would actually shed tears too. What on earth did he experience? Indeed, Yi Yuan's heart was higher than the heavens. He wanted to be that 10th Tao ancestor. It was just that Yi Yuan himself also knew that that was merely a great blee aspiration that he made. This path was far too difficult, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times harder than when he broke through to deity realm in the immortal Grove region. Liang Wanru suddenly felt her heart aching, and all because Yi Yuan did not accept her. Yi Yuan's tears seemingly flowed into her heart, making her feel the same. Suddenly, Liang Wanru had a great impulse to want to understand this man's past. She discovered that this man, who was not that old, seemed to have many, many stories. "Sir Yi, don't chase me away, all right? Wanru doesn't need you to make any promises. I only request to be able to follow by your side, even as a slave." Liang Wanru suddenly ceased her sobbing and said firmly, "Chapter 1360, Top Dog. Chapter 1360, Top dog, an archaic city wall that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, continued in an unbroken line, like an enormous dragon dancing in the air underneath the firmament, making people daunted at the sight of it. Wu Meng capital city's magnificence, only by experiencing it personally could one really feel it. When Han Tian saw Xiao Feng once more, he could not help getting a huge shock. Elder Xiao, you really comprehended new things. Xiao Feng coming back this time, his aura was clearly different. It actually gave him an elusive feeling. There seemed to be something about to erupt within his body. Without a doubt, Xiao Feng definitely had attained deeper comprehension. Even if he could not really break through that step, he would also be closer to that step. Xiao Feng smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, it looks like this old man's response wasn't wrong. During this trip, I really gleaned considerable benefits." Although Xiao Feng's answer was not so certain, it was sufficient to make Han Tian shocked. "That boy called Yi Yuan is really so miraculous?" Han Tian said in shock. Xiao Feng nodded his head and said, "Even more miraculous than you imagine. This boy is simply born for alchemy. In terms of depths, he's inferior to me. But in terms of foundation, I'm too far behind to catch up." Han Tian's gaze turned intent, monstrous waves stirring in his heart. These words coming out of Xiao Feng's mouth, the weight was too heavy. Although Xiao Feng's character was gentle, his pride was contained in the bones. This point Han Tian was all too clear. Working together for so many years, Han Tian had yet to hear him praise a person like this before. Moreover, it was even a junior who was just grotto profound realm. However, to be able to make Xiao Feng have some insights, it was sufficient to indicate this Yi Yuan's extraordinariness. Han Tian knew that Han Tian was already stuck in this realm for more than 10,000 years. "Hearing you say so, I'm really interested in this boy." "Oh, right, such a talent mustn't be missed," Han Tian said. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Tower Lord. That kid has already decided to enter the Wu Meng Academy." Han Tian could not help choking up when he heard that and said, "Elder Xiao, such a talent, how can you let him go?" Xiao Feng said helplessly, "This old man already did my best. Along the way, this old man has worn my lips out, but that boy is a stubborn donkey. Once he decides on something, and, body can pull him back." Han Tian said disappointedly, "Sigh, truly a pity." Xiao Feng said, "Tower Lord doesn't need to be too disappointed either. This old man is also considered good friends with him despite a great difference in age now. On account of this old man's face, he has already agreed to continue to be our Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. With this layer of relations, HI plus P there, he can't cut away from the Myriad Treasure Tower. Furthermore, Yang Rui has done pretty well these few years, maintaining a strong relations. HI plus P with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, that boy values relations. HI plus PS and friends. HI plus PS immensely. He won't do something like kicking someone to the curb after they've outlived their usefulness." Only after hearing Xiao Feng said, so did Han Tian feel a little better. But his eyes still could not hide the look of disappointment. "Yang Rui, this kid, is pretty good. Promote him to be a deacon then. The connection with Yi Yuan in the future will be Pa-S, said to him," Han Tian said. Xiao Feng smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, you're making an exception to promote him. Regardless of whether it is strength or seniority, he's not enough to be a deacon. However, if we can maintain Yi Yuan's layer of relations, HI plus P well, the Myriad Treasure Tower will definitely obtain even greater benefits in the future." "Oh, right." Yang Rui and Yi Yuan had an agreement. If Yi Yuan fails during the Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination, he'll join the Myriad Treasure Tower. Han Tian's eyes lit up and he said, "Since that's the case, why not? We do some tricks in the test. How about it?" Xiao Feng hurriedly said, "Don't. That boy is shrewd. Even me going to Jewel Hill City, he could guess. You doing so, if it's detected by him, it will have an opposite effect. All right, this old man already can't wait to enter seclusion. That boy offended Brightray City's W.A.N.G. family. I'm worried that they will trip that boy. You need to pay attention. Han Tian scolded laughingly. I got it. You old punk. Probably can't even wait for a moment, right? Really envious of you. Han Tian, still don't know when I can take this step. With Wu Meng Academy's examination approaching, the young faces in the city also became more. In Clearwinden, it was already overcrowded by mostly young faces. These young martial artists were mostly accompanied by followers. At first glance, they were the disciples of wealthy and influential families. G.R.A.S. Srut's martial artists were short on resources, cultivation arduous. Wanting to have some accomplishments before 200 years old was very, very difficult. Hence, those coming to partake. 1. P8 in the examination were mostly the various major counties' major families' disciples. Genuine G.R.A.S. Srut's martial artists were very few. Those able to spend at Clearwinden, this kind of large restaurant, were even rarer. I heard that Wu Meng Academy's examination this time just happens to coincide with the new year. The young martial artists taking part in the examination are as many as 1 million people. It's useless no matter how many people. Wu Meng Academy's examination doesn't regulate the number. As long as one can pass through 3 rounds of assessments, they can be admitted. Whether or not they can pass through the examination depends entirely on their own strength. That might be the case, but with this number increasing, the number of geniuses will also increase. Probably this time, there will be quite a number of formidable people appearing. I wonder this time, who can seize the spot of the top dog? That makes sense. To talk about the top dog, it's probably among the Wu Meng 4 young masters, as well as Brilliant Peace City and Eastdock City. These few cities, those few people, right? Most likely, these few people are too strong. Those able to be their match are also the few of them. In a corner window seat, for people sat around the table, currently listening attentively to the others' discussions. These 4 people were precisely Yi Yuan, Yang Rui, Liang Wanru, and Luo Jian for people. First time here, Yi Yuan naturally had to understand the local customs and practices. Hearing top dog, these 2 words, Yi Yuan became interested. Brother Yang, what is this top dog? Yi Yuan asked. Yang Rui said, the person who SES through 3 rounds and ranks first. Yi Yuan said, curiously, this isn't hard to understand. It's just that obtaining this top dog, are there any benefits? Yang Rui said, that is, of course. The person who gets to become the top dog is able to obtain a generous reward. More importantly, he'll become City Lord, His Excellency's in-name disciple. When he ascends to the inner court, he'll become City Lord, His Excellency's personal disciple, with his status incomparably exalted. The resources enjoyed is also not what the others can compare to. Therefore, the once every 100 years entrance examination, the fight for the top dog, is the most intense. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said, so that's how it is. It's just, even if one obtains this top dog, they might not firmly occupy first place in the future either, right? The path of martial Tao was full of variables. Today's number 1 might not mean the future's number 1. Some people's thick ACCU. Mulations erupt, catching up from behind. One-shotting the top dog back then was not an impossibility. Yang Rui nodded and said, hence, the top dog is just an in-name disciple and not a personal disciple. If he fades into the crowd in the future, then he'll forever be an in-name disciple. But even so, the T of the top dog represents taking cultivation's expressway, future accomplishments limitless. After all, the resources he enjoys is what others can't compare to. Yi Yuan came to a realization. Becoming the top dog was equivalent to having special privileges. Cultivation was naturally faster than others. For the others to want a Serpa they must put in 100 times, 1,000 times the effort. Those able to truly Serpa. The top dog were extremely few. Chapter 1361. Declining isn't nice. Chapter 1361. Declining isn't nice. Why? You're interested in this top dog? Pardon me for speaking bluntly, if this entrance examination is competing in pill refinement. Forget about top dog, even personal disciple is nothing difficult. But for martial arts, Yang Rui did not carry on saying, but the meaning in those words was already very clear. With Yi Yuan's strength, wanting to take the top dog position was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I was just asking. Brother Yang doesn't need to take it seriously. He indeed did not have this idea. He knew that his current realm strength was severely lacking. Being able to succeed in clearing the rounds was already pretty good. Ever since coming to Heavenspan World, all of Yi Yuan's energy was virtually all placed on pill refinement and creating the Chaos Heavenspan canon. Martial arts were not to say already lying wasted, but had indeed stagnated for a long time and not advanced. At this time, a young girl in yellow garment and an old woman went up to clear wind in second floor. Goodness gracious, my grandaunt, I already said that the second level have no seats, but you just don't believe me. The waiter chased the yellow HI plus RT girl up to the second level and urged bitterly. The yellow HI plus RT girl ignored the waiter. Sweeping a glance on the second floor, she walked towards the table Yi Yuan was at with quick steps. Slap. The yellow HI plus RT girl slapped a storage ring on the table and said overbearingly, Kid, this seat is mine. There are 500 low-grade divine essence stones inside here. You take it and pay the bill. The remainder, just take it as buying this seat. Now, tidy up for me and get lost. The yellow HI plus RT girl's domineeringness drew everyone's sidelong glance. The Qin family's little demoness making a move again. It's still okay if this kid is sensible. If he isn't sensible, he will probably suffer. No choice, who asked her to get reincarnated in a good place. These few years, this La S has harmed no idea how many people. That kid is also unlucky. He's from the countryside at a glance. Didn't expect that he ran into Qin Peiyu when he just entered the city. Some locals clearly knew about the yellow HI plus RT girls ident. One, Tai, all casting sympathetic looks at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave Qin Peiyu a glance and took a look at the storage right, suddenly saying with a smile, Miss, if I accept this storage ring, does it belong to me? Seeing this scene, the surrounding onlookers could not help but be disappointed. They were all young masters and young ladies, and wished for the matter to blow up to watch a show. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was so scared. Qin Peiyu made no attempt to conceal the disdain in her gaze, as she said, coolly, that is, of course. Your table is at most 300 divine essence stones. The remaining 200, just take it as giving you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and pushed the storage ring back, saying with a smile, Miss, there are 500 low-grade divine essence stones in here. You take it and immediately disappear in front of me. Don't affect my appet. Yi Yuan's words made everyone stunned. The plot reversed too quickly. They did not react for a moment, but they realized very quickly that a fine show came. Yi Yuan's move made it even harder for Qin Peiyu to step down the stage than directly refusing. Sure enough, Qin Peiyu's expression instantly changed, and she said angrily, Boy, are you refusing face when given? Do you know how this young lady is? If I want you dead, it's just a matter of a word. This was also the area where Yi Yuan was most averse to Qin Peiyu, wanting people's life at the drop of a hat, not attaching importance to other people's life and death at all. To be able to say this kind of words, Yi Yuan reckoned that the ones who died at her hands were probably not few. This young master doesn't know you and isn't interested in knowing either. Take it, you can disappear already. Don't hinder my friends and me from eating, Yi Yuan said coolly. Qin Peiyu was used to running rampant. When had she suffered this kind of insult before? Raising her palm, she smacked down towards Yi Yuan. This palm mustered up divine essence fully. It was actually going to put Yi Yuan to death. Yi Yuan's face fell and became genuinely angry too. This Qin Peiyu was young, but her realm was not low, already late-stage grotto profound. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation advanced all the way vigorously, he was still marginally weaker than late-stage grotto profound. In other people's view, Yi Yuan only had the share to be crushed. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's palm extended strangely. The expression of the old woman behind Qin Peiyu changed, and she shouted, seeking death, and actually reached first despite moving later, pouncing towards Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a gust of Yin wind blew past. Gui Yen's figure appeared. Pointing a finger out, he directly tapped the old woman flying. Slap! A crisp slapping sound echoed out. Qin Peiyu's body was directly slapped to the ground. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Everyone had yet to react in time, and it was already over. This slap of Yi Yuan's was really heavy. 5 fingerprints were distinctly visible on Qin Peiyu's face. Everyone was stunned. Firstly was because of Yi Yuan's strength. Secondly was because of Gui Yen's appearance. A late-stage 2-star evil spirit was actually hidden beside this young man. That was right, because setting off for Wumeng capital city, Gui Yen already broke through to late-stage 2-star. He was originally peak middle-stage 2-star. These few years, he had minor accomplishments in cultivating the ghost Dao 100 runes. Breaking through was just a matter of time. That old woman was middle-stage heaven glimpse. How could she be Gui Yen's match? She lost in one exchange. Although Yi Yuan had yet to break through to late-stage grotto profound. Through these few years of cultivation, as well as consuming essence cultivating pills frenziedly, he was already infinitely close to late-stage grotto profound. With Yi Yuan's divine essence's degree of thickness, his strength was actually not inferior to ordinary late-stage grotto profound already. Qin Peiyu had also just entered late-stage grotto profound. Moreover, one glance, and it was clear that she had not experienced actual battles before. How could she be Yi Yuan's match? You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? I'm going to tear you limb from limb and feed your corpse to dogs. And this little I'll let people screw her, then disfigure her face and send her to a brothel, making her never to reincarnate for all of eternity. Qin Peiyu thoroughly rampaged and did not choose her words. When that old woman saw Yi Yuan's expression get uglier and uglier, she secretly cursed and hurriedly shouted, "Boy, stop! Peiyu is the Qin family's true-born daughter. If you dare to touch her, you'll die without a burial ground." However, it was already too late. Slap, slap, slap. A series of crisp slapping sounds transmitted into everyone's ears, slapping until those surrounding onlookers shudder with fear. Some even touched their faces, as if those slaps were slapped on their faces. The clear wind in second level was completely quiet. There was only that series of face-slapping sounds. When Yi Yuan stopped, Qin Peiyu's beautiful face already swelled into a pig's head, completely unrecognizable. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. To dare slap a Qin family's descendant like this person was probably one of a kind, right? At a young age, wanting people's lives at every turn. Originally, just wanted to teach you a small lesson, but you had killing intent aroused toward my friend. That isn't what a slap can resolve anymore. Playing out like this, how could Yi Yuan still be in the mood to eat? His appetite. Tea was all gone. Yi Yuan threw Qin Peiyu's storage ring to the waiter and said coolly, "Miss Qin is treating us, so it's not good to decline. The excess divine essence stones. Just take it as compensating the clear wind in." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought everyone out of the clear wind in and walked off without looking back. Chapter 1362. Beaten in Vain. Chapter 1362. Beaten in vain inside the Qin family's parlor, A middle-aged man and a young man were currently seated according to positions of host and guest. The middle-aged man said solemnly, "Honorable nephew, you've disappointed me greatly this time." The young man was startled and hurriedly said, "Yes, it was this little nephew who was reckless. This nephew was anxious to take revenge for my younger brother, but didn't expect that the Myriad Treasure Tower's action was actually so swift, already reaching an agreement with the city, Lord Manor. With this, it's shooting myself in the foot." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and said, "Such a heaven-defying medicinal pill. Unless the Myriad Treasure Tower doesn't sell to the outside, otherwise, how can they possibly swallow it all by themselves? Forget it, now that it played out like this. Grow wiser with each setback. Since you returned, then cultivate well and strive to promote to the Heaven Camp soon." The young man hurriedly said, "Yes, this nephew obeys Uncle Cheen's instructions." This middle-aged man was the Cheen family's current family head, Cheen Nantian, while the youth was W.A.N.G. Song. To talk about this W.A.N.G. Song, he had quite the means, too, to actually win over the Cheen family's concubine's daughter, Cheen Peiying in Wumeng Academy. Now he was considered half a Cheen family's son-in-law. In addition, his strength was uncommon. He already broke through to late-stage Heaven Glimpse and also entered the Cheen family sites. Although the W.A.N.G. family was powerful, that was also just powerful in Bright Ray City. While the Cheen family was the entire Wumeng capital city's hegemon-level family clan. Not only were experts as abundant as clouds in the clan, but they also occupied many high positions in Wumeng capital city. Moreover, the businesses spanned throughout Wumeng capital city. The W.A.N.G. family was not worth mentioning at all in front of the Cheen family. Drawing close to the Cheen family, W.A.N.G. Song's future was limitless. Back then, a year ago, he suffered a loss in front of Xiaofeng. Hence, he thought of exposing the matter of the essence cultivating pill to the city, Lord Manor. It was just that he schemed in every possible way and also failed to calculate that the city, Lord Manor, had long reached an agreement with the Myriad Treasure Tower. Not only did the news he sent not make things difficult for the Myriad Treasure Tower, but it also made the city, Lord Manor, dismiss both him and Chen Yongyin, transferring them back to Wumeng Academy. With this, he came to pay respects to Cheen Nantian when he just arrived at Wumeng capital city. W.A.N.G. Song, as a deputy city lord, was just a delegation of the Wumeng Academy. In the end, he was still a student of Wumeng Academy. What W.A.N.G. Song did not know was that Yi Yuan had long made Yang Rui remind Wumeng capital city's Myriad Treasure Tower that the essence cultivating pill's profits had to be divided with the city, Lord Manor. Furthermore, they had to provide essence cultivating pills to the city, Lord Manor. When Han Tian saw this news, he already took it seriously and reached an agreement with the city, Lord Manor. What was laughable was that W.A.N.G. Song acted smart and slammed onto the spearhead himself. "All right, you go back. Ing-Er has already been looking forward to your return for a long time." Cheen Nantian said coolly. W.A.N.G. Song got up and took his leave. This nephew takes his leave. W.A.N.G. Song was just about to turn around and leave when a woman whose face swelled like a pig's head rushed in. "Dad, I don't want to live anymore." Sniff, sniff. "I don't want to live anymore. Yor has no face to see people in the future." You are? W.A.N.G. Song froze for a second before coming to a realization. This woman, from figure to clothing, wasn't a Cheen Peiyu? It was just that, why was her face beaten by people until like this? Cheen Nantian got a daughter at an old age and doted on Cheen Peiyu greatly. Seeing her like this, he immediately flew into a great rage and said, "You are who is so bold to actually hit you until like this?" W.A.N.G. Song's expression changed too, and he said fiercely, "You are who hit you until like this? I'll go and exterminate him." Qin Peiyu's face was already beaten out of shape, looking too wretched to look at. If not for the clothes his daughter wore and her figure, he virtually could not recognize that this was his daughter. His daughter's face being beaten until like this, it was equivalent to smacking the Qin family's face. How could he not be furious? It was all that punk. Sniff, sniff, dad, brother-in-law. You all have to take revenge for you are. Sniff, sniff, Qin Peiyu wept heavily, talking for a long time. She did not say clearly who beat her either. Qin Peiyu's face fell, and he shouted, "Where's Granny Hua? Have her scram over here for me." Granny Hua was that old woman. Normally when they went out, it was all her following Qin Peiyu. Now that Qin Peiyu was beaten until like this, Granny Hua could hardly absolve herself from the blame. Granny Hua entered totteringly and knelt on the ground with a thud, saying, "Family head, spare me!" It wasn't that this elderly self didn't do my best, but there was a late-stage 2-star evil spirit by that boy's side. This elderly self wasn't a match. Granny Hua's words seemed to have stepped on W.A. and Ji-song's tail, making him startled inwardly. 2-star evil spirit? It wouldn't be so coincidental, right? It's just that the one beside Yi Yuan was a middle-stage 2-star evil spirit. Could it be it broke through? W.A. and Ji-song secretly thought to himself. When mentioning the 2-star evil spirit, he virtually thought of Yi Yuan right away. For the average person, barely anyone was able to bring a 2-star evil spirit around. Humph! When the master is shamed, the subject dies. Yuer was beaten up until like this, but you're perfectly fine. You deserve death. Qin Nantian said furiously. Granny Hua's expression became extremely ugly. How was she perfectly fine? She was already clearly seriously injured, all right? At this time W.A.N. Ji-song spoke up. "Uncle, don't get angry first. It's best to listen to her explain until the end." Granny Hua recounted today's events quiveringly. W.A.N. Ji-song's expression became uglier and uglier. Hearing Granny Hua's description, that person who made a move was clearly Yi Yuan. "Uncle, I think. I know who beat you are." W.A.N. Ji-song said solemnly. Qin Nanshan's expression changed, and he said, "Could it be that punk called Yi Yuan that you talked about?" W.A.N. Ji-song's expression was solemn as he nodded his head. He knew that Yi Yuan already came to Wumeng capital city, but did not expect that enemies meet on a narrow path. The moment Yi Yuan came, he beat his sister-in-law into a pig's head. But this way was good too. At the very least, Qin Nantian absolutely would not sit by idly and remain indifferent. Your father will definitely catch that kid and let you give vent well. Granny Hua, take Yuer away and have her rest well. Qin Nantian said dotingly. Qin Nantian coaxed with deception, coaxing Qin Peiyu away. The moment Qin Peiyu left, Qin Nanshan's expression still turned grim. Since this punk came to Wumeng capital city, he has probably already joined the Myriad Treasure Tower officially. With the Myriad Treasure Tower protecting, it's very troublesome. Qin Nantian said with a headache. He was not some rash young lad. Angry was angry, but he also knew that the Myriad Treasure Tower could not be provoked. Although he was the Qin family's family head, he was still not qualified enough to take on Han Tian. Those able to have a dialogue with Han Tian were only their old man, that generation. Qin Nantian made a correct assessment of the situation and knew that although Yi Yuan's realm was low, by relying on the essence cultivating pill, his status in the Myriad Treasure Tower definitely was not low. Could it be beaten in vain? Qin Nantian naturally could not stomach this. Clearwind in that place had dragons and fishes jumbled up together. Yi Yuan beat Qin Peiyu to a pig's head in front of so many people. Tomorrow, probably the entire Wumeng capital city would know. Not venting this anger, how could his Qin family keep a foothold in Wumeng capital city in the future? W.A.N. Ji-song was seething with righteous indignation as he said, "Uncle, let's keep a close eye on the Myriad Treasure Tower." I don't believe that he can keep hiding in the myriad treasure tower. As long as he comes out, we'll have a myriad of ways to mess him to death. He discovered to his dismay that Yi Yuan was just like a porcupine, unable for him to bite down at all. Qin Nanshan's expression was very ugly as he nodded and said, "Right now it can only be like this too." Chapter 1363 Xiejingyi Chapter 1363 Xiejingyi, the Qin family, and W.A.N. Jisong kept staring at the myriad treasure tower, trying to wait for Yi Yuan to come out. But they guarded for half a year and did not wait for Yi Yuan to come out. After returning from Clear Winden, Yi Yuan directly entered close seclusion. Before the entrance examination, Yi Yuan still had to increase his strength quickly. The more he understood things, the more Yi Yuan felt that this entrance exam was not simple. He felt tremendous pressure too. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan was currently comprehending the vast heaven sword art. This was the cultivation method that absolute heaven comprehended in the world-suppressing steel. To the Yi Yuan in the past, it was unfathomable. But now, Yi Yuan created the chaos heaven-span canon. His horizons became goodness knows how many times further. This cultivation method was already no longer suitable for him. The reason why Yi Yuan studied the vast heaven sword art was that he wanted to take the merits and create a sword Tao that belonged to him. Although the dragon race's martial techniques were powerful, Yi Yuan had a feeling that his atavism dragon soul had certain limitations too. In terms of sustainability, it might not go further than martial Tao. Hence, he still decided to walk on two legs and comprehend laws. Presently, Yi Yuan's realm already caught up to law's boundary. His grasp on sword Tao laws had already stagnated for very long. A martial technique that was originally extremely powerful in the Immortal Grove world was also just commonplace now. After all, the disparity between a declined Empyrean world and the Heavenspan world was too great. The Immortal Grove world's limitations determined the inherent deficiencies of cultivation methods and martial techniques. All of this forced Yi Yuan himself to improve further. Senior, looking at this vast heaven sword art now, it's full of flaws. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, "That is, of course. Although this cultivation method originated from the world-suppressing steel, the things comprehended is just a single hair from 9 oxen. If cultivating according to this method, one's accomplishments would be limited," Dustless said. "My current comprehensions toward sword Tao laws are too shallow. Even facing the lesser Heavenspan mountain, I'm unable to create a sword Tao martial technique that belongs to me too," Yi Yuan said helplessly. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan's sword Tao laws reigned supreme in the Immortal Grove world, astounding countless powerhouses. But now, Yi Yuan was like a toddler staggering along. Dustless said, "Hence, you entering Wu Meng Academy is the right choice. That place gathers geniuses. There are many cultivation methods and martial techniques left behind by many seniors of older generations for your reference." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I think so too. I hope that Wu Meng Academy's martial techniques don't disappoint me." Half a year's time, Yi Yuan already completely grasped the vast heaven sword art's first layer. His martial Tao boundary had already reached peak, middle stage, grotto profound as well. He was just missing an opportunity for him to break through the bottleneck. Deity Realm was a brand new martial Tao system. Yi Yuan had never experienced it before and was also unable to be like in the past, completely without bottlenecks. It was just that his Chaos Heavenspan canon was a rarely seen cultivation method in the whole world. His bottlenecks were a lot easier to break through than others. Presently, he already faintly touched the threshold of late-stage grotto profound and might break through at any time. On this day, the entrance examination finally began. "Brother Yang, thank you so much for your care along the way. I'll thank you here first." Yi Yuan said to Yang Rui with clasped hands. Yang Rui chuckled and said, "You punk, also not separated by life and death, being so sentimental for what?" I have to thank you too, no? Without you, I couldn't be a deacon either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That's why you deserve it. Farewell, Brother Yang. Wanru will be entrusted to Brother Yang. The entrance examination would last for a very long time. It was not convenient for Yi Yuan to bring Wanru, and could only leave her in the Myriad Treasure Tower first. Yang Rui smiled and said, You just rest assured. I wish that you don't succeed. Yi Yuan froze, immediately breaking out into laughter. This guy was still thinking constantly about having him join the Myriad Treasure Tower. Yi Yuan shattered the jade tablet in his hand. His figure instantly vanished. Plussing. This jade tablet was the token received from Wu Meng Academy after successfully registering. As long as one shattered the jade tablet, the applicant would automatically be transported into the South Assessment Place. Wu Meng Academy's entrance examination often involved tens of millions of people. It was naturally impossible to carry out inside the academy. Hence, Wu Meng Academy specially opened up AC to be used to conduct the entrance examination. As for the matter of registration, the Myriad Treasure Tower had long readied it for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just felt his eyes blur, and he arrived at a foreign PAC. This is your number. Take the number and find your own lotus seat. Not allowed to start a fight. Not allowed to cause trouble. Otherwise, kill without mercy. A young man handed him a wooden board, the warning overtone in his words very thick. Looking at this appearance, he might be Wu Meng Academy student. One could tell from this young man's eyes, and he was very disdainful toward Yi Yuan. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother. Yi Yuan received the wooden board and thanked him. The young man snickered and said, When you pass the entrance exam, calling me senior apprentice brother again isn't late. Go on. In his eyes, it was impossible for Yi Yuan, this middle-stage grotto profound rookie, to pass through the entrance examination. Therefore, he need not be polite. Yi Yuan just smiled and went to find his lotus seat according to the number on the wooden tablet. Before his eyes was an enormous plaza, stretching to infinity. At the plaza, it was densely packed with people, no less than 1 million, spectacular in sight. On the wooden tablet wrote 735 horizontally, 521 vertically. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, finding his seat very quickly according to the coordinates written on the wooden tablet. This was a 1 square foot lotus seat, formed with array formation illusions, strikingly vivid and lifelike. Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, directly sitting on it and started meditating. Brother, you were also forced by your family to come and be an extra, right? Suddenly, a little fatty on an adjacent seat started to talk to Yi Yuan. The hour had not arrived yet. There were still applicants, Russ. Plussing over one after another. Quite a number of people were all whispering into each other's ears. When Yi Yuan heard the voice, he could not help turning his head to look. That little fatty was clearly an easygoing person, and he said with a smile, I'm Brilliant P-City's Xiejingyi, sup 1/sup. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. I also don't know why my dad's head was clamped, giving me such a perverse name. Hey, what's your name? Yi Yuan was tickled by this little fatty and said with a smile, I'm Yi Yuan. Here. What a nice name, unlike me. Sigh. Oh, right, you were also forced by your family to come and be an extra, right? Xie Jingyi repeated the question. Be an extra? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. Yeah, your bit of strength. I reckon that you'll fall on the second day. Not being an extra, it's for what? Xie Jingyi said. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not give any explanation. Xie Jingyi talked to himself. Sigh. Although I'm that tiny bit slightly stronger than you, I reckon that lasting 5 to 6 days is already about there. I said that I wasn't coming, my D.A.M. An old man said that he was going to find me Brilliant Peace City's ugliest wife. My G. Oh, D, isn't this killing me? Yi Yuan discovered that this little fatty was a total joker, purely in charge of running jokes. 5 or 6 days. Your late-stage grotto profound at any rate too. It's not to the extent of just lasting so few days in heaven's might, this round, right? Yi Yuan said curiously. Chapter 1364, Heaven's Might. Chapter 1364, Heaven's Might. Ha! Looks like you just know a little something. But that is not enough for it to count. Xie Jingyi deliberately beat around the bush. Pray tell. Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan knew that the test's 3 hurdles were heaven's might, earth carnage, illumination, and he also knew that each checkpoint wiped out a lot of people. But as for the specifics, he did not know. Regardless of whether it was the Shao Feng or Yang Rui, they all intentionally or unintentionally avoided this topic. Yi Yuan knew their motives, so he did not force it either. Each entrance examination affects tens of millions of people. How to evaluate? This first hurdle, Heaven's Might, is used to scrub away people. This round will eliminate the vast majority of people. Those able to make it through are all geniuses among geniuses. Actually, those with the qualifications to come and take part in this entrance exam could originally be called geniuses already. But Heaven's Might this round, the objective was to wipe out the vast majority of geniuses. Yi Yuan's heart stirred, and he asked, roughly eliminate how much? The little fatty smiled bitterly and said, over 90%. Basically, after this round is done, only the outstanding ones among Grand Completion Grotto Profound and Late Stage Grotto Profound will be left. The rest basically have no hope of passing. But Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked when he heard. He also did not expect that this first hurdle would be so brutal. No wonder this little fatty said that he and Yi Yuan were all here as extras. Like this, ha? Then actually you already gave up? Being surprised was just being surprised, but Yi Yuan did not have much visible change in countenance. This first hurdle, he still had some confidence in passing. This hurdle's name was Heaven's Might. Actually, it was scouring the will. It was similar to cultivation realm coercion, but also somewhat different. But this kind of test was simply child's play in front of him. This Wu Meng capital city, no matter how formidable the willpower scouring, it was also impossible to Serpa. S the divine Lord Realm. The Yi Yuan who refined the lesser heaven-span mountain. Forget about a measly little divine Lord Realm. Even a true G. Oh, Diesel could forget about making him waver in the slightest too. This was where his confidence lay. Except Yi Yuan did not plan on using the lesser heaven-span mountain's will. He would use his own will to resist. If he seriously could not keep up anymore, he would cheat. But he knew that if he gave up this round, then there was really no hope anymore. Yi Yuan felt that this friendly little fatty was rather interesting. That was why he asked this. I naturally don't wish to give up, but my strength is just that tiny bit stronger than yours. There's no hope, the little fatty said, rather dispiritedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Heaven's Might this round is related to the realm, but also not absolute. If people on the martial path don't have the determination to die, it's hard to accomplish anything great. I think this is the original intention of Wu Meng Academy setting up this round, right? The vast majority of people fear death and don't dare to compete with heaven. That's why they are eliminated. But in reality, this round being named Heaven's Might, it isn't Heaven's Might. Xie Jingyi looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, the cynical look on his face gradually fading away. He did not expect Yi Yuan to actually say these words from his mouth. This youth whose realm was even lower than his actually had such insight. What you said is right, I can't give up. I want to let my Xiao'er know that her man is a man of indomitable spirit. Xie Jingyi said with a rare solemnness. It was just that this excuse made Yi Yuan at a loss whether to cry or laugh. At this time, an old man walked up the platform in front of the plaza and said in a clear voice, Quiet! The voice was akin to rolling thunder, making the millions of people in the plaza hear clearly. The first round, Heaven's Might, is starting right away. This round tests your martial Tao will. If anybody can hold on under heaven's might, you just have to shatter the wooden tablet in your hands and will be transported out. Of course, that way, your test will also be a failure. You'll directly be eliminated. Heaven's might will last 30 days without ceasing. Furthermore, it will become more and more powerful. I'll get the unpleasantness out of the way first. If somebody discovers that something is wrong, better hurry up and crush the wooden tablet. Otherwise, there will be deaths. The old man's words were akin to a sledgehammer, Cruce, plussing everyone until they could not breathe. Especially the last few words. It made people even more fearful in their hearts. This willpower scouring would become more and more horrifying towards the last few days. Once someone could not bear the heavy pressure, they would be overwhelmed and get killed by the powerful will. Hence, the old man's words were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. As powerful as Divine Lord Realm, exterminating low-level martial artists with martial Tao willpower was as easy as flipping one's hand. Now heavens might begin. The moment the old man's voice fell, a tidewater-like willpower crushed toward all of the martial artists on the plaza. That kind of feeling was like facing the scouring of a waterfall. However, this initial waterfall was not very powerful. Apart from those whose realms were too low, finding it somewhat strenuous to handle, the others were all very relaxed. It was just that this scouring was continuous and not just a while. Just like a person who was carrying a bag of things. At the start, it might not feel heavy, but along with the increase in time, you would feel heavier and heavier. A mere hour said, and someone could not hold on anymore. The only threshold for the entrance examination was 200 years old skeletal age. Hence, the very large portion in the plaza were all initial stage grotto profound martial artists. Some people were just a few decades old. They just came to try their luck or experience a bit. These people still had a second chance to join the entrance examination. 100 years later, their strength would naturally improve further. Pool work. On the plaza, there were people spewing blood nonstop, and then directly transported out of this Yi Yuan sat on the lotus seat, holding steadfast. This degree of willpower scouring was not worth mentioning to him. Even if he did not borrow the lesser heaven-span mountain, Yi Yuan was very confident in himself too. Along the way, Yi Yuan had experienced far too much. Life and death trials were already no idea how many times. Disregarding the path of defying the heavens in the immortal Grove world. Just the encounter inside the spatial storm was not what ordinary people could imagine. His martial Tao willpower was long firm as a rock already. This so-called heavens might was just targeting grotto, profound, realm martial artists. It was not possible to really be so powerful. It was just that to grotto, profound, realm martial artists, it was rather powerful. Yi Yuan examined himself. On this aspect, he was not inferior to those so-called geniuses. A day's time said in a blink. The moment the second day's hour arrived, a surge of even stronger willpower than yesterday suddenly descended. Under the impact of this surge of willpower, a large swathe immediately fell down. One figure after another disappeared on the plaza in succession. However, this was just child's play. The truly large-scale elimination appeared on the 5th day and the 6th day. On just the 5th day alone, 200,000 people were transported out. The remaining people, their faces were all no longer as relaxed as before. When it reached the 6th day, fine sweat beads already seeped out on little fatty Xiejingyi's head. Just as he expected, he could at most just last 5 or 6 days. Think about your shower. Think about why you want to become strong. Since you have a reason to become strong, why give up halfway? Right at this moment, a voice reached Xiejingyi's ear. He discerned it. It was Yi Yuan's voice. This voice of Yi Yuan's was akin to a clap of thunder, enlightening the benighted, letting Xiejingyi's mind tense up all at once. Xiaoer's beautiful figure kept emerging in his mind. Chapter 1365 Little Fatty's Roar. Chapter 1365 Little Fatty's roar once a person's will reached its limit. It became very hard to gather one's concentration. Previously, Xie Jingyi's willpower was already somewhat muddled under the scouring of heaven's might. How could he still remember? What a xiao! Yi Yuan's words were like the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, startling Xie Jingyi awake. Willpower scouring was like running. Once pas said the most unbearable limit period, you would discover that you became very capable of running. However, under such heavy pressure, Xie Jingyi did not dare to act rashly. He focused his mind, continuously holding fast to his faith in his mind, and actually persisted just like that. It was just that he was secretly incredibly shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan was actually able to last until now. He even thought that Yi Yuan had been eliminated long ago. After all, words sounded nice but did not represent that one really had that strength. But not just last until now, he actually had strength left over to talk and remind him. This indicated that this degree of willpower scouring was nothing to Yi Yuan. Was this guy really middle stage grotto profound? Although martial Dao willpower did not have an inexorable relation with cultivation realm, generally speaking, it was all about the higher one's cultivation realm, the more powerful the martial Dao willpower. The entrance examinations in the past, it was not that there were no middle stage grotto profound who pass, said the first round, but they were like feathers of a phoenix and the horn of a qilin. More often than not, being able to produce one in 1,000 years was already pretty good. Xie Jingyi did not dare to think too much. The willpower scouring became stronger and stronger. He did not have extra time to think about these. On the platform, the two old men presiding over the test were currently conversing about something. No idea what City Lord His Excellency is thinking either. Every session, getting these initial stage and middle stage grotto profound guys to make up the numbers is utterly meaningless. Not exactly so once low-level martial artists are able to withstand this martial Dao willpower. Their future accomplishment absolutely won't be beneath you and I. They might even be able to reach City Lord that kind of heights. Be that as it may, for the sake of these supporting castes, we have to expend vast amounts of manpower and resources each time. Is it really worth it? City Lord, His Excellency, feels that it's worth it, then it's worth it. Thinking so much for what? They had long gotten accustomed to seeing geniuses. This initial stage and middle stage grotto profound martial artists, they completely turned their noses up at them. Although initial stage and middle stage grotto profound people making it through, their potential was huge. That was also merely just potential. Those able to truly realize their potential were in the minority. Time passed, said day by day, the people on the plaza got fewer and fewer. However, the elimination speed also became slower and slower. Those able to pull through the first few days were all people with tough wills. Wanting to make them give up was very difficult. Arg! Suddenly, someone else could not bear on the plaza and cried out tragically. It was just that this one was somewhat different from those who vomited blood previously. That scream sounded very appalling. Then that person's mouth vomited fresh blood unceasingly. Finally, the breathing ceased. This sudden turn of events caught everyone by surprise from start to end. Those martial artists who were already at the critical point could no longer resist at this time as well. Cruce, H.I. plussing the wooden tablets one after another. Another large batch of people was eliminated. Heavens might this round did not isolate the five senses. Everything that happened in the outside world could be seen and heard. They finally discovered that that old man was not joking. People would really die. Currently, it was already the 23rd day. Little Fatty's spirit was already almost collapsing. Hearing this unforeseen accident, his wooden tablet was unknowingly already held in his hand. Finally, unable to hold on anymore. Can't anymore. I really can't hang on anymore. At this rate, I'll be like him. Being able to persist until now, I've already tried my best. This sentence kept on echoing in little Fatty's mind. Going to give up here? Are you finding reasons for yourself? Feeling that it's already very impressive to be able to persist until now? Just 7 days remaining. If you're a man, pull through. Or are you, as your name implies, and should go be a woman? Just as Xiejingyi was about to shatter the wooden tablet, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more. Little Fatty was startled again and shouted, "Your uncle! You're the woman. I, Xiejingyi, am an upstanding and dauntless man. Isn't it just 7 days? Your father will definitely persist for you to see. Xiao, you watch. Your man is the most impressive." Little Fatty's roar appeared particularly grating on the ear in the plaza. Everyone was all giving their full attention to resist the willpower scouring. Being hit by his hilarious shout, some of those martial artists around who had already reached the critical point immediately could not hold back anymore, shattering the wooden tablet one by one and disappearing. Even Yi Yuan almost could not hold on anymore too. Fortunately, he still had strength left over currently and was not to the extent of collapsing. But Xiejingyi's shout startled the 2 old men on the platform. That little Fatty who shouted just now seems to have just entered late-stage grotto profound not long. I didn't expect that he's actually able to hold on until now. Hiss, it's not right. What's wrong? He's indeed a late-stage grotto profound. I'm not talking about him. You look at that kid beside him. Middle stage grotto profound? My eyesight isn't failing, right? A middle stage grotto profound actually persisted until now. Not just that. You see, his expression is very calm. It is as if this willpower scouring doesn't have much effect on him. This is really seeing ghosts. In the past, even if there are middle-stage grotto profounds persisting until now, it's also impossible to be so calm like him. Also, have you noticed it? There are already not many people near the 2 of them. Just now, that little Fatty seemed to be talking with someone. Could it be that kid beside him who deliberately triggered his fighting spirit? Having said that, the 2 people exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of shock from the other party's eyes. A middle-stage grotto profound actually still had the strength to spare to go trigger other people's fighting spirit when at 23 days. This willpower was simply terrifying. Originally, there were still several tens of thousands of people on the plaza. The 2 old men would not notice Yi Yuan and Xiejingyi, but now, because of little Fatty's shout, it successfully drew everyone's attention. Not just them, the Wumeng Academy's people who organized the A.S. assessment this time all noticed little Fatty. Suddenly, the gaze of that student who issued the token to Yi Yuan turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan with immense shock. "What's wrong, Jiang Chen?" Startled by that living treasure? But this bit of strength being able to persist until now, it's indeed not easy. There was still another student beside him. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, the student could not help poking fun at him. These 2 people were both inner court students. One was called Jiang Chen, and the other was called Song Fong. Both were Earth Camp experts. Jiang Chen shot him a glance and said, "Late-stage grotto, profound being able to persist until now isn't anything strange. But a middle-stage grotto, profound persisting until now, gives people a shock. You look at that kid beside him. It was me who issued him the wooden tablet. Back then, he still called me his senior apprentice brother and was despised by me. I didn't expect that he actually persisted until now." Song Fong originally still had not noticed. Hearing him say so, he could not help getting shocked too. "Ha! I didn't expect that you also have times where you make an error of judgment." Looking at his appearance, he still has the strength to spare. Heavens, might this round probably can't stump him. It's just that I don't know how many points he can win, Song Fong said with a laugh. Chapter 1366 finally ended. Chapter 1366 finally ended. 30 days is up. Those giving up the challenge, step out of the ranks. Those continuing to challenge, stay in place. Starting from now, each day you persist, you'll obtain 5 academy points, no ceiling cap. The old man's words were like a pardon. Letting the people who persisted heaved a long sigh in relief. Little Fatty directly jumped up, waving his hands and stamping his feet excitedly, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that Siejingi actually made it through. I actually made it through. The old man's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, Those who put S the round are not to make a lot of noise. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the test. Siejingi was immediately like a deflated ball, stepping out of the designated area very carefully. Just 30 days down, more than 1 million martial artists were actually only left with several thousand people. This elimination rate could be rated as horrifying. In the wake of the old man's announcement, the vast majority of the people all ceased challenging. To the vast majority of the people, their willpower had long reached the limit already and could collapse at any time. Continuing to challenge, the risk was too great. With this departure, the enormous plaza immediately became extremely empty. Civ Plaza was only left with a mere 400 to 500 people. That middle stage grotto, profound, kid indeed, pulled through. It's just no idea how long he can last. After 30 days, the willpower scouring's power will increase several times over. Middle stage grotto profound. Wu Meng Academy's best record was also just 50 points. I reckon that it's just about there for this boy to last 3 days. It's pretty much the standard. Just don't know how Heaven's Might's number 1 will be. That's hard to say. Qin family's Qin Shao, Su family's Su Yuetsong, Xiang family's Xiangzhuang, Wu family's Wuyang, as well as several major counties' disciples all have hope. Their strength should be almost on par. It will depend on whose willpower is stronger. The 2 old men discussed the following compet. 1 Tian. Starting from now, it was the real struggle. The points obtained starting from now could be ACCU, Mulat, and brought into the academy. More importantly, the number of points determined who the top dog belonged to in the end. Boom! A majestic willpower descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people who backed out from the plaza all changed drastically. They secretly rejoiced at quitting. Otherwise, this kind of pressure, how could they withstand it? The current pressure was directly twice as strong as just now. Even Yi Yuan also felt the pressure all over his body suddenly increase, and was no longer calm like before. On the second day, this surge of willpower directly doubled again on top of the original foundation. One genius after another fell in succession. Each and every one of them was extremely remorseful and angry. But these people were not transported out. They continued to watch the fight in the waiting area. On the third day, the willpower doubled again. This degree of superimposition made everyone's pressure on the plaza soar. Fine sweat beads seeped out on Yi Yuan's forehead. He finally started feeling overwhelmed. Seeing the scene, Siejingi's knuckles cracked, and he thought to himself, Come on, Yi Yuan. When you pa S the test, this bro will definitely invite you for a drink. He knew that for him to be able to pa S this first round, it was entirely due to Yi Yuan's encouragement and help. Without Yi Yuan, he could at most only last 5 or 6 days. Now he actually pa S said through miraculously. Even if he was eliminated at the back, it was also sufficient to make those old things shut up when he returned to the family. The willpower doubled every day compared to the previous day. Muletting like this, it would become more and more terrifying. It was just that what made those 2 old men get a shock was that Yi Yuan actually set his expectations and lasted till the 5th day. The current Yi Yuan was already drenched in sweat all over. He was clearly almost reaching his limits already. This kid is actually able to hang on until now. Although his realm isn't high, his willpower is really very strong. Middle stage grotto profounds able to last until the 5th day have already not appeared in many years. But it looks like he already reached his limits. He probably can't make it through tomorrow. The other party deeply felt that way too. With Yi Yuan's current state, tomorrow's willpower doubling again, there was no way he could hold on. Boom! The moment the 6th day arrived, a powerful willpower akin to Mount Tai was cruise. Plussing down, pressing Yi Yuan until his chest felt stifled, nearly spewing out a mouthful of blood. If, let's say, the first day's willpower was just 100 feet waterfall formed by a small stream, then the current willpower was a 100,000 feet waterfall. That scouring energy was sufficient to destroy everything. Jiang Qin had been paying attention to Yi Yuan all along. Seeing this, he said to Song Fong, "I really didn't expect that he could actually persist till the 36th day." Song Fong smiled and said, "If I didn't remember wrongly, you also just persisted 40 days back then. But you were already grand completion grotto profound at that time." Jiang Qin nodded and said, "Yeah. Hence, this kid's potential is probably much greater than mine." Song Fong said, "Not necessarily true either. Martial Dao willpower is just one aspect. Not Pa-S, sing the other 2 rounds, it's still useless." Time slowly trickled by. In a twinkle, the 36th day was going to Pa-S. But Yi Yuan did not fall on the 36th day like everyone imagined. He pulled through. Then, 37th day, 38th day, 39th day, 40th day. Each day that Pa-S said, the astonishment in everyone's heart grew stronger. Yi Yuan was just like an unkillable sea Croach. Whenever people thought that he was going to collapse, he would straighten his back again and make it through. Now, there were only 20 over people left in the entire plaza. These 20 over people, apart from Yi Yuan, were all grand completion grotto profound. There was not a single late-stage grotto profound. This boy, how in the world did he do it? Could it be that he isn't afraid of being directly killed by heaven's might? Said one of the old men with incredible shock. He has already tied with middle-stage grotto profound's highest record. If this continues, he could not quite dare to imagine. At this time, there was already no one paying attention to the others. Everyone's gazes were all focused on Yi Yuan. They all wanted to see just when this unkillable Croach would fall. 41st day. Yi Yuan broke through middle-stage grotto profound's highest record without any surprises. Then, 42nd day, 43rd day, 48th day. Poo work. The 48th day's willpower suddenly descended. Yi Yuan finally could not bear it and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Then, Yi Yuan slowly stood up from the lotus seat, his entire person appearing dispirited and inert, including the 2 old men. Everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Finally ended. No idea why. Everyone actually had a feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. Bro, you're really too fierce. If you held on for 2 more days, my jaws would drop off. When Yi Yuan came to the waiting area, Xie Jingyi immediately rushed up to give Yi Yuan a punch, then hugged Yi Yuan and started praising madly. At this time, there were still 3 people left on the plaza. This first round, Yi Yuan concluded with the result of 4th place, obtaining 90 points. Chapter 1367, Earth Carnage. Chapter 1367, Earth Carnage. Sensing the gazes cast by several thousand people, Yi Yuan accepted it calmly. Competing in martial Dao willpower was his forte. Obtaining this result did not exceed his expectations. In reality, if he was willing, he could keep on sitting on the lotus seat. Of course, even if he did not utilize the power of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain, it was also adequate to set the world on fire already. He forcefully increased the middle stage grotto profound's record by 8 days. One had to know that although it was just a short 8 days, the willpower's intensity multiplied 8-fold. Furthermore, it was even built on the foundation of the 40th day. Although the 2 old men on the platform were surprised, they did not express too much either. After all, only by making it through 3 rounds could one be considered an official Wu Meng Academy's disciple. No matter how good the first round's results were, not pa-s, sing at the end. It was pointless too. I didn't expect that Jia Chong, this guy, was actually so formidable, taking down 2 of the Wu Mengfor young masters. Xie Jingyi looked at the plaza. His face had a rarely seen ugliness. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, "That one dressed in blue-colored robes." Xie Jingyi nodded and said, "He's our brilliant Peace City's number genius, and also my love rival." I knew that he was very powerful, but I didn't expect that he was actually so powerful. Talking up till here, little Fatty could not help becoming somewhat dejected. The joy of successfully clearing the round was already replaced by decadence. Seeing Xie Jingyi like this, Yi Yuan also could not help becoming curious just what kind of person was the Xiao he talked about, to actually be able to move brilliant Peace City's number 1 genius. But comparing Xie Jingyi to Jia Chong, the disparity was indeed not small. This first round, Yi Yuan was just a special case. Under normal circumstances, the longer one persisted, the greater the potential, the more powerful the strength. Yi Yuan patted Xie Jingyi's shoulder and said with a smile, "Buck up then. Your potential might not be less than his. From the 6th day to the 30th day, did you dare to imagine it previously? Therefore, there's no impossibility. Just depends on whether you dare to do it or not. But if you're eliminated, you can only fade into the crowd, the disparity with Jia Chong getting bigger and bigger. In that case, your Xiao will probably get further and further away from you." Xie Jingyi's entire body trembled, seemingly suffering some tremendous stimulation. Grimacing, he said, "Good brother, let's buck up together for the 2 rounds at the back, and strive to both enter the Wu Meng Academy. We're going to let those who look down on us trash see that rookies can counterattack too." Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that. This guy's joker problem indeed could not be fixed. Finally, the first round. Qin Shao ranked first with a result of 53 days, obtaining 115 points. Su Yuezong took second place with 51 days, obtaining 105 points. Jia Chong ranked third, obtaining 100 points with the result of 50 days. On the platform, an old man opened his mouth nonchalantly and said, "You all being able to pass the first round, it's sufficient to prove your excellence, and also enough to prove the resolution of your martial Dao heart. However, Wu Meng Academy only recruits the most outstanding students. The first round is merely a warm-up. What's harder is the second round and third round." The old man swept a glance over everyone and slowly said, "Right away, begin the second round, Earth Carnage." The moment the old man's voice faded, this enormous plaza's scene suddenly changed. Originally, the 1,000,000 lotus seats disappeared, leaving only several thousand lotus seats. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. Now you all choose a lotus seat to seat at will. The second round, Earth Carnage, is all the same for each of you. The array formation activating. You all will enter consciousness SPAC. At that time, all of your strength will automatically be compensated to become Grand Completion Grotto Profound. You guys will be facing the salt of 50 waves of divine beasts. These divine beasts will be stronger wave after wave. Being able to make it through 20 waves is considered pa-s. Sing the test. Before 20 waves, if you die inside the consciousness SPAC, you all will be transported right out, failing the test. Every additional round you survive, your points will increase by 10, said the old man in a clear voice. Hearing these words, everyone did not reveal much surprise. Clearly, everyone was clear about the contents of the test. Rather, for Yi Yuan, it was still his first time hearing the specific contents of this second round. For a moment, he felt that it was rather novel. Automatically compensating for cultivation realm, this appeared very fair. But very clearly this level was not easy to pass. What this level tested was a martial artist's true combat power without a trace of deception. Come on, I don't wish to see you being transported out when I come out. Yi Yuan said to Xie Jingyi with a smile. Pooh, you're the one who will be transported out. I'm the man who's going to marry Xiao. How can I possibly lose? Xie Jingyi retorted. As soon as he was seated, Yi Yuan felt like his consciousness was being taken away from something. When he appeared again, it was already inside an empty SPAC. This was a consciousness SPAC. There was nothing at all. Yi Yuan discovered that his realm really became Grand Completion Grotto Profound. This. Yi Yuan revolved his divine essence a bit and discovered to his dismay that his divine essence consumption speed was different from his actual situation. Looks like there's no way to cheat, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. Considering Yi Yuan's true realm, his divine essence was incomparably condensed. Unleash. Plus, in large-scale martial techniques, the divine essence consumption would also not be very great. Under the impact of this wave after wave, the thickness of divine essence was very useful. But unfortunately, he was just a wisp of consciousness right now. This body was configured by the Grand Array and not himself. He was unable to alter it to. Fortunately, the voice of the Dragon D can still be used, but it can only be used at a crucial time. The voice of the Dragon D was released with the power of the fleshy body. Although this body was not as good as Yi Yuan's fleshy body, it could still unleash the voice of the Dragon God. Except, he sensed it a bit that the voice of the Dragon God could only unleash for around 10 breaths of time. This was his final trump card and could not be used easily. Now, please choose your weapon. At this time, an ethereal voice sounded out. Yi Yuan said, I choose the sword. A light flashed. Yi Yuan's hands had a sword appear out of the blue. It was actually a spirit divine artifact. Looks like this test is very fair. Everyone's starting point is identical. It will depend on the individual's martial Tao comprehensions and willpower. Yi Yuan said to himself. At this time that ethereal voice sounded out once more. The hour has arrived. Earth Carnage test begins. Following this voice landing, Yi Yuan discovered to his amazement that there were countless wild beasts ahead. Russ. Plussing over towards him with an irresistible momentum. These wild beasts virtually filled the entire SPAC. There wasn't even a place to escape at all. These wild beasts were just the lowest level initial stage, rank 1 divine beasts. It was just that the numbers were too terrifying. The first level was willpower assault. This second level is wild beast assault. Interesting. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, wielding the sword and pressed forward, directly charging into the beast horde. The violent beast horde practically engulfed Yi Yuan right away. Yi Yuan's sword dance was airtight, shuttling back and forth inside the beast horde, continuously reaping the lives of wild beasts. Chapter 1368. No longer sensational. Chapter 1368. No longer sensational. Ouch. You beast dare to head. You, T-me-el head. You, T-you. While talking, little Fatty's figure dashed and really head. You, Ted over. That divine beast was directly knocked flying by little Fatty, immediately knocking down a large swarm. When Xie Jingyi saw this, he could not help laughing delightedly and said, who asked you to provoke your grandpa Xie? Now you know my prowess. Goodness, here again. Honestly, if Yi Yuan was here, he would probably get a huge shock too. Although this little Fatty did not have many powerful martial techniques, his movement technique was first-rate, shedding back and forth inside the beast horde. Those divine beasts actually could not catch him. Just now, he got accidentally impeded by a divine beast. He immediately retaliated. This was already the 9th wave. The level of the divine beasts had long been raised to middle stage 1 star already. One shouldn't look at how the ranks of the divine beasts were not high. The numbers were very alarming, totally unable to kill completely. Especially after a few waves, after the realms of the divine beasts increased to middle stage 1 star, the martial artist's pressure would suddenly soar. However, little Fatty relied on the advantage of movement technique and still had plenty more room to maneuver until now. Ha, Yi Yuan, that punk definitely can't imagine that I, Xie Jingyi, would be so relaxed this round, right? Little Fatty said as he laughed smugly. This position of top dog, I'm claiming it. This round, I must break the records and shake them off far behind. Qin Shao said and gritted his teeth. Qin Shao was the Qin family's this generation's top talent. He was Qin Peiyu's cousin, but he was only the son of a concubine. His status in the Qin family was not high. The Qin family brimmed with talents. He relied on his talent to charge out of the heavy encirclement and became the Qin family's this generation's #1 genius. In the Qin family, this kind of large family clan, the compet, tie-in among the younger generation was very brutal. Even right now, he and Su Yuetsong, 3 people, were simultaneously called Wu Meng 4 young masters. But even so, his status in the Qin family was far inferior to the others. Because above him, in the Wu Meng Academy, there were still several formidable foes. The Wu Meng 4 young masters were merely squabbles in front of family clans. Therefore, he wanted to astound the world in a single brilliant feat in the entrance examination this time, and overpower the other geniuses, becoming the top dog. That way, he could truly enter the Qin family's nucleus. It was only to see Qin Shao's sword moving boldly and unconstrained, akin to a no-man's zone in the beast horde, his strength overwhelming, that youth called Yi Yuan can't be underestimated. Even if I really get top dog, I absolutely can't lower my guard too. Although his current strength isn't strong, once he enters the Wu Meng Academy, he might very likely catch up and Serpa. S as seniors. Qin Shao thought to himself. Yi Yuan's performance in the first round made him feel tremendous pressure. Su Yuetsong and the rest were indeed his compet. 1 tours. But those people's potentials he more or less knew a little. But Yi Yuan's first round's performance was 2 Estonies. Plussing, exhibiting limitless potential. If Yi Yuan could successfully pass S through the 3 levels, he might become a formidable opponent in the future. One had to know that Wu Meng Academy was not just a stay of 1 or 2 years. Within 1,000 years in the future, they had to all study here. Such a long time, no one would know what kind of variable would happen to. Yi Yuan discovered that he could still cheat. Maybe this could not be called cheating, but it was his specialty as an alchemist. Facing these divine beasts with grand completion grotto profound realm, he did not need to expend much divine essence. With his exquisite control over divine essence, his survivability greatly increased compared to other martial artists. This round, what they competed in was not how many enemies killed, but survival, the tidewater-like divine beasts. Even if the realm was any lower, it was a considerable pressure to same realm martial artists too. To be able to charge out from the first round, they could be said to all be geniuses among geniuses. Their strengths were a notch above others to begin with. If it were ordinary martial artists, being able to survive 3 or 4 waves was already considered very impressive. Yi Yuan's exquisite control over divine essence could let him slay even more divine beasts with the least divine essence. Yi Yuan's combat experience was very rich, far from what others could compare to. Walking all the way from the immortal Grove world, the battles that he had seen before, other geniuses had not seen before at all. This degree of slaughtering was nothing to him. Of course, Yi Yuan's greatest drawback was his martial technique. Although the vast Heaven Sword art was pretty good, compared to Qin Shao, those geniuses who walked out of large families, it had inherent deficiencies. This point, Yi Yuan experienced it very soon in battle. At the 20th wave, all of the divine beast strength went up another stage, all becoming late stage 1 star. Immediately, Yi Yuan felt the pressure on him soar sharply. Divine essence consumption speed also accelerated significantly. This 20th wave is indeed extraordinary. there are probably quite a number of people that will fall at this level, right? Yi Yuan estimated it over in his mind. In reality, only 30% was able to hang on until the 20th wave. Just less than 2,000 people. Not every person could save divine essence like Yi Yuan, expending until now. Even so, such a high-intensity consumption, his divine essence was running low too. Starting now, there will be a ray formation cooperation among divine beasts. Each round Pa-S said will add 10 points. The moment the 20th wave Pa-S said, that ethereal voice sounded out once more. Then, a large wave of divine beasts struck. It was just that this time they no longer rampaged around wildly like before. Among each other, there was some order. Seeing this, Yi Yuan felt his head hurt, and he said with a bitter smile, "Looks like Earth Carnage this round can't earn much points." Yi Yuan used all his power and even used the voice of the Dragon G. D in the end, finally stopping at the 23rd wave regretfully. Under the cooperation of several dozen divine beasts, Yi Yuan was trampled into minced meat in the end. His consciousness abruptly withdrew, returning into his body. Yi Yuan cleared 23 rounds, obtaining 30 points. Total points 120, announced the old man on the platform directly. When everyone saw this scene, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. Scared me to death. I even thought that this guy will defy the heavens all the way. Looking at it now, it's also just that his martial Tao willpower is a little firmer. His true strength is still far off. This round's performance not being good shows that his overall strength can't make it. What the entrance examination tests focus on are overall strength. Adding together the results of the 3 rounds is the final benchmark to judge a person's potential. As the sole middle stage grotto profound among the people left, Yi Yuan's every action and movement naturally attracted much attention, but very clearly his dazzling light did not last. Yi Yuan's performance this round was not Astoni's. Plussing. It could even be said to be at the bottom. This made Yi Yuan much less of a topic of conversation. These people naturally lost interest in him too. Hence, everyone's focal point was placed on the top dog this time. Very soon, Xie Jingyi's consciousness also returned to his body. Seeing the old man announce little Fatty's results, Yi Yuan was extremely shocked too. This guy actually made it to the 25th wave, obtaining 50 points. When he came to the waiting area and saw Yi Yuan, he said smugly, "Haha, this time this bro beat you, right? Looking at your expression, Lord Fatty, I am enjoying it very much." Chapter 1369, You're Afraid. Chapter 1369, You're Afraid. Yi Yuan was indeed rather surprised. Little Fatty Pa-S said the first round so laboriously, so Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually earned points in the second round. Looks like this joker, Little Fatty, was not as simple as he looked on the surface. Although this second round was done under a very fair environment, it was also considered each trying to outs. Plus any the other. Each person had some of their own trump card ability, even if being restricted in various ways. But with Xie Jingyi successfully Pa-S sing the round, Yi Yuan was happy for him too. Couldn't tell that you really have some capability. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Xie Jingyi also smiled and said, "The one who's capable is you." Although cultivation realm was adjusted accordingly, being able to Pa-S through the second round with your strength is already very difficult to begin with. Time Pa-S said day by day. One martial artist after another was killed in the consciousness SPAC then came out. In this round, Yi Yuan's results were not only not considered outstanding, it even somewhat paled in comparison. But all these, Yi Yuan actually expected it to some extent and was also not really dejected. Ever since coming to the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan had already set his mind straight. He was no longer a proud son of heaven who possessed a lifetime's experience and was also unable to crush all the way like in the past. but he could take it one step at a time, walking firmly. In reality, Yi Yuan's cultivation path had only just begun. It was very normal for him to not be able to compete with those disciples that large families groomed heavily. But then again, his middle-stage grotto, profound strength, being able to do it to this extent already crushed countless powerhouses. He believed that when his cultivation realm rose, he absolutely would not be worse than these so-called geniuses. After a month, the second round Earth Carnage ended. Qin Shao shook the others off behind with a result of 40 waves, leaving them far behind in the dust. After 2 rounds, he ranked first with 315 points. But what everyone did not expect was that brilliant Peace City's Jia Chong actually caught up from behind after this round. Serpa S. Sing Suyuetsong and ranking in as second. His result was 36 waves. Seeing Jia Chong obtaining this result, Xie Jingyi's expression became very ugly again. And just as the results were announced, Jia Chong actually walked over toward Xie Jingyi. He looked at Xie Jingyi with a haughty look and said disdainfully, "I didn't expect that you, this kind of trash, could actually clear 2 rounds too. But it's useless. You saw it yourself too. The disparity between you and me is like a firefly versus the bright moon. You don't take AP, I, S, and check yourself out either. Are you worthy of Lin Xiao?" This action of his immediately caught everyone's attention. After 2 rounds, Jia Chong's performance was too eye-catching. It would not do even if people did not want to pay attention to him. It was just that everyone did not expect that Jia Chong would run in front of a little fatty to put on a show of force. Xie Jingyi's face turned from green to white, but his entire body was shuddering, unable to even speak. He was really afraid of Jia Chong. Jia Chong was too strong to be able to charge to the position of second place out of 1,000,000 people. His strength could be imagined. Furthermore, this kind of might was an all-rounder might. Xie Jingyi did not even have the qualifications to be proud in front of him. Regarding Xie Jingyi's performance, Jia Chong was very satisfied. A cold glint suddenly appeared in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Also, if you let me hear you say that you're Ah Xiu's man again next time, you'll die very horribly." Xie Jingyi opened his mouth, desperately wanting to refute, but he just could not speak up. Being love rivals with such a person was too dangerous. "You're afraid." Right at this time, Yi Yuan, who was beside Xie Jingyi, spoke up. One sentence stupefied everyone. Jia Chong's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Yi Yuan, saying in a cold voice, "I know you, Yi Yuan. Your first round's performance was pretty good. I originally thought that you were a formidable opponent, but sadly, your strength is too poor. What? You want to stand up for this trash?" Yi Yuan smiled and said again, "You're afraid." No idea why. Seeing that strength smile of Yi Yuan's, Jia Chong actually felt somewhat lacking in confidence. "What a joke! You're saying that I'm afraid of this trash? Ha ha ha. Does everyone think it's funny or not?" Jia Chong said with a loud laugh. Of course, not only that he felt it was funny, the others similarly felt that it was ridiculous. Jia Chong was the current test second place. No matter what, he was also not what a trash who barely pass said could compare to. This Yi Yuan seems to have a pretty good relations. HI plus P with that fatty. He's standing up for him. It's just that these words are said rather bafflingly. "Ha! I really didn't think that brilliant Peace City's #1 genius is actually a love rival of this fatty." Jia Chong would be afraid of this little fatty? Isn't this making a joke? This little fatty is a joker. Could it be that it infected Yi Yuan? Ha! Yi Yuan's words made no sense, but incurred a wave of mockery. No matter looking from which angle, Jia Chong had no reason to be afraid of a rookie like that too. It was just that Yi Yuan appeared rather calm as he said, "Coolly, firstly, I know that you didn't place him in your sights at all before, thinking that there's no way he SES the test. Hence, you were disdainful to come and show off your excellence to him as well. But you're doing it now. This indicates that him pa-s, sing 2 rounds consecutively already almost has the qualifications to stand on the same platform as you. You saw his potential, so you felt threatened. Yi Yuan's gaze was heated, enunciating each word, saying it reasonably. The people who made a lot of noise just now all shut their mouths sensibly at this time. Yi Yuan's words actually made them unable to refute. Jia Chong's face fell, as if Yi Yuan's words struck his sore spot, digging out the things in the depths of his heart. Honestly, even he himself also did not know why he wanted to come over just now. This Xie Jingyi, he did not attach any importance at all. Humph! Fallacy! I came to warn him just because he talked big just now, saying that he's Lin Xiu's man. He isn't worthy. Jia Chong said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is precisely the second point I'm talking about. You couldn't wait to come and demonstrate your sovereignty, indicating that you're not confident. If you have absolute confidence, you would only brush this kind of thing away with a laugh. Because he doesn't pose a threat to you. Now you're afraid." Jia Chong's expression changed. Yi Yuan's every word struck the heart, making his heart sink. Even he himself could not resist doubting himself too. Could it be that I'm really scared? Jia Chong's expression was incomparably ugly, about a faintly imperceptible killing intent locked onto Yi Yuan and Xie Jingyi. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said coolly, "If you want to prove that Lin Xiu's is yours, then use your strength to obtain her heart. Then show off in front of Fatty. This kind of pointless threat will only make you seem very intolerant." Jia Chong's expression was grim until water was dripping out, and he said in a cold voice, "What a joke! What qualifications do you have to judge me? When your strength, Serpa, SES mine, then come in front of me to talk nonsense. But very good. Right now, you've successfully aroused my fury. I'll make you and this fatty know what's called despair." Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Relax, that day won't be too far off. There isn't any difficulty in Serpa. Sing. Chapter 1370, Wu Meng Warg, Ode D Formula. Chapter 1370, Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D Formula, how arrogant. Although this guy has some potential, wanting to Serpa. Jia Chong, he's probably still a little too tender. Looking at Jia Chong's strength, he'll also be top 3 no matter what in the 3rd round, right? Overall strength being so powerful. Yi Yuan really dared to say it. This kid is probably puffed up. I thought that his first round's results were not bad and could disregard other people. He also doesn't think about it, even the first round. Jia Chong wasn't much worse than him either. Yi Yuan's words immediately kicked up a wave in the crowd. These words were rather arrogant. Yi Yuan's first round's performance was indeed eye-catching. But in the 2nd round, he immediately revealed his true colors. His overall strength was not on the same level as Jia Chong at all. With 2 rounds, Yi Yuan's results already faded into the crowd. Forget about Jia Chong. Even some who were ranked slightly behind also caught up from behind. Serpa. Sing him. Ha ha ha. You really dare to say that. I want to take a look at how you Serpa. SS me. Why not? Let's compete in the 3rd round. How's that? Jia Chong said oppressively. The 3rd round illumination was about competing on comprehension ability. Willpower, strength, comprehension ability. This was the true objective of the Wu Meng Academy's 3 rounds of assessment. Only by completely sing the 3 rounds was one worthy of Wu Meng Academy's grooming, becoming an official student. Jia Chong was certain that Yi Yuan was just threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky and did not dare to compete with him. Judging from bone age, he was about the same as Yi Yuan. However, he was Grand Completion Grotto Profound right now, while Yi Yuan was just Middle Stage Grotto Profound. Just judging from Cultivation Realm, it was already sufficient to indicate many problems. Martial Dao willpower this thing was unrelated to Cultivation Realm, but comprehension ability this thing had considerable relations. Hi plus P with cultivation realm. Yi Yuan looked at Jia Chong with a smile that was not a smile and said, "All right, how to compete?" Jia Chong sneered coldly in his heart. Looks like this guy was puffing himself up at his own cost, stubbornly hanging on till the end. Since that's the case, then let you lose everything. Let you know what's the outcome of standing up for the straws. Plus, Jia Chong laughed coldly in his heart. Compete in points. The one who wins gets all of the other party's points. Do you dare? Jia Chong said in an imposing manner. Yi Yuan was delighted the moment he heard and said with a smile, "Since you're so generous, then your points. I'll take it upon myself and accept it." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, feeling that this guy was really crazy. Xie Jingyi pulled Yi Yuan's clothes and whispered, "Brother, I've received your kind intentions, but don't compete with him. You're not his match. This guy is known as Brilliant Pea City's #1 genius, his comprehension ability being abnormally high. Whatever cultivation methods and martial techniques reach his hands, there's none that he can't comprehend." Jia Chong laughed loudly and said, "Heard that? Yi Yuan, bragging also depends on the target. Not anyone can proclaim to be a genius." But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said to the old man on the platform with cupped fists, "Student Yi Yuan requests teacher to be a witness and arrange for a wager agreement with him." The old man had long been paying attention to the situation over here, but he did not say anything. Wu Meng Academy encouraged this kind of compet. One Tian, gambling agreements that did not affect the whole. They did not forbid such things. It was just that, like today, drawing up a gambling agreement before even entering the sect, it was really not frequently seen. The old man nodded and said, "Can." Yi Yuan's actions made everyone stunned. Agreed upon just like this? This Yi Yuan's head wouldn't be defective, right? Yi Yuan this. All right, stop being foolishly sentimental. If you're a man, clear this third round properly. Don't let people look down on you." Yi Yuan said coolly. Xie Jingyi had remorse and guilt written all over his face. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, he gritted his teeth and said, "You rest assured. I definitely won't disappoint you. Jia Chong, don't blame us for bullying you. Teacher, Yi Yuan's points aren't enough, so I'll bet all of my points too. If we win, the points all belong to Yi Yuan. If lose, our points will all go to him. Access, read novel full. Live if you like watching manga, comics." It was also unknown where Xie Jingyi's courage came from either, to actually make this kind of decision. Previously, when he saw Jia Chong, he could not even speak. He did not expect that he actually still had such a hot-blooded side. The look in Xie Jingyi's eyes, Jia Chong disliked it a lot. He suddenly discovered that this opponent he had always looked down on seemed to have really grown up. "Ha, fools. Since you're gifting points to me for free, then I'll accept it. I'll let you guys know what's called disparity." Jia Chong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at Xie Jingyi rather surprisedly, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Relax, won't lose. His points, let's each take half." Everyone was speechless. This had not begun yet, and they already started dividing the loot? This guy was also too condescending. The old man could not stop sizing up Yi Yuan rather curiously. He very much wanted to see a trace of uneasiness from Yi Yuan's eyes, but he was disappointed. Yi Yuan had an appearance of having a well-thought-out plan, not putting Jia Chong in his sights at all. He was very perplexed, just where Yi Yuan's confidence lay. The second round already thoroughly exposed Yi Yuan's true standards. Maybe he had potential, but it was absolutely not as powerful as what he displayed in the first round. Age similar to Jia Chong, but 2 minor realms lower than him, the disparity was already very apparent. Of course, these doubts, he only kept them in his mind. He was very curious to what extent Yi Yuan could do it. All right, being able to walk to this step, everybody already proved your strength. This third round is a test, but to you all it's a lucky chance too. How much you can comprehend will depend on your good fortune, said the old man coolly. Hearing the old man's words, everyone's faces all faintly revealed looks of antic. 1. Piation. 3 rounds of entrance examinations. This third round was the most mysterious. Although everyone knew that what this round tested was comprehension ability, they did not know the specifics of the test contents. Because this third round's test was strictly confidential to the outside world. Now, you all swear a heavenly Tao oath. You're not to reveal anything about this third round's test contents to the outside. Those unwilling to swear the oath can withdraw right now, said the old man seriously. Yi Yuan was also very curious. It looked like the contents of this third round's test seemed to be rather extraordinary. Under the old man's lead, everyone partook. 1. P. Aided in the heavenly Tao oath. Now, you all return to your respective lotus seats. The test content of this third round is to comprehend a set of cultivation method. The name of this cultivation method is Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula, said the old man nonchalantly. A stone stirred up a 1,000-story wave. The old man's words immediately made the remaining people seethe. It's actually the Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula. I didn't expect that we can actually comprehend the Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula. Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula is City Lord, His Excellency's primary cultivation method. One can cultivate all the way to divine Lord Realm. No wonder. No wonder this third round's test content has always been kept confidential to the outside. It's truly a good fortune of 3 lifetimes, being able to comprehend the Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula. Even if eliminated in this round, it's worth it too. Even if just comprehended a tiny bit, this set of cultivation method is also sufficient to let us benefit for life. Chapter 1371, Talent Too Poor? Chapter 1371, Talent Too Poor? Starting from now, you all have 1 month's time to comprehend the Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula's first level cultivation method. After a month, you all will revolve the cultivation method on this jade pillar. You just have to make the jade pillar light up 5 scale lines, and it's considered as a pass S. After 5 scale lines, each scale higher, you'll obtain 15 points. In front of the plaza stood an emerald green jade pillar. There were 30 scale lines on the jade pillar. They naturally represented the comprehension degree of 30 levels. 5 scales and you pass as the test? Then isn't this round very easy? Yi Yuan said rather curiously. Xie Jingyi smiled bitterly and said, How can it be as easy as you think? Actually, this round is the hardest among the 3 rounds. The Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula is extensive and profound. How much can one comprehend in a month's time? Right now, there are still around 2,000 people remaining. It would be pretty good to have 400 to 500 people remaining in the end. The majority of the people's standard is also just around 3 or 4 scales. 5 scales are very difficult. If you get those people who are eliminated come and comprehend, it would be pretty impressive to be able to have 1 scale. Yi Yuan came to understand in his heart and had a direct understanding of this round's difficulty. But this was not a problem for him. He was very confident in his comprehension ability. So that's how it is. Then, in your view, how many scales can Jia Chong reach? Yi Yuan said curiously. Xie Jingyi's expression turned stern, and he said, In the legends, the highest record for this round is 23 scales. In normal years, the number 1 is approximately 15 to 16 scales. If judging him according to third place, it's roughly 12 to 13 scales. Yi Yuan, are you confident? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, You just put your heart back in place. What you have to do is comprehend well and succeed in clearing the round. Seeing Yi Yuan so certain, Xie Jingyi settled down a lot in his heart. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create a miracle. Now, third round, illumination, start. Following the old man's voice sounding out, Everyone's consciousness was pulled out of the body once more. In the consciousness S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan was surrounded by endless divine inscriptions. Presently, divine inscriptions were already not some unfathomable thing to Yi Yuan anymore. This set of cultivation method seems to be very simple. Yi Yuan browsed over the divine inscriptions and discovered that this set of cultivation method was surprisingly simple. Originally, he still wanted to comprehend it earnestly, but discovered that these divine inscriptions were easily discerned at a glance. There was no mystery to speak of in front of him at all. A hint of understanding appeared in Yi Yuan's heart as he sighed emotionally and said, "Yeah, the Chaos Heavenspan Canon is all in compa. Sing. It's no idea how many levels stronger than this Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula. No wonder it would be so simple." Yi Yuan found the reason very quickly. His horizons were too high. What kind of cultivation method the Chaos Heavenspan Canon turned into in the future, Yi Yuan was not clear as well. But to be able to trigger an illusionary Heavenspan mountain to descend, this first-level cultivation method was absolutely no ordinary. Access, read novel full. Live if you like watching manga, comics. Yi Yuan created the Chaos Heavenspan Canon, then coming to comprehend the Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula. He was like a top student learning advanced mathematics going to do elementary school math problems. Too simple. This cultivation method has its merits, but sadly it's a little shallow. If modifying it slightly, it should have greater potential. But my current realm is too low. At most, I can only modify this first level's cultivation method. Only using 3 days' time, Yi Yuan thoroughly comprehended the Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula. Not just so, he even saw through this cultivation method's many shortcomings. As long as he was willing, he could make this cultivation method even more perfect, letting the foundations of the people who cultivate it be even more solid. It was just that there was no meaning in him doing so right now, so he could not be bothered to do it either. This cultivation method was too simple. Yi Yuan was bored to death staying behind and directly withdrew out of the consciousness S.P.C. It has only been 3 days, and somebody left the consciousness S.P.A.C.? The mind of the old man on the platform stirred, his brows knitted tightly, his gaze began searching in the crowd. Could it be that somebody felt that the Wu Meng Warg, D formula, is too hard and is aware that they are unable to pass the test, so they abandon themselves to despair? Said another old man. Afraid so. The test in the past, no matter how talented the student, there had never been a precedent of withdrawing out of the consciousness S.P.A.C. in advance too. He did not expect that this time it actually appeared. Even if those people knew that they were unable to pass the test, they would also do their best to comprehend the cultivation method. After all, Wu Meng Warg. D formula. This level of cultivation method was one of a kind in the entire Wu Meng capital city. The opportunity hard to come by. The 2 old men presiding over the test both gave rise to a strong contempt towards this person. People of the martial Tao dreaded retreating in the face of difficulties the most. This kind of mind, how to accomplish great things. Right at this time, Yi Yuan slowly left the lotus seat and walked over towards the waiting area. It's him. This boy, his talent should be so poor, right? That's hard to say too. After all, martial Tao willpower and comprehension ability don't have a definite relations. HI+P. His age isn't young anymore as well, but his realm is only so little. Perhaps it's a problem of comprehension ability. What you say makes sense too. It's just that his wager agreement probably can't be realized anymore. Originally thought that he could definitely pass the test. Not fulfilling the wager agreement. Jia Chong probably won't let him off, right? Since he isn't the academy student, his life and death have nothing to do with us. The 2 people already determined that this was Yi Yuan's talent being too poor, unable to comprehend the Wu Meng Warg. D formula. After all, the Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula, such a profound cultivation method. Even just the first level was also absolutely not what could be comprehended in a month. In reality, the 30 scale lines on the jade pillar were not complete, they were just a portion. Wanting to fully comprehend the first level's cultivation method, no matter how talented, one needed 100 years' time too. A month was just a bit of superficial knowledge. But whether Yi Yuan was eliminated or not still had to wait until after the jade pillar's test to decide. Yi Yuan came before the platform, gave a bow toward the two old men as a show of respect. One of them could not resist and still opened his mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, why did you withdraw from the consciousness SPAC so quickly? Although this cultivation method is profound, if you comprehend for a month, it's sufficient to benefit you for life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Thank you for teacher's concern. The Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula is indeed extensive and profound, but a month's time, seriously, can't comprehend much. I plan on comprehending in detail after entering the academy. The old man froze, being somewhat baffled by Yi Yuan. With the way you were, you still want to enter the Wu Meng Academy? He had never seen before someone capable of entering the Wu Meng Academy with just 3 days of comprehension. The old man's face fell, and he said, Yi Yuan, you mustn't reach beyond your reach as a person. Your martial Tao willpower is very firm, but since your talent is lacking, you have to make up for it with diligence. How can you talk big to impress people? In his view, Yi Yuan was clearly too lacking in talent, yet insisted on acting and showing off. At that time, they would not even know how they died. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly when he heard that and said, Thank you for teacher's concern. Yi Yuan understands. Chapter 1372, You Idiot. Chapter 1372, You Idiot. Hoo-hoo, looks like you didn't misjudge here. His first round's performance deceived all of us. Looks like teacher Lei Dong and teacher Mu Sun were also deceived by him. Song Fong said to Jiang Chen with a laugh. But Jiang Chen did not speak when he heard that, seemingly pondering about something. I wonder, do you think his talent really too poor? If his talent is really very poor, then how did he clear the second round? Even if cultivation realm is compensated, wanting to clear the round isn't that easy either, right? Jiang Chen said with a frown, if his talent was really poor to such a degree, even if a middle-stage grotto profound's realm was compensated, it was basically impossible to pa-s the second round too. However, not only did Yi Yuan pa-s it, he even exceeded by 3 waves. You're saying Song Fong was also puzzled. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I don't know either. I similarly don't think that he can beat Jia Chong by comprehending 3 days. The difficulty of the Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula. You and I are all too clear. Song Fong smiled bitterly and said, What you said makes sense too. I discovered that this kid is simply an enigmatic existence. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and said, Carry on watching then. The mystery will be unveiled after a month. A month's time pa-s, said in a flash. Yi Yuan came to the waiting area and cultivated on his own for a month's time. Jia Chong withdrew from the consciousness SPAC. Opening his eyes to take a look, he discovered that the waiting area, shockingly, only had one person. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? He was first stunned. Following that, flowers immediately bloomed in his heart. Ignorant fool, directly giving up? Jia Chong said with a cold smile. Not just Jia Chong. When the others saw the Yi Yuan who was alone in the waiting area, they had astounded looks too. What's going on here? Why would Yi Yuan be in the waiting area? No idea how long he's been in the waiting area too. Does he have a well-thought-out plan? Or has he already given up? Rubbish, of course, he has given up. Wu Meng Warg. Oh, D formula, this kind of precious cultivation method. Even if one is fully aware that they can't pass, they will comprehend it well too. This bit of talent, and he also dares to challenge Jia Chong. Is he soft in the head? After the astonishment, everyone had disdainful looks towards Yi Yuan. Originally, people thought that he more or less had some abilities to want to bet with Jia Chong. They did not think that he directly gave up. This was coming to be a fool, right? All right, the hour has come. The A.S. assessment is starting now. Everyone, all go to the waiting area. When you hear your name, come up in proper order. First one, W.A.N. Ji Chong. Lei Dong said in a clear voice. The expression of W.A.N. Ji Chong, who was called, turned stiff, clearly not quite confident. He placed his hand on the jade pillar and started revolving the cultivation method. W.A.N. Ji Chong unleashed all of his power, but only reached the third scale line. W.A.N. Ji Chong, test failed. Shatter the wooden tablet yourself and withdraw from the test, Lei Dong said. W.A.N. Ji Chong unwillingly crushed the wooden tablet with a look of regret and was directly transported out. Next, one name after another was called. Sure enough, as Xie Jingyi said, the majority of the people were unable to reach the benchmark of 5 scales. Xie Jingyi scooted beside Yi Yuan and asked softly, Bro, what's the deal with you? When did you withdraw? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I withdrew on the 3rd day. Xie Jingyi's eyes went wide, and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said, Hey bro, are you kidding me? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Not joking. Dealing with that guy, 3 days is enough. Xie Jingyi was speechless. I was wondering how thick your cowhide was. It popped from you puffing, right? Not entering the academy. The academy won't care about your life and death. Therefore, you just wait for death. Jia Chong arrived beside the 2 people at goodness knows when and said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to even raise an eyebrow and spat a word out of his mouth. Idiot! Jia Chong's expression changed, and he said fiercely, What did you say? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Are you deaf? I said, You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Idiot. Heard it now? If you didn't hear, I can urge divine essence and be a little louder. Yi Yuan's voice was already loud enough. Virtually everyone heard it. Quite a few people could not resist laughing. Jia Chong's face had long changed color, Wisconsin H. I, plus ing to shred Yi Yuan alive. Except those 2 up there were currently watching. He did not dare to make a move. Punk, when the AS assessment is over, I'll make you regret everything you did today. Jia Chong gave a cold snort and flicked his sleeves and went off. He discovered that in front of Yi Yuan, bickering could not gain any advantage at all. This AS assessment was very fast. Before long, a large number of people were eliminated. Next, Jia Chong. Jia Chong stepped out of the ranks proudly when he was called. He was extremely confident in his comprehension ability. In his eyes, his opponent only had Qin Shao. The others, he did not place them in his sights at all. Jia Chong pressed his palm on the jade pillar and revolved the cultivation method. The jade pillar started lighting up. Clearly, his lighting speed was much faster than those people before. In virtually a blink of an eye, it broke through 5 scale lines. After breaking through 5 scale lines, the light on the jade pillar did not diminish in the slightest, rising straight up all the way, and arrived at the 10th scale line very quickly. So strong. Jia Chong's comprehension ability is too strong. There's probably only Qin Shao who can compete with him. Broke through the 10th scale line so quickly, he'll most likely charge up to the 15th. Truly remarkable. Looks like this 3rd round, he still has hope of overpowering Qin Shao. Jia Chong's comprehension ability was indeed very strong. His Astonies, H.I. plussing performance immediately aroused a wave of exclamations. Even Qin Shao's face changed slightly too, clearly sensing tremendous pressure. 17 scale lines. So strong. Finally, Jia Chong stopped at the 17th scale line. This result was sufficient to rank first in previous years. The faces of the Wu Meng four young masters were all incomparably solemn. Clearly, they did not expect that Jia Chong's comprehension ability was actually so high. Obtaining such a good result, the first thing Jia Chong thought of was showing off to Yi Yuan. His gaze looked in Yi Yuan's direction, holding peak. Oh, see, king, and a demonstration of power in his eyes. Read comics on our Read novel full. Live, but unfortunately, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to even give him a glance. There was also no surprised expression on his face. Punk, there will come a time when you regret it. Jia Chong thought hatefully in his heart. Next, Xie Jingyi. Coincidentally, the next after Jia Chong was little fatty Xie Jingyi. Come on. Yi Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder. Xie Jingyi nodded his head and stood in front of the jade pillar. Little fatty sucked in a deep breath, pressing his palm on the jade pillar. The jade pillar slowly lit up 1 scale line, 2 scale lines. Finally, little fatty's scale stopped on the 5th scale line. Xie Jingyi had a look of wild ecstasy as he shouted, "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. I really pass," said the test. Sniff, sniff. I really pass," said the test. Sniff, sniff. Yi Yuan, thank you. As he said, Xie Jingyi actually started crying. Before coming here, he never dreamed that he could actually pass the test, and become a student of the Wu Meng Academy. He knew that the person he should thank the most was Yi Yuan. Chapter 1373. Watch a good show. Chapter 1373. Watch a good show. Su Yuetsong, 13 scale lines, obtained 120 points. Xiang Zhuang, 12 scale lines, obtained 115 points. Wu Yang, 12 scale lines, obtained 115 points. Qin Shao, 17 scale lines, obtained 180 points. Qin Shao's results set off an upsurge in the crowd once more, because his results basically already locked in the top dog this time. Even if Qin Shao was calm when he obtained this result, his body was trembling incessantly too. For the sake of this day, he paid far too much. Qin Shao is really ridiculously strong. I originally thought that Jia Chong can overpower Qin Shao in this round, but I didn't expect that he actually tied with him. Yeah, Qin Shao's overall strength is seriously too strong. Other people can only look at his back. With this, the outcome is a foregone conclusion. If it was past years, Jia Chong was bound to crush the capital city's geniuses. Unfortunately, he ran into Qin Shao. Next, Yi Yuan. Just as the people were discussing animatedly, it was finally Yi Yuan's turn to take the field. Everyone also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually queued up so behind. He was considered to have been called out after a great many times, but everyone already did not have much interest in him. Everyone already sentenced him to death. It was impossible for him to pass the A assessment. Wu Meng Warg. Oh, deformula. This kind of pinnacle cultivation method he only used 3 days, and he could have some comprehensions? You have got to be kidding. If Yi Yuan really succeeded in clearing the round, where would these geniuses' faces be put? A good show is about to happen. Let us see how Yi Yuan crushes us 1 million geniuses. Ha! Jia Chong's voice was very loud, immediately incurring a wave of roaring laughters. 17 scale lines was already a lot higher than previous year's average. Even the top dog, Qin Shao, only fought to a draw with him too. It could be seen how praiseworthy this was. For Yi Yuan to want to win Jia Chong, there was no possibility at all. When Yi Yuan said by Jia Chong, he smiled and said, "Then open your eyes wide and watch a good show." Jia Chong smiled coldly and said, "Okay, I'll wait and see." Yi Yuan came before the jade pillar and slowly put his palm on it. The next instant, the originally noisy waiting area immediately became dead silent. The audience was silent. It was only to see the jade pillar instantly light up. In virtually a blink of an eye, It charged past 5 scale lines. Under normal circumstances, the luminance of the jade pillar would get increasingly slower as it went up. However, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest trend of slowing down, directly charging up to the 10th scale line. Then it was the 15th scale line, 16th scale line, 17th scale line. A draw. Everyone drew a cold breath, their ILS almost popping out. This scene happened too quickly, swiftly until everyone could not react to it. But just as everyone thought that it would still continue to charge up, the lighting speed of the jade pillar suddenly slowed down. Then it slowly crawled past the 18th scale line. It stopped. After continuing a while, Yi Yuan slowly put down his palm and discovered that the old men on the platform were still in the midst of shock. "Teacher," Yi Yuan said. Lei Dong's entire body trembled. Only then did he come to his senses and said, "Yi Yuan, 18 scale lines, obtained 195 points." Lei Dong's words made everyone all come to their senses. What's going on here? What in the world happened just now? I feel like it went up with a whoosh all at once. My God. I even thought that my eyes were failing me and looked for quite a few times before discovering that it's real. 18 scale lines. He actually really Serpa. Said Qin Xiao and Jia Chong ranking first. Why do I feel like he still has strength to spare? Could it be that this is my delusion? The waiting area was immediately in an uproar. Everyone did not dare to believe the scene that happened just now. Others unleashed even the strength used to suckle milk in order to make the jade pillar light up a bit. But Yi Yuan only lightly placed his hand on it and directly reached 17 scale lines. There was not the slightest bit of pause in the middle. Only when it reached the 18 scale line did it abruptly stop. From motion to stillness, it gave people a feeling of longing for more. Everyone all felt that Yi Yuan still had strength left. He deliberately stopped on the 18th scale line. Of course, Yi Yuan did it on purpose. Want to win, he should win beautifully. But he also did not wish to be overly shocking and let people know that he directly comprehended the Wumeng warg. D formula. As for where his limits lay, let everyone go and guess. Lei Dong and Mu Sun exchanged glances, both seeing the deep shock in the other party's eyes. They were certain that Yi Yuan absolutely held back strength. As for how much, they really did not dare to say. Maybe even higher than 23rd. This was already the limit that they could imagine. They naturally could not guess that if Yi Yuan went all out, he could blow this jade pillar up. Ha ha ha. Punk. Didn't expect that you were so impressive. You made Lord Fatty. I worried for nothing. Xie Jingyi excitedly gave Yi Yuan another punch. He was really too happy. When he faced Jia Chong, he had always felt very inferior until he did not even dare to breathe loudly. This time, Yi Yuan really helped him to vent this grievance. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even helped him regain confidence and helped him to miraculously pass the test. Although Yi Yuan was just a scale line higher than Jia Chong, in front of his startling performance, this one scale line was amplified infinitely. Yi Yuan clearly still had a great deal of strength to spare. It was just that he was unwilling to be high profile. In front of Yi Yuan, Jia Chong's light was overshadowed. The test afterward appeared dull and boring. The ones who said the test, in the end, were only 300 over people. The rest were all transported out of this SPAC. I said before, winning against you is too easy. Thank you for your points, Yi Yuan said and shrugged. Jia Chong's fury was almost bursting forth from his chest. The humiliation that Yi Yuan gave him was too strong. Looking back now, his provocation previously appeared so ridiculous, and the points that he worked hard to earn were actually reset all at once. That was 440 points. This was not just 440 points. It was also testimony to his 100 over years of hard work. Now it was all gone. Jia Chong knew that without points, One could not advance an inch in the Wu Meng Academy. With these points, he could be a step faster than people. He did not expect that now. It was like drawing water with a sieve, having not a single point left. Yi Yuan, 220 points have already been transferred to your wooden tablet. Your current points are a total 520 points. However, your gambling agreement isn't counted in the test. The top dog this time is still Qin Shao. Lei Dong transferred the points in Jia Chong's wooden tablet into Yi Yuan and Xie Jingyi's wooden tablets, respectively. Yi Yuan's points were originally not considered outstanding, just above average standard. Now, it charged to first place all of a sudden, even 25 points more than Qin Shao. Xie Jingyi held the wooden tablet, his heart still somewhat racing. Although it was satisfying this time, he also offended Jia Chong badly. In the past, Jia Chong did not take him seriously at all. Now, he would definitely think of ways to send him to his doom. Chapter 1374 Golden Sword Token. 1374 Golden Sword Token. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of palpitation welled up in their hearts. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. Lei Dong, Musan, as well as the academy students, all gave a bow respectfully. We welcome, City Lord. Your Excellencies, descend. A middle-aged man in azure clothing slowly walked out of the void. As soon as he appeared, he gave people a feeling of peerlessness. So strong. Is this a divine Lord Realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed in his heart. He did not think that this legendary divine Lord Realm powerhouse actually came personally. This middle-aged man in azure clothes looked elegant and soft-spoken, but his might could not be concealed no matter what. Xiao Feng was already a peak origin deity powerhouse, but the oppressive feeling he gave Yi Yuan was on a completely different level from this one in front of him. This is merely a wisp of thought clone. A true divine Lord Realm powerhouse is G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than this. Dustlass's voice suddenly sounded out in his consciousness. Yi Yuan was shocked again when he heard that. Such a powerful oppressive force, and he was actually merely just a thought clone. Wu Meng City Lord said coolly, being able to pass the test. You all are my Wu Meng capital city's top geniuses, with future accomplishments being limitless. Wu Meng Academy is the place where heroes gather. The path of a powerhouse for everyone has only just begun. I hope that there's someone among you all who can Serpa S your predecessors and reach divine Lord Realm. The words ignited everyone's hot blood. For these students, their lifelong pursuit was divine Lord Realm, but wanting to reach this step was far too difficult. Don't look at how these genius martial artists all left people behind in the dust currently. Once their potential was used up, they might not be able to break through a minor realm for tens of thousands of years. Among Wu Meng Academy students, those whose talents were a little weaker could all reach grand completion, heaven glimpse. The good ones could even reach grand completion, origin deity. But they might not be able to produce one capable of breaking through to divine Lord Realm in 100,000 years. If Xiao Feng did not meet Yi Yuan, perhaps he could not find this breakthrough opportunity all his life too. Even so, whether or not he could really break through was another matter altogether. Wu Meng City Lord paused for a bit and continued. This Lord coming here today is to take the top dog in as an in-name disciple, Qin Shao. Ever since the test, Qin Shao had always been calm and level-headed. But at this moment, he was trembling all over. That was trembling with excitement. This day he had waited far too long. Disciple Qin Shao pays respect to City Lord. Qin Shao directly knelt down towards Wu Meng City Lord and performed a master acknowledgement ceremony. Wu Meng City Lord slowly nodded and said, This test you overpowered all geniuses and became the top dog. According to Wu Meng Academy's rules, I'll take you in as an in-name disciple today. This is the golden sword token that represents this Lord's disciple status. Seeing this token is akin to seeing this lord. Wu Meng City, Lord pointed a finger. A ray of golden light flew towards Qin Shao. A several inches long golden little sword appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, all of the students felt envious. They all knew that not only did this golden sword token represent the ident, one, Tai of a city, Lord's disciple, but it was also a heavenly divine artifact in itself, with its boundless power. With it, it was equivalent to having a death exemption golden token. Qin Shao said agitatedly, "This disciple thanks Master." Wu Meng City Lord nodded and said, although you're already an in-name disciple under me, you have to guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Don't get proud by relying on favors. If you fail the tests in the future, this golden sword token, this lord will take it back. Qin Shao's heart turned cold, and he said, "This disciple will remember Master's teachings and will definitely work harder and strive for a face to officially enter Master's tutelage." Wu Meng City Lord nodded his head slightly and said coolly, "All right, the test this time is already done. After you all enter the academy, you have to work harder and become my Wu Meng capital city's pillars. This lord is going." While talking, Wu Meng City Lord's figure gradually became illusionary. But right at this time, Yi Yuan felt all the hairs on his body stand on its end. He clearly felt Wu Meng City Lord's gaze turned toward him. Being stared intently by such a powerhouse, Yi Yuan's hairs really stood on its end. But very soon, Wu Meng City Lord's figure disappeared. Only then did that uneasy sense of danger disappear. Could it be that he saw through something? Yi Yuan asked dustless. The secrets on Yi Yuan were too many. Just the soul-suppressing pearl and world-suppressing steel, two Empyrean spirit treasures, were sufficient to drive the world crazy. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would be so low profile and did not want to be overly eye-catching. Otherwise, even if he could not get many points in the second round, this position of top dog would also not be Qin Shao's turn. He's just interested in you. Your play was too overboard just now. His level of expertise. How could he possibly be completely unaware of it? However, with his bit of strength, he still can't perceive this old man's situation. So you just rest assured, Dustless said with a laugh. Only then did Yi Yuan let out a sigh in relief. Looks like the final round just now. He really played a little too overboard. All right, now, take your wooden tablets and return to your lotus seats again. The lotus seats will transport you all to Wu Meng Academy. Lei Dong said. When everyone heard that, they all returned to the lotus seats one after another, being transported away one by one. Yi Yuan was just about to move, but was stopped by Lei Dong. Yi Yuan, you wait a minute. Yi Yuan was stupefied and said, What is teacher finding me for? Lei Dong's gaze was heated as he said, Yi Yuan, you give an honest account. Just how much strength did you preserve in the third round? Yi Yuan was stunned and said bewilderedly, Preserve strength? Teacher. Yi Yuan already went all out. Where's the talk of holding back strength? Pretend. You just pretend. Even a fool could tell that Yi Yuan preserved strength. Withdrawing from the consciousness S.P.A.C. in 3 days, then directly charging to the 18th scale line. No more, no less. Just nicely able to win against Jia Chong. To say that Yi Yuan did not hold back strength, that was also a little too ridiculous, right? If Jia Chong's result was 20 scale lines, Lei Dong did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan could charge to 21 scale lines. But with Yi Yuan feigning ignorance, Lei Dong really did not have much temper. Waving his hand, he said, All right, go then. Teacher, Yi Yuan will leave first. Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan slowly walked towards the lotus seats. Mu Sun walked up and said, You believe him? Only a ghost will believe him. This kid isn't honest. Lei Dong said disgruntledly. Mu Sun smiled and said, Although Qin Shao is formidable, you and I can see through with a glance. But this kid really can't be fathomed. It looks like there are quite a number of secrets on him. Honestly speaking, I feel more optimistic about him." Lei Dong nodded his head and said, "This boy is very hard to say. His future accomplishments might not be worse than Qin Shao's." Little Fatty moved close and asked Ji Yuan softly, "Bro, say honestly, how many scale lines is your limit?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "You guess." Xie Jingyi thought about it and said, uncertainly, 23. This was already the limit that he could imagine. Yi Yuan shook his head and smiled, but he did not speak. Xie Jingyi's gaze turned intent, and he said again, 26. Yi Yuan still shook his head and said with a smile, "Stop guessing, I won't tell you." Chapter 1375, Sword Tomb. 1375 Sword Tomb. What did you say? Yi Yuan he, pa s, said the test and entered the Wu Meng Academy. Haha, excellent. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. When Ji-song heard the news of Yi Yuan entering the Wu Meng Academy, he was thunderstruck. After the shock, Ji-song became wildly elated. If Yi Yuan kept on hiding in the Myriad Treasure Tower, he would really be helpless. But now his chance finally came. What did you say? Yi Yuan's points are even higher than the top dog? But when he heard the process of the events concerning Yi Yuan entering the Wu Meng Academy with a result of points making him number 1, his entire person was struck senseless. Only after a long time did Ji-song come back to his senses and muttered, "This kid isn't easy to deal with. This time, we must strike him dead in one blow." Chun Yongyan nodded and said, "This kid has no idea of life or death, offending brilliant Peace City's number 1 genius, Jia Chong, during the test. In addition, the Qin family's Qin Shao obtained top dog this time, his future limitless. I heard that after Yi Yuan he entered the city, he seemed to have already offended the Qin family." Ji-song gave him a glance, rather surprisedly, and said with a smile, "Looks like your news network is very well informed." "That's right. This boy is indeed a troublemaker. But this matter, we still have to give it further thought and confer at length. After all, no loss of life is permitted in the academy. Once we act rashly and alert the enemy, we won't have a second chance." Chun Yongyan said, "Yi Yuan, the kid brings along a late-stage 2-star evil spirit around him. It's not easy to deal with. But I heard that he is in close association with a little fatty. Can we open up a gap from him?" Ji-song's eyes lit up and he praised, "That's right. This little fatty indeed can be worked on. As for the Qin family's resources, better not touch for the time being." After entering the Wu Meng Academy, Yi Yuan spent an entire day and had a rough understanding of the Wu Meng Academy. This was a very loose school. Every day, there were origin deity, realm teachers giving lectures. But whether one went or not depended on their individual wishes. Want to muck around, that was up to you too. It was just that if you think you could hang around in the school by mucking around, that was a big mistake. In the center of Wu Meng Academy's plaza, 2 enormous rocks were placed and were called point stone. Each student's points would be displayed on the point stones. 1 point stone was for recording inner court disciples' points. The other point stone was for recording outer court disciples' points. The numbers on the point stones were updated in real time. Every bit of change would be recorded on the point stones. Most important, every 10 years, Wu Meng Academy would eliminate the 20 lowest ranked students on the point stones, expelling them from the Wu Meng Academy. This elimination rate was very high until somewhat alarming. Wu Meng Academy students, the oldest was only until 1,000 years old. After 1,000 years old, regardless of what level they cultivated to, they could not stay in the academy anymore. Every 100 years, the academy would recruit around 200 to 500 students. But every 10 years, 20 students would be eliminated. This was also to say that in these 100 years where no students were recruited, the academy would eliminate 200 students, either advance or fall behind. After entering the academy, students were not allowed to have a hint of slacking off. These 200 students who were eliminated might not be new students, they might be old students too. All outer court disciples took the test together. In addition, moving about in the academy, points would be continuously expended. Regardless whether it was cultivating martial techniques, cultivation methods, or exchanging for medicinal pills, it could not dispense with points. Therefore, if one wanted to not be eliminated, one must continuously earn points. There were many ways to earn points, such as doing a mission, such as challenging other students, and such as clearing trials. The academy would issue some missions every day. When students completed missions, they would obtain a fixed points reward. Challenging students should be a shortcut to earning points. They could S large sums of points within a short time through continuously challenging other students. Of course, the prerequisite was that you won all. This challenging act was not a blind challenge. One could only challenge opponents ranked 10 places higher than them on the point stones. The winner would obtain a certain points reward, while the loser would be deducted of points. If the opponent you challenge was not carrying out a mission to clear challenges, they would have to answer the challenge. And the third approach, clearing trials. Yi Yuan was currently outside the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb was Wu Meng Academy's land of comprehending the sword. It was divided into 18 levels. With each level Pa S said, one could obtain a certain number of points as a reward. This senior apprentice brother, I wish to enter the Sword Tomb. This is my academy token. As he said, Yi Yuan handed over a token. This was the ident. 1. Tai token that the academy issued to him after he entered the Wu Meng Academy. Zhao Qin was an inner court disciple. He accepted this mission of guarding the Sword Tomb several days ago and was satisfied with this work. Zhao Qin sized Yi Yuan up with a glance and said disdainfully, "New here, right? Do you know this Sword Tomb's dangers? Your bit of strength going in, you'll be dismembered in just a while. I advise that you'd best cultivate a bit first, then go in." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for senior apprentice brother's concern, but I'm very interested in this Sword Tomb and still wish to experience it." Zhao Qin raised his eyebrow and said, "Ha! It's up to you if you want to seek your own doom. Entering the Sword Tomb has a one-time deduction of 20 points. You have a month's time to comprehend the sword. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can comprehend the sword." Zhao Qin had a small jade tray in front of him. He swiped Yi Yuan's academy token on it, and the scornful expression instantly changed. His eyebrows raised up, looking at Yi Yuan rather disbelievingly as he said, "Hiss, why would you have so many points? Could it be that you're this season's new student's top dog?" Yi Yuan received the token and said with a smile, "Senior apprentice brother is worrying too much. I won these points by gambling. This season's top dog is someone else." Just as they were talking, a figure suddenly dashed out from behind Yi Yuan. That person handed the token to Zhao Qin and said, "Sword Tomb. I want to enter the Sword Tomb." Yi Yuan's brows raised up. This person was none other than precisely this year's top dog, Qin Shao. He did not expect that this Qin Shao had the same view as him without prior consultation, coming to the Sword Tomb on the first stop. Zhao Qin was rather surprised and said, "You all, these newbies, really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. To actually choose the Sword Tomb when you just entered the sect. Ha ha! Letting you all suffer some losses are good too." Qin Shao received the token from Zhao Qin's hands and directly entered the Sword Tomb without even giving greeting. This guy was unbelievably proud. But to the Qin family's people, Yi Yuan did not have any good feelings too. He naturally had no interest in saying Hello. Yi Yuan thanked Zhao Qin and directly entered the Sword Tomb. Upon entering the Sword Tomb, Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned intent too. Entering his sight, It was all swords sprawled disorderly everywhere. Too many to count. The name of Sword Tomb, indeed, lives up to its reputation. Yi Yuan praised. Yi Yuan had long inquired earlier. This sword tomb was the land of sword burial for Wu Meng Academy's successive generations of sword-wielding experts. It contained boundless sword intent. He chose this place as the first stop because he wanted to make use of the boundless sword intent here in order to comprehend a sword Tao belonging just to him. Chapter 1376. Only through madness one can achieve greatness. 1376. Only through madness one can achieve greatness. What made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised was that Qin Shao did not enter the sword tomb. He seemed to be waiting for him. Yi Yuan, let's have a match. How about it? Qin Shao said with his back to Yi Yuan. Qin Shao, this guy, was rather cold and rather proud. Him taking the initiative to open his mouth and speak made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised. But Yi Yuan felt that this Qin Shao did not seem to be the same type of people as the Qin Peiyu he encountered before. At least, he did not disgust him. At this moment, he sensed a thick fighting intent from Qin Shao's body. Clearly, this top dog already viewed Yi Yuan as a formidable adversary. Yi Yuan took a step forward and stood side by side with Qin Shao and said, "How to compete?" In the sword tomb's 18 levels, the deeper in, the more powerful the sword intent. Let's compete and see who lasts longer in this first level region. If we both persist for 1 month, it's considered a draw. Qin Shao said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since it's a bet, I wonder what the wager is." Qin Shao said, "The loser will pay the winner the points to enter the sword tomb next time." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Small gambling is entertaining. Big gambling is harmful. Hoo-hoo, this idea is not bad." Qin Shao's expression turned stiff, recalling the matter of Jia Chong and Yi Yuan betting, losing his entire fortune. This matter already became a laughing stock among their batch of students. Presumably, Jia Chong would have headaches because of points for a very long period of time. At that time, he also thought that Yi Yuan lost for sure. He did not expect that Yi Yuan casually charged to 18 scale lines. It was precisely because of this round that it made him have immense dread toward Yi Yuan. Go. Qin Shao leaped and directly entered the sword tomb. Yi Yuan was not slow either, following closely behind. Upon entering the sword tomb, it was as if entering another world. A world of swords. Chi, chi, chi. Caught unprepared, Yi Yuan immediately had several holes opened up on his body. Countless chaotic sword law fragments flooded within this S.P.A.C. Qin Shao was not much better than Yi Yuan either. Although he was not immediately injured, he was kept busy too. What powerful sword laws! Every sword here probably has a story. In this place, they repel each other but formed an organic whole. This place is really a superb place to comprehend the sword. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Swiss. H. Plus another sword law sliced past, nicking a cut on Yi Yuan's face. On the other side, Qin Shao already brought out his sword, dancing airtight, and started class. H.I. Plussing with those sword laws. Qin Shao's strength was indeed powerful. It was only to see sword energy crisscrossed around him and was actually almost on par with these sword laws. Kid, if you still don't draw your sword, you'll be dismembered by a flurry of swords by these sword laws, Dustless warned. But Yi Yuan looked in Qin Shao's direction as if deep in thought. Rejecting these sword laws outside the door, how to comprehend the sword? I want to test the swords with my body. Yi Yuan said. Dustless could not help choking when he heard that. He said, "You lunatic." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Only through madness one can achieve greatness." Chi, chi, chi. Those sword laws were not the slightest bit courteous, learning behind streaks of sword scars on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan revolved the tyrant dragon regeneration art frenziedly, repairing those streaks of sword marks. Yi Yuan discovered that this was a violent world of swords. Comprehending swords here was different from comprehending cultivation methods and martial techniques. Each sword here, each sword law fragment, they were all the condensation of a martial artist's lifelong, painstaking effort. For Yi Yuan to want to learn the strengths of everyone and create a sword Tao belonging to himself, he had to go and understand these laws of sword. Confronting these sword laws like Qin Shao, one would forever be unable to comprehend where the true meaning of these sword laws lay. Hence, he chose to test the swords with his body. Want to learn how to beat people, one had to first learn how to take a beating. It was this logic. Although the tyrant dragon regeneration art was strong, the sword laws here were too many and too strong. Yi Yuan's expenditure would become greater and greater, and his wounds would also be deeper and deeper. Time passed. Said day by day, Qin Shao's consumption also became greater and greater, gradually falling short. I heard that the first time the previous season's top dog entered the sword tomb, the result was 23 days. I've already persisted for 26 days. This result is already very good, right? Yi Yuan's true combat power definitely can't handle this, so he must have long failed to hold out already, right? Qin Shao thought. The sword laws here were too powerful. After it started, Qin Shao could not pay attention to Yi Yuan, devoting all his attention to dealing with them. Yi Yuan's first round and third round's performance in the test were very Estonies. I plussing, but the second round was relatively ordinary. Hence, Qin Shao determined that Yi Yuan's true combat strength should be poor. In a blink, Qin Shao persisted 26 days, already reaching the point where a lamp's fire was dying and oil ran dry. Continuing to hold on, he would be dismembered by a flurry of swords. Qin Shao leaped and withdrew from the sword tomb. His figure had just steadied itself when his eyes suddenly turned intent. Yi Yuan was actually still in the sword tomb. Swiss. H. Plus a ray of sword energy directly hewed open a tear on Yi Yuan's body, deep until bones could be seen. Yi Yuan's body was long stained by fresh blood already. This guy, how in the world did he do it? Could it be that these 26 days he stalled it out like this? A look of disbelief revealed in Qin Shao's gaze. He was very clear about these sword energies' might. Even if it was him, if he was like Yi Yuan, he absolutely could not persist 3 days too. But Yi Yuan actually hung on for a full 26 days. This guy wouldn't be doing it in order to win the points for entering the sword tomb next time, right? No, absolutely impossible. Qin Shao's first reaction was that Yi Yuan was trying to win against him. But very soon, he denied this idea of Yi Yuan. Although he did not know much about Yi Yuan, he could feel that Yi Yuan absolutely would not do such a thing for the sake of this kind of lame reason. Moreover, Yi Yuan's points were not few. Qin Shao's expression was very ugly. He did not expect that he actually lost in such a way. Yi Yuan, you already won. Qin Shao said in a clear voice. However, Yi Yuan seemingly could not hear his words at all, and still forcefully held on. Qin Shao could sense that Yi Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but he could not figure out what the Yi Yuan was hanging in there for. Continuously enduring the swords like this, could it be that it was helpful towards cultivation? Qin Shao felt that apart from aggravating his injuries, there were no benefits at all. He did not leave right away, but quietly watched Yi Yuan outside. He discovered that the speed Yi Yuan's fleshy body recovered was very fast. Although this speed got slower and slower, Qin Shao could still sense it. Qin Shao knew that Yi Yuan relied on this skill to hold out until now. Yi Yuan doing so definitely has a deep meaning to it. This guy is really hard to fathom. It looks like I was too arrogant in the past. This Yi Yuan might very likely be my greatest opponent in the future. Qin Shao thought. On the 30th day, Yi Yuan dragged his injury-laden body and walked out of the sword tomb's first-level region. Chapter 1370, 7 Qin Tian. 1377 Qin Tian. Ha! What did I tell you guys? With your current strength, going in is equivalent to courting death. There won't be any harvests at all. Zhao Qin looked at Yi Yuan, who was covered in injuries. His facial expression was filled with mockery. This kind of student who overestimated their own ability. He had seen plenty and did not have any sympathy. He already warned previously. So who was to blame for not listening to the warning? Qin Xiaopa S. said his academy token to Zhao Qin and said Sword Tomb. Please help me deduct the points for entering the Sword Tomb once and write it on Yi Yuan's token. In the academy, this kind of deduction method could be seen everywhere and did not have anything strange. Of course, the prerequisite was that one took the initiative to request. Zhao Qin froze and immediately could not help laughing as he said, "Ha! You all are new and still don't know how valuable points are living in the academy, right?" Qin Xiao gave Zhao Qin a glance and explained, "I lost a bet to him. He persisted for a whole month in the Sword Tomb's first level. This is the wager." With Qin Xiao's personality, he originally could not be bothered to explain. But no idea why, he still explained it unbeknownst to Ji. Oh, DS and ghosts. Hearing Qin Xiao's explanation, Zhao Qin got a shock. What? He persisted like this for a month? Impossible. It was no wonder that Zhao Qin was surprised. With Yi Yuan's bit of strength, persisting inside for a month, he would long have been dismembered by a flurry of swords. How could it be possible to come out alive? Many weak students all went in to challenge it, and then they came out to get treatment for a few days after being hurt by the sword energies. After their injuries healed, they would enter again, rinse and repeat like this. Zhao Qin thought that Yi Yuan receiving such heavy injuries, it must have been the case like the others, entering the Sword Tomb, leaving with injuries, entering again and repeating the cycle. He thought this was Ji. Oh, D knows how many times Yi Yuan already attempted this. But Qin Xiao said that Yi Yuan just kept on persisting inside for a month. Qin Xiao was disdainful to explain too much. He had his pride and just said indifferently, "Senior apprentice brother, please help me to deduct the points." Oh. Zhao Qin's entire person was still in the midst of shock. Being told like this by Qin Xiao, only then did he deduct Qin Xiao's 20 points and put it down on Yi Yuan's token. Finus, H.I. Plussing with these, Qin Xiao said to Yi Yuan, "When is the next time you're coming?" Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, "Why? Still want to compete?" Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "There's no point to compete again. Next time, I can definitely last 30 days. I just want to take a look at what on earth you're trying to do." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If barring no accidents, half a month later." Qin Xiao nodded his head and said, "Okay, half a month later, I'll come again." Qin Xiao was just about to leave when a person came from head-on. Seeing the arrival, Qin Xiao's expression changed, and he bowed and said, "I've seen big brother Qin Tian." Qin Tian's expression was frosty, no joy nor sorrow on his face. Seeing Qin Xiao greeted him, he nodded and said, "Heard that you obtained the top dog position this time." Zhao Qin's expression turned stiff, and he looked at Qin Xiao in surprise. He did not think that this guy was actually the top dog this time. Since he was the top dog, Qin Xiao's strength could be imagined. But he actually lost to this middle stage, Grotto Profound? How was this possible? Zhao Qin suddenly discovered that his mind was somewhat in a mess. Qin Xiao seemed to be rather fearful toward this Qin Tian, and immediately said respectfully, "Amen, not bad." Qin Tian nodded. He said, "Work hard, and in the future, my Qin family will definitely have a place for you." "Yes, big brother Qin Tian. Younger brother will definitely work hard." Qin Xiao replied. Then Qin Tian's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan at this time. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Stay further away from that punk. He's a dead man sooner or later." These words that Qin Tian suddenly said made everyone stunned. Qin Shao's expression was very confused, uncertain what in the world happened. Yi Yuan's face fell. A cold light flashed in his eyes too. Very clearly, this Qin Tian meant the incident at the Clearwind in that day. It was just that this Qin Tian was too crazy, simply looking down on everything. In his eyes, he already sentenced Yi Yuan to death. Qin Tian had no intention of explaining. Handing the academy token to Zhao Qin, he said, "The 11th level, 5 times." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent again. He did not expect that Qin Tian's strength was actually so strong. Those able to make it to the 11th level were basically all that strongest batch in the academy. Zhao Qin hurriedly helped Qin Tian swipe the token, then handed it back respectfully, thickened his face, and said, "Senior apprentice brother Qin Tian, it's already done." Qin Tian nodded slightly, received the token, and directly entered the sword tomb. Only then did Qin Shao come to his senses, but he discovered that Yi Yuan already dragged his heavily wounded body and left step by step, his brows furrowed together, unable to figure out how Yi Yuan provoked big brother Qin Tian. But being eyed by big brother Qin Tian, Yi Yuan most likely could not escape this calamity. In Qin Shao's eyes, he was already matchless among peers. It was true that Jia Chong's strength was strong, but Qin Shao's disparity with Jia Chong would only grow wider and wider. But the feeling that Yi Yuan gave him was completely different. He had a feeling that Yi Yuan was bound to be a formidable foe of his in the future. He needed such a powerful adversary. Finally, Qin Shao sighed and slowly left. Zhao Qin looked at Yi Yuan's departing back view rather sympathetically and shook his head and said, "This kid seems to be rather extraordinary. It's too bad that he provoked senior apprentice brother Qin Tian. Goodness me, my ancestor. How did you get injured like this? Who did this? Your brother. I will help you to take revenge." Upon seeing Yi Yuan, Xie Jingyi's entire person jumped up. Yi Yuan said feebly, "Enough, C.R.A.P. Quickly help me in." Xie Jingyi hurriedly went up and helped Yi Yuan into the residence. After returning to the residence, Yi Yuan swallowed 2 divine-grade medicinal pills before his injuries were gradually brought under control. But the injuries this time were indeed rather heavy. Without 8 to 10 days, he could forget about recovering. Seeing Yi Yuan's condition turned a little better, Xie Jingyi said, "I say, it's only been a few days of not seeing you. So how did you end up like this?" Yi Yuan said huffily, cultivating in the sword tomb. "Didn't I tell you?" Xie Jingyi's neck involuntarily shrunk, and he said in surprise, "No way, right? Your way of cultivation is too dangerous." "How is this cultivation? This is totally playing with life. Lord Fatty, I still want to live a few days more. Better don't go." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy and asked, "Ask you about something. Do you know who Qin Tian is?" He should be a Qin family's person." Xie Jingyi looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look and said, "No way, right? You actually don't even know who Qin Tian is?" Yi Yuan said with a curious look, "Is he very famous? Why must I know him?" Xie Jingyi looked at Yi Yuan as if he was looking at an alien and said, "More than just famous. It's too famous, very famous. In the entire Wumeng capital city, virtually no one doesn't know him. Okay." Yi Yuan's brows creased, discovering that he seemed to have been eyed by some remarkable guy. Xie Jingyi continued explaining. Back then, Qin Tian was only 30 years old. Being just at the middle stage Grotto Profound Realm, he obtained that session's top dog. 150 years old, he already said the personal disciple test, and became City Lord's personal disciple. Now, virtually all of Wumeng capital cities, people feel that he can become the first powerhouse to break through to the Divine Lord Realm in 100,000 years. Do you think he's famous or not?